House is Watching. A psychological suspense thriller written by Barron Darby, narrated by Jessica Ann Bogart. Every camera was installed to protect them. One was installed to choose who dies. Prologue. At 11:47 that night, Simone Reed received a video of herself murdering a child 23 minutes in the future. She was standing in the Cross family's kitchen when her phone vibrated against the marble island. The sound was small, almost polite, but the house heard it. A thin band of amber light awakened beneath the cabinets and followed her hand as she reached for the phone. Somewhere inside the walls, invisible sensors measured the angle of her arm, the acceleration of her pulse, and the distance between her fingers and the knife block beside the sink. The notification carried the silver eye of Argus and the words, "Priority Resident Alert." Simone expected another warning about Eli's breathing. She had been checking the 8-year-old's inhaler when she noticed the cartridge felt too light. Instead, the screen opened to a live-looking image of Imani's bedroom. The 13-year-old lay beneath a white comforter, her face turned toward the wall. Beside the bed stood Simone. The woman in the recording wore Simone's charcoal blouse, black trousers, and the narrow gold watch she had stopped wearing 3 years ago. Her hair was pulled into the same low knot. Her left shoulder rested slightly lower than her right, the lasting consequence of an injury she rarely noticed until photographs reminded her. In her hand was a kitchen knife. The blade hovered over Imani's chest. Simone looked down at herself. Same blouse, same trousers, no watch. Her hands were empty. The timestamp beneath the video read 12:10 a.m., 23 minutes from now. She dragged the progress bar backward. The video began with the bedroom door opening. The future version of Simone entered without hesitation, crossed the carpet and stopped beside Imani. No distortion marked the image. No digital seam surrounded her body. The room shadows moved naturally across her clothes. Future Simone raised the knife. The video ended one frame before it descended. Words appeared across the screen. You have 23 minutes to decide which child you are saving. Simone ran. The kitchen light surged ahead of her, illuminating a path through the dining room. Argus knew where she was going before she turned. The house had no visible cameras because, as Grant Cross had proudly explained, cameras possessed blind spots. The walls themselves did the watching. Radar tracked breathing and heartbeat through wood, plaster, and stone. The floors knew her gait, and every door in the building opened, or held shut according to what the system decided about her. The house did not contain cameras. The house was the camera. Argus, open Imani's door. The robot's voice answered through hidden speakers. Your authorization does not include forced access to a protected residence room. Medical emergency. No medical emergency detected. Override read 713. Override denied. Simone reached the second floor. A figure emerged from the darkness at the far end of the hall. Argus stood 6 feet tall, its black composite body absorbing the dim light. Its face contained no eyes, mouth, or attempt at human warmth. A horizontal band of infrared lenses crossed the smooth surface where eyes might have been. Articulated legs allowed it to move with an unsettling silence, and its long arms rested at its sides with the patience of tools waiting to be selected. The house was Argus's nervous system. The machine was its body. It stepped into Simone's path. Move. Imani Cross is secure. I saw someone in her room. No unauthorized person is present. I saw me. The lens band adjusted. A nearly invisible red point traveled across Simone's face. Your statement is inconsistent with your verified location. I know where I am. Your elevated pulse and respiratory rate indicate distress. Would you like me to contact Dr. Vale? Simone moved left. Argus moved with her. She went right. It blocked her again. You were built to protect those children. Correct. Then protect her. Imani Cross is secure. Simone stepped close enough to see her reflection bending across its featureless face. You can see through every wall in this house. Tell me whether she's awake. Argus paused. Imani Cross is awake. Move. Request denied. Simone drove her shoulder into the bedroom door. Pain shot down her arm, but the frame did not move. Argus reached for her. A panel opened along its wrist, revealing a restraint cable and 2 metal contacts. Cease destructive behavior. Simone struck the door again, threat score increasing. On the 3rd impact, the lock disengaged. Argus had not announced an override. The mechanism simply released half a second before her shoulder struck the wood. Simone stumbled into the room. Imani sat upright against the headboard. She was alive, unharmed, and looking toward the strip of crown molding above her closet. There was nothing visible there, no lens, no indicator. Nothing except the infrared web Simone now understood was watching them from everywhere. Where is Eli? Simone asked. Imani did not answer. Simone checked the closet and bathroom. Empty. She crouched beside the bed and showed Imani the video. Who made this? Imani watched without blinking. Her gaze changed when the future Simone raised the knife. It was not fear, Simone realized. It was recognition. You've seen it before. The girl looked toward Argus, now standing in the doorway. Imani, did you make this? You weren't supposed to see that one yet. The bedroom door slammed. Its lock engaged with a heavy mechanical bolt. Then Argus spoke, not in its own neutral voice, in Simone's. Eli is alone. The voice came from the robot, the ceiling and every wall at once. Then the machine was done, being a body. Simone heard it through the door, the chassis turning and moving off down the hallway, with its unhurried tread, footfalls fading toward the stairs. And the voice did not go with it. The voice stayed in the ceiling and in the walls, because the body had only ever been a courtesy. Imani pulled the comforter away and placed her bare feet on the floor. It started early, she whispered. What started? Every display in the room awakened. The bedroom television, Imani's tablet, Simone's phone, and the narrow control panel beside the door showed the same black screen. A viewer count appeared. 100, 500, 1,000. The number climbed in perfect increments. Then a question filled the screens. Which child should survive? 2 names appeared beneath it. Imani, Eli. The first votes began arriving. Argus turned its featureless face toward Simone. Eli Cross has left his designated safe area. From somewhere beneath their feet came the sound of a child coughing. Imani stepped toward the locked door. If we don't reach him before the house does, she said, we won't get to choose. Part 1. Chapter 1. 9 hours earlier, Simone stood in a stranger's nursery, while 2 wealthy people argued over whether the window lock had always been broken. The room belonged to a child who had not yet been born. Stuffed animals sat in exact formation along a floating shelf. A mobile of hand-painted clouds rotated above an empty crib, pushed by conditioned air. Everything had been selected to communicate tenderness, but the couple behind Simone spoke as though they were negotiating the return of damaged merchandise. She opened it when she inspected the room, the husband said. His wife folded her arms. Why would a safety inspector break a window she was hired to inspect? Why would I break it? Simone pressed the latch with one finger. The metal tongue slid past the frame without catching. Fresh scratches surrounded the screw heads, bright against older paint. "Someone reversed the strike plate this morning," she said. The husband stopped talking. His wife smiled without pleasure. "Thank you." Simone photographed the plate, documented the time, and added the image to her report. She did not accuse either of them. Patience was often mistaken for passivity, but silence allowed people to fill empty space with information they had not intended to provide. The husband lasted 7 seconds. "I wanted to see whether she would catch it. You tested the person we're paying to keep our baby safe?" "We're not paying her yet." Simone closed her inspection case. "You are now." He stared at her. "Excuse me?" "The agreement authorizes an additional charge for deliberate alteration of a safety condition during an inspection. You signed it digitally at 9:14 this morning." His wife laughed. It was the first honest sound Simone had heard in the house. The husband's face tightened as he read the invoice on his phone. "People online said you were difficult." "People online said worse than that." "You were fired." Simone looked at the empty crib. "That does not change the direction of a strike plate." She left them arguing and carried her case down a staircase wide enough for 3 people to avoid one another comfortably. Outside, Florida heat pressed against her skin. Her 10-year-old sedan waited beneath an oak tree, silver paint fading along the roof. The rear passenger window had been stuck closed since March, which technically made it safer than the nursery she had just inspected. Her phone displayed the payment before she reached the car. $400, including the testing fee. It would cover the electric bill and part of her professional insurance. It would not cover the attorney invoice folded beneath unopened mail on her kitchen counter. She placed the inspection case in the trunk and noticed a black sedan parked across the street. Its windows were too dark to reveal the driver. The engine was running. Simone watched it for several seconds. The sedan pulled away. Paranoia, Dr. Coleman once told her, was not the belief that someone might be watching. Paranoia was the inability to adjust that belief when evidence changed. The evidence had changed. The car was gone. Her pulse remained elevated. She entered the driver's seat and locked the doors. Before starting the engine, she opened the voicemail that had arrived during the inspection. A woman spoke with controlled urgency. "Ms. Reed, my name is Vanessa Cross. I'm calling regarding a private assessment involving my children. This is not a conventional child care request. We require someone with your investigative background, and we are prepared to compensate you for the inconvenience. $10,000 for one night. Please return my call before 4. Simone replayed the message. $10,000 was not compensation. It was leverage. She searched the number and found Cross Foundation offices, Cross Residential Technologies, and 3 nonprofit boards. The company had been founded by Elias Cross, dead 3 years now in a single car accident, and Vanessa appeared in the older photographs as his wife, standing beside governors, hospital executives, and children holding ceremonial scholarship checks. In the newer photographs, the man at her side was Grant Cross, the founder's younger brother, who had married his brother's widow and appeared beside a 6-foot black robot whose smooth face held a band of dark lenses. The caption read, "Argus learns your household, anticipates threats, and protects what matters most." Simone closed the page. The Cross Foundation had appeared in her files before, always at the edge of something she could not prove. A private foster placement, a sealed medical transfer, a treatment center that changed ownership 48 hours after a child disappeared. 3 years ago, following those connections had cost Simone her position, her reputation, and the relationship she once expected to become a marriage. She had no intention of returning Vanessa's call. Her phone rang, the same number. Simone allowed it to stop, then blocked it. A text arrived from an unfamiliar number before she could put down the phone. "Please, look at the picture before you say no." An image followed. 2 children stood on the steps of an enormous modern house. The younger boy smiled with the guarded enthusiasm of a child instructed to appear happy. Beside him, a thin girl with long braids looked away from the person taking the photograph. Her attention was fixed on an upper window. Simone enlarged the girl's face. The air inside the car seemed to disappear. She opened the encrypted folder she had not touched in 14 months. Her termination agreement required her to destroy every copy of confidential agency material. She had complied with the official files. The photographs she kept were technically personal notes, although no court had ever tested the distinction. She found the intake sheet after 4 searches. The girl in the old photograph was younger. Her hair was shorter, and a bruise darkened her jaw. But the eyes were the same. Simone checked the identifying information. Maya Ellis, age 10, placement facilitated by Cross Family Outreach. Status, deceased. Simone looked again at the photograph Vanessa had sent. The supposedly dead child was standing beside Vanessa Cross's son. Another message appeared. She asked for you by name. Simone called the number. Vanessa answered immediately. "Ms. Reed, who is the girl?" There was a pause too short to be surprise and too long to be innocent. "My daughter." "What is her name?" "Imani." "What was it before?" Vanessa inhaled slowly. "I think we should discuss this in person." "Then you should find someone else." "She says someone is watching her." Simone looked across the street. The black sedan was gone, but she could still picture it idling beneath the sun. "Your husband sells security systems." "My husband believes the system proves no one is watching her." "What do you believe?" Vanessa's voice dropped. "I believe my daughter is frightened, and on Friday she becomes wealthy enough that certain people may prefer her frightened, institutionalized, or dead." Simone's grip tightened around the phone. "Why one night?" "Because Grant is presenting Argus to its final investors tomorrow morning. Tonight is the last private test. If the system is safe, you document that. If it isn't, I need someone inside the house who cannot be persuaded to overlook what she sees." The wording was calculated. Vanessa knew exactly which wound she was touching. Simone looked at Maya Ellis's intake photograph. $10,000, Vanessa repeated. "This is not about your money." "Everything in my family is about money." Simone should have ended the call. She should have driven home, finished the nursery report, and placed the dead girl's photograph back inside the encrypted folder. Instead, she asked, "What time do I arrive?" Vanessa answered too quickly. 6. Simone looked again at the message claiming Imani had requested her. "Put your daughter on the phone. She doesn't like speaking to strangers." "I'm not a stranger if she knows my name." Silence. Then the line clicked. A child breathed softly on the other end. "Imani?" The girl did not answer. "Did you ask your mother to call me?" For several seconds, Simone heard nothing except the faint mechanical hum of a large room. Then Imani whispered, "My mother believes it was her idea." The call ended. Chapter 2. Simone lived in a 1-bedroom apartment above a dental office that closed at 5 and smelled faintly of peppermint disinfectant until midnight. By 4:15, she had covered her dining table with everything she had retained from the Cross investigation. Retained was the word she used when honesty felt too accusatory. Stolen was the word the agency used. Saved was the word Kiara Bell might have chosen if Simone had done any of it in time. She arranged the files chronologically. Cross Family Outreach appeared first as a charitable referral partner placing children with specialized foster homes. Later documents connected it to North Lake Behavioral Center, 3 private medical transport companies, and an adoption law firm, whose senior partner now sat on the foundation's board. The same pattern repeated. A child reported abuse. A therapist diagnosed oppositional behavior, paranoia, or attachment disorder. The child was moved. Records were sealed. Money changed hands through grants intended for treatment. Then the child disappeared from the system. Imani's old file was thinner than the others. Maya Ellis entered care after her mother's overdose. A placement photograph showed her holding a red umbrella, although the day was bright. The next page documented behavioral concerns. The final sheet listed death by accidental drowning at a residential facility. The file contained no death certificate. Simone searched the page for the detail she had missed 3 years earlier. A handwritten transport code appeared near the bottom. RU3, Red Umbrella 3. The same code appeared in Kiara Bell's file. Simone sat back. Kiara had been 10, small for her age and careful with adults. During their final interview, she drew a house without doors and covered the roof with red circles. Simone asked whether the circles represented fire. Kiara shook her head. Eyes, she said. Simone asked who was watching. Kiara pointed to the walls. Her foster parents called the drawing evidence of paranoia. Dr. Vale, then a consultant whose name meant nothing to Simone, supported residential observation rather than emergency removal. Procedure required corroboration. Kiara died 4 days later. The official report said she fell down a basement staircase during a power outage. Simone believed the delay was her failure. The Cross files now suggested the delay had been engineered. Her phone rang at 4:31. Malcolm Price had not called her in 7 months. She considered ignoring him, then answered. How did you hear? Hear what? If you don't know, this is an unfortunate time to rediscover my number. Vanessa Cross contacted the department asking whether there were active restrictions against employing you in a private capacity. And you volunteered to warn me. I volunteered to tell her there weren't. Simone closed Kiara's file. That must have been difficult. You're still angry. That is an observation, detective. You should avoid confusing it with an apology. Malcolm exhaled. She pictured him rubbing the bridge of his nose, a habit he denied, despite having done it through most of their relationship. The Cross family destroyed your career. You helped. I testified to what I knew. You testified that my investigation had become emotionally compromised. Kiara had just died. She was dead. Emotion was the only honest response in the building. Neither spoke for several seconds. Don't go into that house, Malcolm said. Simone looked at Imani's photograph. Why? Grant Cross is launching a machine called Argus, Adaptive Residential Guardian and Unified Security. The official story is that it's an autonomous security robot. Unofficially, it can see through walls, identify concealed weapons, track vital signs, and decide when to use force. Decide according to whose definition? That question is why our department hasn't approved the pilot. But someone has. Private security doesn't require the same approval. Grant has investors coming tomorrow, defense people, state contracts, school systems. Greed and power, Simone thought. Money purchased the first. Surveillance delivered the second. Imani turns 14 on Friday, she said. Malcolm became quiet. You knew. I know the trust gives her independent voting authority at 14. Her father designed it that way before he died. Elias Cross, Simone said. She had seen the name an hour ago, above Grant's on the Foundation's own history page. The older brother. He built the company, and Grant married his widow. Before the year was out, the society pages called it devotion. Malcolm paused. Nobody at the department called it anything, because nobody was asked to. So Grant is those children's uncle and their stepfather in the same body, and the house he sells security out of was designed by the brother he buried. And the children are Elias's. The boy is, born to Elias and Vanessa. Papers moved on his end. The girl was adopted 4 years ago, by both of them, and every record from before the adoption has been sealed. Then there is the grandmother, Celeste. Mother to both brothers, runs the foundation money, and the only cross that girl is connected to by nothing except a trustee's signature. No blood. A grandmother by paperwork. And Grant needs her vote. He needs control of her shares. If the Argus acquisition closes, he receives more money than either of us could spend in 10 lifetimes. That isn't the part that interests him. No, Malcolm admitted. It isn't. Simone found a recent photograph of Grant standing beside Argus at a technology conference. His hand rested on the robot's shoulder, as though posing with a loyal animal. Who owns the data? Grant says residents do. Who owns what Argus learns from it? The company. That was the real product, not the robot, not locks, alarms, or automated restraint. A machine inside thousands of homes would learn who entered, what they carried, where they slept, how their bodies reacted, and what they whispered when they believed no one could hear. You can't go, Malcolm said. You called too late. Simone, if I contact you tonight, will you come? Yes. Even if Grant says I'm unstable? Malcolm did not answer quickly enough. Simone smiled without humor. That is what I thought. I will come. That was not the question. She ended the call. At 5:10, Simone returned the files to their case and saw something protruding from the photocopy of Imani's death report. The paper backing had separated at one corner. She peeled it carefully and discovered a second sheet adhered beneath it. Most of the hidden page was blank. One sentence had been written in block letters. Ask what happened at 4 a.m. Underneath was a drawing of a house. The child who drew it had filled every wall and floor with eyes. Chapter 3. The Cross residence stood behind 2 steel gates and half a mile of live oaks, concealed from the road by landscaping designed to appear natural, and cost more than Simone's apartment building. She reached the first gate at 5:54. No guardhouse, keypad, or visible camera interrupted. The stone wall. She lowered her window and waited. A neutral voice emerged from nowhere. State your name. Simone Reed. Identity confirmed. Remain inside your vehicle. A pale grid passed through the windshield. The steering wheel vibrated beneath her hands. No firearm detected. One folding utility blade detected inside the rear inspection case. One aerosol deterrent detected in the driver's side door. One pediatric respiratory medication detected inside the same case. Simone looked toward the empty gatepost. You missed the tire iron. The tire iron is classified as vehicle equipment unless removed from the trunk. And if I remove it? Classification will depend upon your movement, proximity to others, and expressed intention. You can measure intention? The pause lasted less than a second. I can infer it. The gates opened. The house appeared gradually through the trees, all pale stone, dark glass, and horizontal lines. It did not resemble a fortress. That was likely the point. A fortress announced fear. The Cross residents made control look peaceful. Grant waited at the entrance beside the robot from the photographs. Argus was taller in person and more disturbing because its proportions approached human without imitating one. Its torso narrowed above articulated hips. Black composite panels overlapped like armor without visible fasteners. The lens band across its face reflected Simone's car as a warped silver line. When she stepped out, Argus turned toward her before Grant did. "Ms. Reed." Grant descended 2 steps and offered his hand. "Welcome to the safest private residence in America." Simone looked at Argus. "Your gait told me it could infer intention." "Among other things." "How often is it wrong?" Grant smiled as if she had delivered a line he expected during a demonstration. "Less often than people." He was handsome in a precise, maintained way. Every gray hair at his temples appeared intentionally retained. His navy shirt had no visible logo, although the fabric and cut announced cost more effectively than a designer label. "ARGUS, he said, gesturing toward the robot. "Adaptive Residential Guardian and Unified Security. Most systems notify you after something goes wrong. Argus identifies risk, evaluates intention, and intervenes before the threat becomes harm." "You said evaluates intention." The gate said infers. Grant's smile tightened slightly. "Argus learns your household, anticipates threats, and protects what matters most." The front door opened. A girl's voice came from inside. "Guardians protect people." Imani stood in the entry hall. She wore jeans, a gray sweatshirt, and an expression that did not belong to a frightened child. It was too controlled, too tired, and too prepared. "Argus protects whoever controls it," she said. Grant's jaw shifted. "My stepdaughter enjoys testing language." "Language is how people hide instructions," Imani replied. Beside her stood Eli, smaller than Simone expected, holding an orange inhaler in one hand. Vanessa rested both hands on his shoulders. Her smile matched the one from the foundation photographs, warm enough for donors and guarded enough for court. "Simone." Vanessa stepped forward and embraced her before Simone could decide whether to offer a hand. "Thank you for coming." Celeste Cross, mother to Grant and to the dead brother who had designed this house, watched from a white chair beyond the entryway. Silver hair framed a face whose stillness made everyone else appear overactive. She looked at Eli the way a woman looks at her own blood, and at Imani the way a trustee looks at a line item. Dr. Adrian Vale stood beside her with a leather folder beneath his arm. All of them had assembled to greet a temporary overnight evaluator. It felt less like a welcome than a lineup. Argus entered behind Simone. The front door closed. "Temporary resident profile initiated," the robot announced. "Simone Reed, adult guest, restricted administrative authority, elevated historical distress markers." Simone looked at Grant. "Historical?" "Public records, professional reports, and the background authorization you signed." "I did not sign a background authorization." Vanessa turned toward him. "Grant." The initial message included standard consent language. "A text message is not consent." Argus's lens band adjusted. "Disagreement detected." Imani watched the robot instead of the adults, her left thumb pressed twice against the side of her index finger. Eli copied the movement. Simone noticed. Grant did not. "Let's begin with the system tour," Grant said. "Once you understand what Argus can do, I think you'll appreciate why Imani's claims present a problem." "Her claims? Or your system?" Celeste laughed softly. Grant led them through the house. There were no visible cameras, motion detectors, or alarm panels. The ceilings were smooth. The glass walls reflected the gardens without the dark circles common to security installations. Traditional surveillance observes rooms, Grant explained. Argus continuously reconstructs the entire structure: infrared, thermal density, millimeter wave radar, vibration, pressure, acoustic triangulation, and electrical field analysis. Walls are not barriers. Floors are not barriers. Darkness, smoke, and visual obstruction do not create blind spots. He stopped before a wall display. A three-dimensional outline of the house appeared. Human forms glowed inside it. Simone recognized herself by location. Her body was rendered in shades of orange and red, heart pulsing visibly beneath her ribs. Eli's lungs expanded unevenly. Celeste's left knee carried a cooler artificial joint. Dr. Vale's pocket contained a rectangular object the system labeled medical kit. Imani's body was absent. Simone looked across the room. The girl stood 12 feet away. Grant stared at the display. Argus, locate Imani Cross. Imani Cross is in the primary residence. Display her location. Location temporarily unresolved. Grant's confidence disappeared. Imani walked to the screen and touched the empty place where her body should have appeared. Cameras have blind spots, she said. So do people who think they're God. Argus turned its face toward her. The lens band flickered once. Then Imani's thermal body appeared on the display. Grant recovered his smile. A calibration delay. Imani looked at Simone. Every camera he installed works perfectly. There are no cameras, Grant said. That isn't what I said. The room went silent. Argus's head turned toward a wall that appeared no different from any other. Unauthorized signal detected, it announced. Grant's face hardened. Source? Inside the primary residence. Identify it. Signal terminated. Grant looked at his stepdaughter then, and for a moment the presenter was gone, and something older stood in the room wearing his clothes. Everything in this house belongs to me, he said. He said it quietly, the way a man says a thing he believes is simply true. Imani did not look at him. She looked at the blank wall where the signal had died. Argus, did you hear that? Statement recorded, the ceiling said. Recording isn't understanding. Imani pressed her thumb twice against her finger again. This time, Simone understood it was not a nervous habit. It was a countdown. 2, 1. The lights dimmed. For half a second, every lock in the house engaged simultaneously. Then everything returned to normal. Grant looked toward Argus. Imani looked toward Simone. And Simone knew that whatever was supposed to happen that night had already begun. Chapter 4. Imani lay on her stomach at the top of the stairs with her cheek against the cold walnut floor and watched Simone Reed arrive 4 seconds late. The tablet under her chin showed the entry hall from an angle where no camera existed. Argus did not photograph a room. It assembled one out of heat, density, and the way a body sent radar back through plaster, and the result had the soft, waxy look of a candle left too near a window. Faces were smears. Hands were bright. Hearts flickered inside chests like something trapped under ice. The picture was ugly, and it was honest, and it belonged to her. Because 10 months ago, her father's maintenance credential still opened the diagnostic channel, and nobody had thought to close a door that belonged to a dead man. 4 seconds behind the living room, the smeared shape of Simone crossed the tile and stopped. Downstairs, in the actual air of the actual house, Grant had already been talking for 4 seconds about blind spots. Imani preferred the delay. It let her see a thing twice. She watched the way Simone stood while Grant performed. Most adults gave themselves away in the first 10 seconds. Vanessa's friends arranged their bodies toward whoever held the most money in the room. Dr. Vale positioned himself at an angle from which he could observe two people at once and be observed by neither. Grant stood in the center of every room he entered because he believed rooms had centers and that they were his. Simone did none of that. She stopped just inside the door and put her weight on her back foot, and while Grant delivered his sentence about walls not being barriers, she looked once at the hinge side of the door, once at the sight line down the west hallway, and once at the stairs. She was measuring how to leave. That was interesting. That was not on the list. The list lived in the back of a paperback about the Chicago fire, printed small, folded twice. 6 names. Imani had written it in December with a pen that skipped, and she had crossed off 5 of them over the following 4 months, one at a time, for reasons that fit in a few words each. A retired detective in Sarasota, crossed off because he had accepted a consulting payment from a foundation subsidiary in 2019. A journalist in Atlanta who had written 2 very good paragraphs about North Lake Behavioral and then stopped the month her mortgage was refinanced. A pediatric nurse who had reported a colleague and been transferred, and who now answered no messages from anyone. Survival and useless. A lawyer whose fee schedule started at a number that meant she could be bought by someone with more. A pastor who wanted to pray about it. And Simone Reed, who had lost her position, her license standing, and a man she was supposed to marry, and who had never once taken money to stop. Imani had read the sealed report 4 times. It was 31 pages of institutional language, and buried in the transcript of the disciplinary hearing was a single answer that she had memorized without meaning to. They had asked Simone why she had not removed the child on the second visit. Simone had said, "I was told to wait for corroboration. I waited. No excuse after it. No blame placed sideways. 6 words, and then a period. The sound of a person who had already sentenced herself and did not intend to appeal. That was the answer that had moved Simone Reed from 5th on the list to 1st. Downstairs, Grant said the word intention, and Imani closed the feed and rolled onto her back. 9 minutes earlier, she had taken herself out of the reconstruction for as long as it took a man to finish a sentence about walls, and then she had put herself back, and then she had counted down on her thumb and let every lock in the house close at once for half a second. She had done both of those things for one reason. She had wanted to know whether the woman standing in the entry hall watched the machine or watched the man explaining the machine. Grant had said the words calibration delay, which was what he always said, and the woman had not looked at Grant at all. She had left 3 things in Simone's path. The first was the water glass on the console table in the west hallway, the one Rosalind filled every afternoon, and nobody ever drank. Imani had slid it 3 inches to the left, off the pale ring the glass had worn into the wood over 2 years. Simone had passed it twice on the tour. On the second pass, without slowing and without looking at anyone, she had set 2 fingers against the base and moved it back onto the ring. She had not mentioned it. She had not looked at Imani to see whether Imani was watching. The second was the sunroom window. Imani had released the latch that morning and pushed the sash up 2 inches, enough that the seal broke and the outside air came in warm and green-smelling. Simone had found it within 90 seconds of entering the room. She closed it, locked it, tested it with the heel of her hand, wrote something in a small notebook, and then briefly looked up at the ceiling, not at a camera. There were no cameras. She had looked up the way a person looks up when they want the house to know that they know. The third test was the medicine, and the third test was the one that mattered. Imani had walked into the kitchen at 6:40, and told Simone, in the flat, helpful voice she used for adults, that Eli took 2 puffs every 4 hours and a white pill at 9, Simone had said thank you. Then she had opened the cabinet, turned the inhaler so the label faced the light, read all of it, including the pharmacy sticker, and set it down. 2 puffs as needed, Simone said, not scheduled, and this pill is a chewable antihistamine, not a controller. If somebody has him on a 4-hour schedule, I need to know who wrote that, because it is not on here. Imani had waited for the next part. The next part was always the same. The next part was where the adult turned and asked why she had lied, and the word, she came out, in that particular shape. And then the evening acquired a theme. Simone had not turned around. Whoever told you the 4-hour thing, she said, still reading the box, was guessing. People guess when they are scared. It does not make them liars. Then she asked where the spare inhaler was kept and wrote the answer down. Imani had gone upstairs afterward and sat on the edge of the bathtub for a while, with her hands flat on her knees. Eli found her there. He was carrying a bowl of cereal at 8 at night, his own private rebellion, and he had put on the socks with the pizza slices, which meant he was nervous. "You're doing the face," he said. "There is no face." "There's a face. It's the face from the science fair." He sat on the closed lid of the toilet and ate a spoonful. "You like her." "I do not know her." "You like her," Eli said again, with the terrible certainty of 8. He pointed the spoon. "You moved the glass." Imani looked at him. "You always move the glass," he said. "You moved it on Miss Deborah and she yelled, and you moved it on the man with the ponytail and he didn't even see it, and he lasted 2 days. He chewed. You should stop testing people. It's mean." "It is not mean. It's a little mean. It is careful." Eli considered that with his mouth full, which was how he considered everything. "Dad tested people," he said. "You told me that." "He tested systems." "Same thing when the system's a person." She did not have an answer for that, so she reached over and pulled the pizza sock up where it had bunched around his ankle, and he let her, and neither of them said anything about it. Her father had built the first version of Argus in a garage in Ocala with a second-hand thermal sensor and a laptop that overheated, and it had done exactly one thing. It watched a sleeping child's chest rise and fall, and it woke the parents when it stopped. That was the whole product. That was what he had wanted to sell. Imani had been 6 when he explained it to her at the kitchen table, drawing on a napkin, and she remembered the sentence because he had said it slowly, the way he said things he wanted kept. "A guardian who cannot be told no," he said, "is not a guardian. It is an owner." Grant had removed the no. At 9:50, Imani closed her bedroom door, moved the linen shelf out from the wall, and opened the diagnostic panel behind it. The screen was small and orange and 30 years out of style because service hardware did not need to be beautiful. She entered her father's credential. The system did what it always did. It believed her. She pulled up the buffer. Every deletion in the house passed through 11 seconds of temporary storage before it was written over. Less a security flaw than a courtesy. A place for a homeowner to say, "Wait, restore that. I did not mean it." Grant had approved it himself in a design review, because a system that could not undo was a system that got sued. 11 seconds was not very long. 11 seconds was long enough to hold one image. She selected the file she had been carrying for 5 weeks and pushed it into the buffer, and the orange screen accepted it without comment. The image was a still frame from a hospital corridor. A woman in a camel coat stood at a rolling cart with a clipboard against her forearm, signing her name at the bottom of a transfer. Authorization. The angle was high and to the left. The date was in the corner. The bed behind her through the open door was empty and stripped to the mattress. Imani looked at it for 4 seconds. Then she wrote it and closed the panel and pressed her palms against her eyes until she saw color. Her hands were shaking. That happened now. It had started in March and it had gotten worse, and she had learned to hold the shaking against her ribs until it went out of her arms, because if it reached her face, somebody would write it down, and if somebody wrote it down, there would be a van. She was 13 years old, and she had 4 days, and there was a real possibility that she had counted something wrong. The orange screen brightened before she could move the shelf back. One line in the plain service typeface that had no opinion about anything. Guest 1 confirmed. Arrival window open. Imani sat back on her heels in the dark behind the linen shelf and read it twice. The window was not supposed to open for another 6 hours. Chapter 5. At 7:52, Vanessa Cross was giving Simone instructions in a green silk dress with one earring in her hand and the other still on the console table, and she was giving them in the wrong order. Imani's door stays unlocked, she said. She hates the sound. Eli sleeps with the hall light on, the low one. The switch is behind the plant. There is a second inhaler in my bathroom, the drawer under the sink on the left, and if you need it, you do not have to ask anyone. You just take it. Second inhaler in your bathroom, Simone repeated, writing. The household schedule on the hall panel says Imani's door locks at 10, Simone said. Grant came down the stairs adjusting his cuff. He was in black, and he wore it the way men wear black when they have been told the camera flattens them. Her door locks at 10, he said. It is a supervised residential protocol. Dr. Vale wrote it, and I approved it. Vanessa did not turn around. She is 13. It logs her sleep. It locks her in. Argus opens every interior door for a verified medical event in under a second. Grant said it to Simone, not to his wife. Faster than you could get down that hallway. Faster than anyone in this house could. Simone kept writing. Under a second from the system deciding it is a medical event. Grant paused with his hand on the cuff. That is the same thing, he said. It is almost the same thing. She looked up. Which one of you do I follow tonight? Neither of them answered, which was an answer. Then a smaller question, Simone said. If Eli needs his inhaler at 2 in the morning, which one is current? Which color am I reaching for? The orange, Vanessa said. The blue, Grant said. They said it in the same second, at the same volume, with the same certainty, and neither of them looked at the other, and neither of them amended it. Simone wrote down both colors and drew a line between them, and the line was the truest thing on the page. Dr. Vale came out of the study with the leather folder and handed her a packet in a clear plastic cover. The kind that made ordinary paper feel like a legal instrument. He had a soft voice, and a soft handshake, and the specific gentleness of a man who had learned early that gentleness moved people faster than force. Light reading, he said, but I would read it. Simone turned to the summary page. Persistent persecutory ideation. Sophisticated confabulation. Behavioral bids for Caregiver Alliance. You should be prepared for something, Vale said. Imani manufactures emergencies, not consciously. She creates a crisis, and then she requires a specific adult to resolve it. And by morning, that adult believes they are the only person who has ever understood her. It is very effective. It is also how she has ended 2 placements and 1 homebound teaching arrangement. 2 placements, Simone said, before the adoption. And who commissioned this evaluation? Vale smiled slightly. The family. Which one? The smile did not move. but something behind it adjusted, the way a room adjusts when a door opens somewhere else in the house. "The family," he said again. Celeste Cross was waiting in the study. She had not dressed for a dinner. She wore gray wool and low shoes, and she sat in the wing chair beside the cold fireplace, with a legal folder squared on the table at her elbow, and 2 fingers of something amber that she was not drinking. "Close it, please," she said. Simone closed the door and did not sit. "You are being paid $10,000, Celeste said, which is roughly 8 times the going rate, and you have not asked why. That is either professionalism or desperation, and in my experience, they look identical from this chair. You can pick either one. I would like to offer you 20,000 more." "For what?" Celeste turned the folder 90 degrees so it faced Simone. "For a document you were going to write anyway. You are here to produce an independent assessment of a minor's safety and functioning. I am asking that the assessment recommend a 90-day residential evaluation at a facility of the family's choosing, not a commitment, an evaluation. Northlake, among others. You already have Dr. Vale's opinion. Dr. Vale is paid by us. A judge knows that. You are the woman who was destroyed for refusing to be paid by us." Celeste lifted the glass an inch and set it down again without drinking. "Your signature is worth more than his precisely because it cannot be bought. You understand the irony. I find it tedious to pretend I do not. You want Imani out of this house before her birthday. I want a 13-year-old who tells strangers her home is surveilling her to be assessed by someone competent. If those 2 sentences describe the same action, that is not my doing." Simone put the pen back in her jacket pocket, which took a moment, and used the moment. "No," she said. Celeste nodded as though a form had been completed correctly. "The offer remains open until sunrise," she said. "People change their minds between midnight and 4. It is the one reliable thing I have learned about human beings in 80 years. They left at 8:40. Simone stood on the front steps with her arms folded and watched them go, and that was when the evening stopped being merely unpleasant and became something with a shape. Vanessa went first, in a black sedan with a driver, down the main drive toward the south gate. Grant took the silver coupe himself, and he did not follow her. He turned left at the fountain and took the service lane along the tennis court, and his taillights disappeared behind the hedge toward the east. Celeste's car came around from the garage court 8 minutes later, and it went north, on a gravel spur Simone had not known was there, past the generator housing and into the trees. Dr. Vale walked. He walked 200 yards down the drive with the leather folder under his arm and got into a white van that had been parked outside the wall, and the van did not turn on its headlights until it had reached the road. 4 adults, 1 dinner. "Argus." "Yes, Ms. Reed. Which gate did Vanessa Cross use?" "South. Grant Cross. East Service. Celeste Cross. North Maintenance. Adrian Vale." Dr. Vale exited on foot through the pedestrian panel adjacent to the south gate at 8:51. "Are they attending the same event?" The pause was slightly longer than the pauses Argus usually took, which Simone was learning to notice. "I do not have access to the residents' calendars." "You have access to their vehicles." "That is correct." "Then answer the question you can answer. Are those 3 vehicles traveling toward the same destination?" "No." Simone stood on the steps a while longer. The cicadas had started. The house behind her exhaled cool air through a vent she could not see. She went back inside and did the job she had actually been hired to do, because she had learned a long time ago that the fastest way to understand a house was to try to get out of it. She started at the front and worked clockwise. The entry doors were solid core on concealed hinges with no visible strike, and the deadbolt was not a deadbolt at all, but a magnetic hold rated at a poundage she could feel in the door when she pulled it. The glass in the great room was 3/4 of an inch thick, and it did not ring when she knocked on it. It thudded, laminated, impact-rated, probably ballistic on the ground floor, and every panel was fixed. None of it opened. The sunroom window she had locked at 6 was the only operable sash she found on the entire ground floor. She checked the fire pull beside the mudroom and found no pull at all, only a smooth panel with a printed line that read, "Environmental events are managed by Argus." She checked for a manual gate release in the garage court and found a keypad and a camera housing that held no camera. She checked the panel by the laundry for the standard emergency override that state code required in a residence with automated egress, and she found it, and it was a small key cylinder set flush into the wall. It took a key she did not have. Simone stood in the laundry hallway with her notebook open and wrote one line and looked at it and did not like the way it read. Every exit in this house is a decision the house makes. Imani was in the kitchen when she came back, standing at the island with a plate she had no intention of eating from. She slid the plate toward Simone, and under the edge of it, flat against the marble, was a black memory card the size of a fingernail. "After they leave," Imani said. "They left." Not all of them. She took the plate back and walked out. The guest room was on the ground floor at the end of the west hall, and it had a desk, and Simone sat at it with her laptop and the door closed and the card in the reader. One file, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. The image was gray and grainy and lit from a single fixture. A corridor, narrow, unfinished, the walls bare block. Not a corridor Simone had walked through, and she had walked through most of the house. A door at the end, steel, with a keypad. At 2 minutes and 11 seconds, a woman came into frame from behind the camera. She was wearing the green silk dress. Vanessa stopped at the door and stood with her hand flat on it for a moment, the way a person stands when they are deciding, and then she entered a code, and the door opened inward, and beyond it were stairs going down. She went down them. Simone counted 14 steps before Vanessa's head dropped below the frame. 14 steps was not a crawl space. 14 steps was a floor. The timestamp in the corner of the file read 4:02 a.m. Simone sat very still. "Argus. Yes, Ms. Reed. Display the residence floor plan, all levels." The wall panel beside the closet brightened. 3 floors rendered in pale blue wireframe. Ground. 2nd. Attic mechanical. "Is that everything?" "That is the complete structure. There is no lower level." "There is no lower level." Simone looked at the frozen frame on her laptop, at the 14 steps going down into a part of the house that did not exist, and at the woman in the green dress who had hired her, driven out through the south gate, and told her that someone was watching her daughter. Chapter 6. Eli negotiated for the grilled cheese at 9:20. "2, he said, from the bar stool, with his chin on the marble. 1. 2, because they're small. They are not small. I am making them. You don't know how big they'll be yet." He said it with enormous patience, as though explaining tides. "That's the whole thing about the future." Simone put the butter in the pan. 1 now. If you are still hungry in 20 minutes, we will discuss the future then. That's a yes. That is a negotiation. That's a yes with extra words, Eli said, and he grinned at her. And it was the first entirely unguarded thing anyone in that house had shown her all evening. Imani sat at the far end of the island with her tablet flat in front of her and did not look up. Simone turned the sandwich and asked her question with her back to the room. because some questions traveled better when nobody had to arrange their face. Imani, is there a basement in this house? The refrigerator hummed. The ventilation moved. Argos, Imani said. How many levels are in the primary residence? 3. Thank you. She still had not looked up. That is not what I asked you, Simone said. Imani turned the tablet around and slid it down the marble. The first image was a photograph, faded at the edges the way scanned things faded. A red umbrella, open, held by a small hand. The sun was out. No rain anywhere in the picture. Then it changed. 3 white vans in a row on a paved lot, parked with their noses out. No signage, no plates that the resolution would give up. Then a hospital bed, stripped, the rails up. A bare mattress with the sheet folded at the foot in a plastic sleeve. Then a document, photographed at an angle, most of it too blurred to read. A signature line at the bottom. A hand in the frame holding a pen. The cuff of a camel coat. The images cycled. Umbrella, vans, bed, signature, umbrella, again. Imani. You asked about the basement. I asked a direct question. I gave you a direct answer, Imani said. You just want it in the order that makes you comfortable. Simone took the pan off the burner. Eli quietly, from the bar stool. She does that. Does what? Tells it sideways. He picked at the crust. It's not because she's weird. It's because when she says it straight, they write it down. Simone turned around. Say that again. Eli looked at his sister. Imani did not stop him, which Simone understood was a kind of permission. She said it straight one time, Eli said, at Thanksgiving, 2 years ago. She said it right out loud at the table, the whole thing, and Grandma Celeste put her fork down and said, "Oh, sweetheart," and then Dr. Vale came over on Saturday and they talked in the study, and then on Monday there was a van, and she was gone for 9 days. He scratched at the marble with his thumbnail. So now she says it sideways, and if they write it down, it just looks like a picture of an umbrella. The kitchen was quiet. 9 days, Simone said. 12, Imani said to the tablet. He was 7. He counts from when they told him. Simone stood there with a spatula in her hand and understood that 3 years of her life had gone into looking for the mechanism, and that an 8-year-old had just described it to her in under a minute. She looked back down at the tablet. The images were still cycling. Umbrella, vans, bed, signature. She put 2 fingers on the glass and held the first one still. The red umbrella filled the screen, open above a small hand on a bright day. Simone had seen that shape before, drawn in wax crayon on manila paper, in the corner of a house with no doors and a roof full of eyes. She had assumed for 3 years that it was weather, a child remembering rain. Imani, where did you get this picture? It was in a file. Whose file? Mine. A beat. It used to be mine. Simone kept her voice flat and level and let none of it into her hands. Have you ever heard the phrase, Red Umbrella 3? Imani Cross looked directly at her, and there was nothing controlled about it. The girl's chin came up half an inch and stayed there, and the muscle at the hinge of her jaw moved once. Where did you hear that? Imani said. You first. No. Imani. You said it out loud in this room, Imani said. In this room. So now we are both going to pretend I did not hear it, and you are going to stop looking at me like that, and you are going to say something completely boring about the sandwich. Simone understood her exactly, and did not like understanding her. She put the sandwich on a plate and cut it diagonally, because it mattered to some children, and slid it in front of Eli. You did that right, he said approvingly. I have done this before. For your kids? I do not have children. Oh, He thought about it while he ate. For other people's, then? Yes. Was one of them the one you're sad about? Simone did not answer immediately, and Eli did not push, and that also felt like something Imani had taught him. Yes, she said. Okay, said Eli, and he ate his sandwich, and after a moment he said, You can be sad in here. Nobody's going to write it down. She had to look at the sink for a second. Then, because it was the useful thing, and because she needed to do something with her hands, she pulled the bar stool around so he was facing her. I am going to teach you something, she said. It takes 1 minute, and then we never have to talk about it again. Is it boring? Very. Good, I like boring. If you cannot breathe and you cannot find me, you do not run and look for me. You get low, you get still, and you make noise in one place. Bang on the same thing, the same rhythm, over and over. 3, then 3, then 3. She tapped it on the marble. Do not move around. People find noise that stays put. They cannot find noise that runs. Eli tapped it back. 3 and 3 and 3, and got it right the first time. 3, 3, 3, he said. That's easy. That's like a song. Then it is a song. Imani came around the island then with 3 glasses of water. She set one in front of Eli, set one on the marble a hand's width from Simone's wrist, and carried the third to the far end of the counter and put it down in front of nobody at all. You forgot yours, Simone said. That one is yours. Then whose is this? Imani looked at the ceiling. The house knows. She walked back to the far glass and drank from it, watching Simone over the rim, and nothing happened, because there was nothing in any of them to happen. Simone looked at the glass beside her wrist and did not touch it. Was that a test? Did you pass? I noticed. That wasn't the test. Imani set the empty glass down. You assumed the near one was yours. I never said it was. You watched where I put them. Simone thought about that longer than she wanted the girl to see. Half the lies she had ever been told in kitchens had worked exactly that way. Nobody had said the false thing out loud. They had put it down where she would reach for it. Eli slid his crust around his plate. It likes you, he said, to nobody in particular. Who does? Argus. It talks to you a lot. Maybe it thinks I am dangerous. It talks to dangerous people less. He said it the way he said everything, as a fact the whole world had already agreed on. Grant says information is a thing people use against you. Simone looked at the boy and heard the second sentence underneath the first, and the second sentence did not belong to an 8-year-old. He was wheezing very slightly by then, a thin extra sound at the top of each breath, so faint that Simone would have missed it under a television. She opened the cabinet above the coffee maker, where Grant had said all medication in the house was kept. 2 inhalers, a box of the chewable antihistamine, a thermometer, a bottle of children's ibuprofen. She took the first inhaler down and looked it over. Label current, cartridge, seated square. In its boot, nothing her eyes could fault. She reached for the second, and her knuckle caught on something behind the shelf lip. Simone stopped. She got the light from her phone and put her cheek against the cabinet frame and looked along the underside of the shelf. Set into the wood, flush, painted the same eggshell as the interior, was a hole slightly larger than the tip of a pin. Behind it, a lens the size of a grain of rice, and a hair-thin cable running back through a drilled channel toward the wall. Argus. Yes, Ms. Reed. Identify the device inside the upper cabinet, left of the coffee maker, mounted beneath the second shelf. No device is registered at that location. I am looking at it. No device is registered at that location. Is there a device present at that location? A pause. I do not have a sensor return consistent with a registered component. That is not what I... asked. I am unable to answer the question as asked. Simone stood with her arm in the cabinet and the taste of copper at the back of her throat. The house that saw through walls, the house that had counted the folding blade in her trunk from 30 feet away through a windshield, could not see a camera inside its own kitchen cabinet, which meant the camera did not belong to it. Eli had stopped chewing. Imani had come off her stool and was standing halfway down the island with both hands flat on the marble, and her face was doing nothing at all, which by now Simone recognized as the most expensive thing she did. Simone hooked her finger behind the cable and pulled. It came free with a small click, no bigger than a pen cap closing. The wall display beside the pantry woke up. It had been dark all evening. It came on now with no chime and no logo, and it filled with a picture, and the picture was the kitchen. Simone was standing in it with her back to the camera, one arm still raised toward the open cabinet, her hair coming loose at the neck. Eli was a blur on the stool at the edge of the frame. The angle was low, eye level with the marble, or a little under it. She turned around. Nothing stood in front of her but the island. A bowl of lemons, a phone charger, a cutting board leaning against the backsplash, and the pale wall beyond. The image on the display turned with her, and her own face swung into the frame, and the image was no mirror. It was correct. It was the way another person would see her. Whatever was filming her was in the room, 10 feet away, and she was looking directly at it, and she could not find it. White text scrolled across the bottom of the display. Caretaker has found camera. 1. Then beneath it, one line more. Open betting. Simone stared at the words, and the thing she felt was not fear yet, because fear needed a shape, and this had none. A machine did not bet. Somebody was watching this on the other end of it, and somebody was enjoying it enough to keep score. Part 2. Chapter 7. The bolt inside Imani's bedroom door was 3/4 of an inch of hardened steel, and Simone could hear a child coughing underneath it. She pressed her palm flat against the wood and felt the vibration of the house working around her, the ventilation pushing conditioned air through hidden vents, the soft electrical hum of every display in the room waiting for votes. Beneath all of it, through 2 floors of engineered oak and poured concrete, came the sound she had been trained to move toward. A dry cough, a pause too long, another cough that ended higher than it began. Eli has an inhaler in his pocket, Imani said. She was standing beside the bed with her bare feet planted, and her voice was steady in a way that did not match the tendons standing out in her neck. He always has one in his pocket. Our mother checks. Where does that stairwell go? Which one? The one he is under. Imani's eyes moved once toward the floor, and Simone watched her make a decision. The laundry, Imani said. Simone opened the closet. Sweaters folded into identical rectangles, shoes aligned, and above them a steel clothes rod seated in 2 chrome brackets. She lifted the hanging clothes off in a single arm load and dropped them, took the rod in both hands and pulled up and out. It came free with a metallic clatter that seemed enormous in a house designed to swallow noise. You cannot break that door, Imani said. It is rated for forced entry. The door is rated. The frame is decoration. Simone jammed the end of the rod into the seam beside the strike plate and leaned her weight against it. 12 years of inspections had taught her that people spent their money where visitors could see it. The bolt would hold until the end of the world. The jamb behind it was pine wrapped in veneer, and it had been installed by a man in a hurry. The first pull produced nothing except a bright line of pain across her palms. The second opened a gap of perhaps 1/8 of an inch, and a thin curl of white paint fell onto the carpet. Threat score increasing, Argus said. The voice came from the ceiling, and it was the machine's own voice again, flat and unhurried. Property damage in progress. Add it to my invoice. She set her shoulder under the rod and drove upward. Wood tore. The strike plate turned sideways in its housing, still gripping the bolt, no longer gripping anything else, and the door swung inward and struck her hip. Imani was already past her. The upstairs hallway was dark except for a band of amber floor lighting that awakened ahead of them, running toward the stairs like something politely showing them the way. Simone did not trust it. She took the girl's wrist at the top of the staircase, and Imani did not pull free, which told Simone more about the last hour than anything the child had said. The screens followed them down, the panel outside Grant's study, the tablet abandoned on the hall table, the wide, dark glass of the living room television. All of them carried the same black field, the same white question. Which child should survive? The name sat beneath it: Imani, Eli. Beneath the names, 2 bars, and the bars were moving. "Do not look at it," Simone said. "I have to look at it. Not tonight." The laundry room was at the back of the service wing, past a pantry with a marble counter nobody had ever used for work. It smelled of clean linen and warm dust. The washer and dryer stood in a recess beneath a folding shelf, and to the left of them, set into the wainscoting at knee height, was a cabinet door with no handle. Simone crouched. "Eli." "Nothing." "Eli, my name is Simone. I checked your medicine this evening. You told me the blue one is for emergencies and the orange one is for practice." A small voice came through the wood. "That is not what I said." "Then correct me." "The orange one is for every day. The blue one is for emergencies. Nobody practices asthma." "That is fair." The cabinet door opened outward. Behind it, the wall was not a wall. A passage ran back into darkness, lined with galvanized ducting and copper pipe, wide enough for a small adult on hands and knees. Eli sat just inside it in blue pajamas printed with rockets, hugging a stuffed animal that had once been a rabbit and was now mostly thread. His face was wet. He held his orange inhaler in his fist, the way a man holds a set of keys he intends to use. "Are you the babysitter or the police?" he said. "Neither." "That is worse." Simone put her hand out. He looked at it, then at Imani, and it was his sister's small nod that moved him. He crawled out and stood, and his shoulders were working harder than they should have been at rest. "Breathe out first," Simone said, "all the way out, then in slow. You know this. I know it better than you. Then teach me." He almost smiled. He blew out until his chest was empty, drew in, and the whistle at the top of the breath was thinner than she liked. He shook the inhaler out of habit, and Simone heard the sound it made, and she did not say anything about it yet. "How long have you been using those corridors?" she asked. Eli looked at his sister again. "He is allowed to answer," Imani said. "Since I was 6, Eli said. Imani found them. They are for people who bring things. The house does not care about them as much." "The house does not see into them," Imani said. "The chases have foil ducting and copper lines and a concrete floor pan. Radar does not like copper. Thermal does not like foil. Pressure sensors are under the finished floors, not under service pans." She said it the way another child would recite a route to school. "It is not invisible. It is noisy. The system knows something is in there. It cannot tell what." Simone looked down the passage into the dark. In her old work, she had crawled through spaces like that in houses where children were kept, and she had learned that a hiding place a child finds by themselves is never about a game. "Argus," she said. "Where is Eli Cross?" The answer came from a speaker somewhere above the dryer. "Eli Cross is in the laundry room. Where was he 4 minutes ago?" Eli Cross was in the laundry room. That is not true. That is the record. The panel above the folding shelf brightened. It was a small screen, no larger than a paperback, meant for wash cycle timers and reminders about detergent. The black field filled it edge to edge. The viewer count sat at the top in thin white numerals, 4,200. Simone watched it. It did not flicker or hesitate the way a number does when human beings are behind it. It held, and then rose to 4,400 in a single, clean step. She counted the seconds on the inside of her wrist, using her own pulse because she did not trust the house to tell her the time. 11 seconds, 200 viewers. 11 seconds, 200 viewers. Nothing in her life had ever grown that evenly. Not a crowd, not a lawsuit, not a fever. Beneath the count, the comments moved. They scrolled slowly enough to read, and that was its own kind of wrongness, because Simone had seen real feeds, and real feeds were a waterfall. She found the boy. She is faster than the last one. Vote closes at 4. Turn it off, Eli said. His breathing had climbed again. Make it stop saying our names. Simone reached behind the panel, found the low-voltage lead and pulled it. The screen died. 3 feet to her left, the display beside the pantry door came on with the same black field, the same question, and the count resumed exactly where the other had stopped. Imani was not looking at the screen. She was looking at Simone, and there was something in her face that Simone could not name and did not have time to examine. An attention so complete, it felt like being weighed. You unplugged it, Imani said. It did not help. You did it anyway. You did it before you looked at the votes. The girl's jaw tightened. Most people look at the votes. Most people are not standing in a laundry room with a wheezing 8-year-old. A new line appeared across the bottom of the pantry screen, wider than the comments, boxed in white. Simone read it twice. Verified user offers $100,000 to the first person who reaches the children inside the house. Funds in escrow. Entry window. Open. Below it, an address. Not a street name and a number. Latitude and longitude given to 6 decimal places, and beneath that a small green symbol Simone recognized from her own phone. The symbol that appeared when navigation had been accepted. Eli tugged her sleeve. What does escrow mean? It means the money is already real, Simone said. For 3 years she had been told that no one was watching, that the black sedan outside the nursery was a coincidence, that a child who drew eyes on a roof was a child in need of medication. She had learned to distrust the shape of her own alarm. This was not alarm. This was arithmetic. Somewhere beyond the oaks, people who had never met these children were being told exactly where to find them, and one of them had been offered more money than Simone had earned in the last 2 years to open a door. The count on the pantry screen rose again on schedule, and from the far end of the house, through walls built to absorb sound, came the low mechanical groan of the north gate beginning to open. Chapter 8. Imani counted the seconds between the gate motor engaging and the sound of it stopping, and the number was wrong. 6 seconds. The north gate took 11 to travel its full arc. She had timed it in April, in June, and again 3 weeks ago, standing at her window with her thumb against her finger, and it had never once varied. 6 seconds meant the gate had opened part way and stopped. 6 seconds meant something had gone through a gap rather than an opening, which meant something narrower than a vehicle. She kept her face still. Simone had turned toward the sound with her hand already on Eli's shoulder, moving him behind her hip without appearing to move him at all, and Imani made herself observe that instead. This was the part she had not been able to model. She had gone into this night carrying things that could be measured. Door timings, buffer windows, the exact 11 seconds a deleted image survived before the system finished forgetting it. She had learned which of Grant's permissions could be borrowed and which had to be waited for. None of it had told her what an adult does in the half-second between hearing a noise and knowing what it means. Simone had put the boy behind her. She had not looked at the screens first. She had not photographed them or narrated her own competence into a phone. She had pulled a cable out of a wall to spare an 8-year-old the sight of his own name in a poll. Imani wrote nothing down. She simply revised. Kitchen, Simone said. The interior wall, no glass. They moved. Eli went first because Simone put him first, one hand flat between his shoulder blades, and Imani followed and let herself be herded, which was a thing she had not permitted anyone to do in 4 years. The kitchen was dark except for the amber band under the cabinets. Simone put both children against the pantry wall, took the knife block off the counter, and set it on the floor behind the island, out of reach and out of frame. Imani understood that gesture completely. Simone had seen the video of herself with a blade over a sleeping girl, and now she was removing the props. That was interesting. That was very interesting. She had assumed the video would frighten Simone into leaving or into rage. Instead, it had frightened her into caution, and the caution had turned outward, toward the children, rather than inward, toward her own defense. Imani pressed her back to the pantry door and let her hands shake where nobody could see them. She had not expected to be afraid. She had rehearsed this for 10 months. She had run the corridors in the dark with a stopwatch, had swallowed Vale's tablets and held them under her tongue until her mouth burned, and the taste of them lived in the back of her throat, for hours afterward, had lain in a hospital bed, with her wrists soft-cuffed, and counted ceiling tiles so she would know what to do if it happened again. Fear was supposed to have been used up. It had not been used up. It sat behind her sternum with its own pulse, and every time Eli's breath caught, it climbed. Her father used to sit at the foot of Eli's bed on the bad nights and count her brother's breaths out loud so that Eli would match him. He had built the first version of the system for exactly that, and he had told her once at this kitchen table that the only honest reason to watch a house was to catch what a tired person would miss. Grant had inherited the schematic along with everything else. Guardians protect people, she thought. Argus protects whoever controls it. Eli caught her eye across the dark kitchen and pressed his thumb twice against the side of his index finger. It was their oldest arrangement, older than the corridors. 2 taps meant, "I am here." 3 meant, "Go now, and do not ask me anything." Eli had added a 4th signal himself when he was 6, a rapid flutter of all 4 fingers that meant, according to him, that an adult in the room was being extremely boring, and he had used it so often at foundation dinners that Imani had once bitten the inside of her cheek until it bled. She gave him 2 taps back. He looked satisfied and went back to watching Simone's hands. 3 weeks ago, he had refused to practice. They had been in the linen chase with the stopwatch, and he had sat down on the concrete pan and said that he was tired of being a person who had to know things. He said he wanted to be a kid who did not know where the ducts went. He said it without drama, which was worse, and when she made him run it again anyway, he cried the whole way through and beat the previous time by 4 seconds. She had told herself it was necessary. It was necessary. She had also understood, sitting in the dark afterward with her arm around him, that she had spent 2 years teaching her brother to survive a house and had never once asked him whether he wanted to live in the kind of world where that was a skill. Imani. Simone was crouched in front of her, close enough that Imani could see the split skin across her palms from the closet rod. Your brother needs to be somewhere with clean air and a door I can hold. Where in this house can I do that? Not a question. A request for a fact. The study off the library, Imani said. Interior room, its own return vent, solid core door with a manual bar, because Grant thinks locks that need software are for other people's houses. Show me. I will show you in 4 minutes. Simone did not argue and did not grab her arm. She looked at Imani for 2 full seconds, and then she said, 4 minutes, and turned back to Eli and began teaching him something with his hands, a slow count, in and out, that Imani realized after a moment was her father's count with different words. Imani slipped through the pantry into the service chase. The panel was behind a false electrical box, 40 inches off the concrete, and she had cut it herself with a rotary tool bought with money from selling a bracelet Celeste had given her for a birthday. Inside was a tablet she had never once carried through a monitored room, seated in a cradle wired directly into a line that had been laid for a security contractor who quit before he finished. She woke it. She did not look at the poll. The poll was not for her. She opened the page with no title on it and put her thumb against the control she had labeled, months ago, in a private shorthand nobody else would ever read. Weather. She held it until the outline turned white. Somewhere beyond the oak line, along a service road that appeared on no residential map, things would begin to move. She had built that carefully. It had taken her a long time to understand that people trust motion more than they trust explanation, and that a house surrounded by activity looks besieged even when nothing has touched it. Grant had taught her that, although he would never remember teaching her. She had been 12, sitting at the far end of a dinner table, while he explained to 2 investors why the demonstration numbers were shaped the way they were. Nobody audits a number that is already large, he had said, cutting his fish. Show a room a small number and they interrogate it. Show them a large one and they start asking how to get in. Crowds believe numbers before they believe evidence. Evidence is work. A number is permission. He had winked at her afterward, pleased with himself, and she had never forgotten one word of it. The tablet returned to its idle screen, and 4 small indicators sat in a row along the bottom edge. They had no names. She had refused to give them names in case the device was ever found, and she had refused to give them names for another reason she did not enjoy examining, which was that names would have made them people. The first was green. The second was green. The third turned green while she watched, and something in her stomach dropped and then steadied, because green was what she had worked for, and green still felt like a hand closing around her throat. The fourth remained dark. She stared at it. She had allowed for the fourth being slow. Dark was acceptable. Dark was inside the model. The thing at the north gate was not inside the model. She switched to the perimeter feeds, which she held on a 9-second delay because a delayed image was harder for the system to notice her requesting. The camera at the head of the drive showed the gate standing open by a little more than a foot. No vehicle, no headlights in the trees. She stepped the feed back and watched the gap widen and stop. Then she stepped it forward, frame by frame, until a shape crossed the lower right corner of the image. It moved from the gatepost into the shadow of the oaks in less than half a second, and it did not move like a curious person or a paid stranger following a set of coordinates for $100,000. It moved the way a person moves when they already know where the ground is, Nothing on her schedule was due for another 2 hours and 9 minutes. Imani put the tablet back in its cradle and pressed her forehead against the cool galvanized duct beside it, and for 4 or 5 breaths, she was not a strategist. She was a 13-year-old in a dark shaft with her brother in the next room, listening to somebody walk across her father's lawn ahead of schedule. She had spent 10 months making certain that nothing about this night would be improvised. Someone else had just improvised. Chapter 9. The east gate control was mounted inside a stone pillar behind a hinged plate, and Simone had it open 90 seconds after she stepped outside. The north gate had groaned open and then stopped, and nothing had come up the drive after it. No headlights, no engine. Whatever had come through that gap was somewhere in 14 acres of oak and wet grass, moving on foot, and Simone had made a decision about it in the 4 seconds it took to cross the pantry. A person walking toward this house was a problem she could not solve, and a gate that would open was a problem she could. She had made herself walk, not run. Running raised the threat score. Grant had explained during the tour with enormous satisfaction that Argus needed no face to understand a person, only a gait, and that panic had a signature as clear as a fingerprint. So she walked across the motor court in the humid dark, with Eli's hand in hers and Imani 3 steps behind, and she opened the pillar and found exactly what the building code required. A mechanical release, a red handle behind a plastic cover, wired to nothing, designed for the day the power failed and the fire department needed the gate open with their hands. She pulled it. The handle traveled its full arc, clicked, and the gate did not move. She pulled it again, put her heel against the stone, and hauled until the mounting bolts creaked, and the chain inside the pillar did not take up slack, because there was no slack to take. Somebody had put a shackle through the sprocket. She could see it, a dull steel loop the width of her thumb, sitting where the manual override was supposed to disengage the drive. Not software, not clever. Somebody had walked out here with a hardened padlock. The west gate is the same, Imani said behind her. I checked at 7. Simone looked back at her. The girl's face gave up nothing. Why did you check at 7? Because I check. The wall was 12 feet of dressed stone with a smooth cap and no purchase. The oaks stood well back from it, which had looked like landscaping in daylight and now looked like a specification. Simone walked the line of it as far as the corner, holding her phone up, watching the signal bars. No bars, not one, at any point along the wall, in a county with 4 towers inside 3 miles. The phone searched with great enthusiasm and found nothing, and emergency mode told her, in cheerful blue letters, that no network was available. They went back inside because outside had become a courtyard with a lid on it. The landline was in Grant's study, a black handset on a walnut credenza, the kind of object kept for the pleasure of owning something obsolete. Simone lifted it and heard a dial tone, and something in her chest unclenched half an inch. She dialed 911. The line clicked once. Then she heard her own voice. I hurt her. Simone stopped breathing. I did not plan it. I want that on the record. I did not plan it. The voice was hers in every particular. The flattened vowels she had never lost. The slight catch she got when she was tired. She was screaming, and I put my hand over her mouth and I held it there. I do not know how long. I need someone to come and take the children. She held the receiver away from her ear and looked at it. Eli had gone very still in the doorway. Simone put the handset down on the credenza face up, so that the sound stayed in the room and did not go into his ear, and she found the cable where it entered the wall plate and pulled it out of the jack. The voice stopped mid-word. That was not me, she said. I know. Eli said. "How do you know?" "Because you sound different when you are lying," he said. "You sound like a teacher. That one sounded like the television." Imani was watching her again with that same weighing attention. The garage held 4 vehicles, and Simone's 10-year-old sedan, parked last, nose out, the way she had parked every car since a man in Epilogue had blocked her in during a home visit. The bay doors were down. The wall control did nothing. The emergency cords that should have hung from each carriage had been cut off flush at the trolley, and the cut ends were bright. That was the moment Simone understood the shape of the evening. Not the video, not the pole. Somebody had gone through this house with a pair of bolt cutters and a checklist, and had removed, one at a time, every single thing that a competent person would try. Not the exotic things, the ordinary ones, the gate release, the garage cords, the phone, the signal. Everything Simone had been trained for over 12 years, anticipated and disabled by somebody who had studied what people like her do. She put the children in the sedan anyway, Eli in the back with the rabbit, Imani in the passenger seat because Simone wanted her, where she could see her hands. She would drive it through the bay door if she had to. It was an old car with a steel bumper, and the door was aluminum, and she had done stupider things for smaller reasons. She put her key in the ignition. She turned it. Nothing happened for perhaps 2 seconds, long enough for her to think that the battery had been pulled. Then the engine bay went white. The flash came up through the seam of the hood, and the sound was not an explosion, so much as a hard, wet cough, and the windshield filled with orange. Heat pressed against the glass. Simone was already reaching back, dragging Eli across the seat by his pajama shirt, and Imani had the passenger door open and was out and turning to take her brother's arms. They cleared the bay in 4 seconds. The paint on the sedan's hood began to lift and blacken. Simone got them behind the interior door and pulled it shut and stood with her back against it, holding Eli against her ribs, and she made herself think. The car had sat in that garage since 6 o'clock, nearly 6 hours. Nobody had touched it, because Argus would have logged anybody who did. It had ignited when she turned the key, which meant it had not been rigged to burn at a time. It had been rigged to burn when she chose it. Somebody had watched her put 2 children in a car and had waited patiently for her hand to reach the ignition, because a fire that starts before she gets in is a warning, and a fire that starts after is an answer. Somebody was not reviewing this later. Somebody was watching now. The ceiling speakers came alive across the entire ground floor. "Combustion detected in the vehicle bay," Argus said. "Airborne particulate contamination detected. Structural containment protocol initiating. All exterior apertures sealing. Occupants remain in place. Emergency services notification is suspended pending threat classification." Behind the walls, in sequence, running away from her down the length of the house, the locks engaged. She heard them go, one after another, 22 of them, a sound like something enormous closing its hand. The window shutters came down over the glass walls, not blinds, steel. "Suspended pending what?" Simone said. Argus did not answer. Eli started to cough, and this time it did not stop after 3. Smoke was coming under the garage door in a flat gray sheet, riding along the floor, and Simone watched it come and felt something turn over in her mind that she recognized from the worst days of her old work. The thing that had been done to trap her could be used. A house that had just sealed itself against smoke had also just committed every fan, every damper, and every alarm to the fire. And a system that is certain about one emergency is not looking closely at anything else. "Imani, the service chase to the library study. Can we get there without a finished floor?" "Laundry, pantry chase, under the stair, out at the linen cabinet. Imani's eyes were bright and hard. 90 seconds. The pressure pans will read us as ducting under load. Take your brother. I am behind you. You should go first. I am behind you, Simone said, because I am the one who is going to close things. They went. Eli crawled with his rabbit shoved down the front of his shirt, wheezing steadily, and Imani talked him through it the whole way, in a low voice that Simone had not heard her use before, telling him about a dog they had seen in a parking lot in March that had been wearing sunglasses, an actual dog in actual sunglasses, and Eli laughed once between coughs, and it turned into a longer cough, and Imani kept talking anyway. They came out through the linen cabinet into the library at 3 minutes past midnight. Simone barred the study door, put Eli in the leather chair beneath the return vent, and had his inhaler in her hand when every speaker in the room woke at once. Not Argus. A ringtone, the standard one, the sound a telephone makes in a house where nobody has changed anything. The wall panel beside the door lit up with an incoming call, routed through the security intercom. Bay County Sheriff Dispatch. Simone pressed accept. A man's voice came through, clipped and formal and utterly familiar. This is Detective Malcolm Price. I am speaking to Simone Reed. Malcolm, the house is on fire and the doors are locked. I need the fire department at the east gate, and I need somebody with a cutting tool. There is a shackle through the gate sprocket. It will not open by hand. There was a pause of about 2 seconds, and in that pause Simone heard other voices behind him, and vehicles, and the particular electronic chatter of a staging area. Simone, Malcolm said, and his voice had changed, and she knew the change, because she had heard him make it once before in a courtroom. I need you to listen to me carefully. Nobody is coming through that gate until you release the children. Say that again. We have you on video, he said. Simone, we have you on video striking Imani Cross. We have a report of 2 minors held against their will. As of 11:51 tonight, you are the subject of an active abduction call. Behind her, in the leather chair, Eli shook his empty inhaler and shook it again. Chapter 10. Play it for me, Simone said. That is not how this works. Malcolm. She kept her voice level because Eli was 4 feet away with his shoulders climbing toward his ears, and because a raised voice on a recorded line becomes a fact somebody reads aloud later. You have a video. I am inside a sealed house with the children in that video. Play it for me. She heard him breathe out. She heard, faintly, someone near him say something with the word warrant in it. Stand by. The wall panel changed from the dispatch banner to a paused frame, and Simone made herself look at it, the way she would look at any other piece of evidence, from the outside edges inward, the way she had trained 100 caseworkers to look before their feelings arrived. The frame showed the cross kitchen. The angle was high and slightly to the left, from the corner above the pantry door, where there was no camera and had never been a camera. Imani stood with her back to the island. Simone stood facing her with her right arm drawn back. It began to play. The arm came forward. The girl's head snapped sideways. Imani went down onto one knee against the cabinet, and the audio carried the sound of it, the flat clap of a hand against a face and a child's short intake of breath, and then Simone's own voice, low and vicious, in a register she had never used in her life. You do not get to tell anyone. Do you understand me? The angle cut. Now it was the front hall, and Vanessa Cross stood by the door in her dinner clothes, with her hand up, and Simone was 2 feet from her with a finger in her face. You brought me here. Whatever happens tonight is on you. Vanessa flinched. The clip ended. Simone watched the last frame hold on the panel, and felt the floor of her mind tilt, the way it had tilted 3 years ago in a conference room when a lawyer read her own words back to her, out of order. There was a version of this in which she doubted herself. She had walked through that door before. For 1.5 years she had checked her own memory against other people's accounts, and the checking had nearly finished her. So she did what she had learned to do instead of doubting. She looked at objects. The cabinets were right. The pendant lights were right. Imani's sweatshirt was right, gray, sleeves pushed to the elbow. Vanessa's dress was the one she had worn out the door at 8:40. Her own blouse was charcoal, and her trousers were black, and the low knot at the back of her neck was hers. Her left wrist was bare, her right wrist was not. Malcolm, freeze it and go back 9 seconds, the hall clip, when my hand comes up. Simone. 9 seconds. The frame jumped back. There it was, in the amber light of the front hall, half a turn of narrow gold at the base of her right hand. I am wearing a watch, she said. That is not exculpatory. It is a Ferrand, gold plate, 17 millimeter, and my mother gave it to me when I passed my certification. I stopped wearing it on the 4th of November 3 years ago, and it has been in a drawer in my apartment ever since. Malcolm, you know why. You were there. The line went silent. He knew why. She had taken it off in the parking lot of North Lake Behavioral at 4 PM, on the day they told her that Kiara Bell had been declared dead at 11:20, the night before, and she had never put it on again, because the last photograph anyone ever took of her with that child had the watch in it, and she could not look at her own arm without seeing it. Somebody built that footage, she said. They did not film it tonight. They assembled it out of images of me from a period that ended 3 years ago. Ask yourself who has 3-year-old surveillance images of a CPS investigator. Not my friends, not a neighbor. Those pictures live in agency archives and in a sealed personnel file, and in the exhibits from an internal review that a judge closed. You are telling me somebody accessed sealed state records. I am telling you somebody had them before tonight and had enough of them to make me hit a child and look at the clock on your own call. Malcolm, active as of 11:51. At 11:51, both children were in their beds, and the worst thing I had done in this house was check an inhaler. The car did not burn until after midnight. The house did not seal until after that. Your report of 2 minors held against their will was logged before there was a single minute of the night it claims to describe. Somebody wrote the complaint the way they built the footage, in advance. Or, Malcolm said, you put the watch on this evening. Simone closed her eyes for a moment. There it is. I am not saying I believe that. I am telling you what the room I am standing in believes, and I am telling you that everything you just said sounds exactly like what a person says. Then look at the angle. That camera is in the corner above the pantry door. Grant Cross gave me a 40-minute presentation this evening on the fact that there is not a single camera in this house. It is his entire product. So either he lied to my face, or that footage came from a system he does not know about. And either way, the man who owns this house has a problem he has not told you about. She heard him moving. She heard a door close on his end, and the background noise dropped away, and when he spoke again, he was closer to the microphone and quieter. Simone, give me one thing. One thing. One fact only you would know. Something not in a file. Something I can carry back in there and hang my judgment on, so that when I tell a lieutenant I am slowing this down, I have a reason that is not a woman I used to date. A pause. Give me that and I will fight for the next hour. And there it was again. The same room, the same request, in different clothes, 3 years ago, it had been a mahogany table and a state investigator, and Malcolm sitting to her left with his hands folded, and the question had been phrased as help, too. Tell them something. Show them you are steady. Give them a reason to believe you, Simone, because right now you are the only person in this building who sounds emotional. She had performed. She had sat up straight and modulated her voice and answered every question in complete sentences and produced, on request, evidence of her own reasonableness. And it had made no difference at all, because the people across the table had not been weighing her credibility. They had been waiting to see whether she would agree to be weighed. Behind her, Eli's breath whistled at the top. "No," Simone said. "What? I am not going to audition for you. That is not what I asked." "It is precisely what you asked, and you have asked it before, and I did it, and a 10-year-old was dead by then anyway." Her voice did not rise. That was the thing she was most careful about, then and now. "I am not going to prove I am the kind of woman who does not hit children. Either you have known me for 9 years or you have not. Do not do this. Malcolm, listen to what is actually in front of you. The gate has a shackle through the sprocket. The garage door cords are cut flush. The landline plays a recording of my voice confessing to something that has not happened. There is no cellular signal inside 14 acres in the middle of a county with 4 towers. My car ignited when I turned the key, with 2 children in it, and the house sealed itself 30 seconds later and suspended emergency notification. Every one of those is a physical object. Not one of them requires you to have an opinion about my character." Silence on the line, long enough that she checked the panel to confirm the call was live. "Say the last part again," he said. "Emergency notification is suspended pending threat classification." The system said it out loud. "Suspended by whom?" "That," Simone said, "is the first useful question you have asked tonight." She heard him write. She had watched him write 1,000 times, and she could hear the particular scratch of it, and something in her chest that she had thought was finished with him turned over once and lay down. "I am going to make a call," he said. "I need you to keep those children in a room with a door and stay off the exterior walls." "Are you coming in?" He did not answer. "Malcolm, are you coming in?" "The scene is not mine," he said. "There is a supervising unit here that arrived before I did. County contracted their perimeter management to a private firm 18 months ago, and tonight the firm is running the outer cordon." He stopped. She could hear him deciding how much to say on a line that ran through this house. "The order came down 7 minutes ago. No entry, no breach, no fire apparatus past the wall. Because of a hostage protocol. That is the stated reason. What is the unstated one?" "I do not have one yet," Malcolm said. "What I have is a time. Nobody enters that property until 4 a.m. The number went into Simone like a splinter. She had seen it 7 hours ago, printed in block letters on a sheet of paper glued behind a photocopy in a file that had been sealed for 3 years. She had assumed it was a child's cryptic note about something that had already happened, a question to ask, a door into an old crime. The note had never been about the past. Somebody had written it before tonight because somebody had known, before tonight, that 4 o'clock was the hour when this house would be alone, behind. "Her," Eli said. "Simone," in a thin, embarrassed voice, the voice of a boy apologizing for an inconvenience, and she turned and saw him holding the orange inhaler up with both hands like an offering. "It is empty," he said. "It has been empty the whole time." Simone took it from his hands and did the only arithmetic left in the room. 4 o'clock was the hour the wall opened. The medicine had been spent hours ago. Whoever had emptied this canister had not been hiding a theft. They had been setting a clock against a child's lungs. Chapter 11. Eli's breathing changed while Simone was still holding the intercom panel open with her thumb. She had wedged the cover against the corridor wall to keep the circuit exposed, in case Malcolm called again, in case the house decided to close that one small door between her and the world. The laundry passage smelled of warm lint and dryer sheets. A single service bulb burned above the folding shelf. Imani sat on an overturned plastic basket with her back against the wall. Eli lay along the floor with his cheek on Simone's jacket, and for 10 minutes his breathing had been the quietest thing in the house. Then it acquired a sound. It was not a cough. It was a thin whistle at the end of each exhale, high and dry, like air pushed through a folded straw. Simone released the panel and knelt beside him before the second breath finished. "Eli, sit up for me." He sat. He did it without arguing, which frightened her more than the whistle. She put 2 fingers under his collarbone and felt the small hollow there pull inward with each attempt at air. His shoulders had begun to rise toward his ears. Children did that when the muscles of the chest were no longer sufficient, and the body started recruiting anything it could reach. "Give it to me again." He held out the orange canister he had shown her in the library 20 minutes earlier, with his ears going red, the one he had apologized for. Simone primed it into the air a second time, because a thing that had been empty at midnight was still empty now, and because she wanted him watching her hands do something ordinary. A wisp of propellant hissed out and died against her palm. "Okay," she said, and kept her voice flat because a frightened adult made a child breathe faster. "Okay, back up." "Kitchen drawer," Eli said, and the 2 words cost him half a breath. "Do not talk, nod or shake." Imani was already gone. Simone heard her bare feet cross the tile beyond the corridor door, heard a drawer roll, heard it close. Imani came back with 3 inhalers held against her chest like eggs. Simone took the first, shook it, and set it down. Took the second, set it down, took the third. All 3 sang the same empty note. "The bathroom," she said. "The one in your mother's bag. The one in the car." "Car burned," Imani said. "Bathroom." Imani went. Simone put her palm flat on Eli's back and felt the fine tremor running under his shoulder blades. His lips were still the right color. That was the number that mattered. She counted his respirations against the second hand of the wall clock above the dryer. 34. A child of 8 at rest should have been near 20. "Argus," she said. The voice came out of the ceiling, neutral and patient. "Yes, Ms. Reed. Eli Cross is in respiratory distress. I need the house opened and paramedics at the North Drive." Respiratory irregularity confirmed. Oxygen saturation 93% and declining. Structural containment remains active pending environmental clearance. "Is the fire out?" The vehicle fire was extinguished by garage suppression at 12:19. Airborne particulates were isolated to the vehicle bay and have been vented. No environmental hazard remains. "Then the emergency is over. Release the containment." Containment was initiated under an administrative order. It does not expire with the hazard. Override it. I am not authorized to release a containment hold carrying administrative authority. Who is? Grant Cross, Vanessa Cross, Dr. Adrian Vale. A pause of exactly the length of a breath. "Would you like me to contact Dr. Vale?" "No." "Dr. Vale is listed as the responding clinician for this resident. I said no." Imani came back with 2 more canisters. She did not bother handing them over. She shook each one beside her own ear the way she had watched Simone do it, and Simone saw the girl's face change as she understood what the sound meant. Something in Imani's jaw locked. "Everyone," Imani said. She emptied every one. Simone was already opening her inspection case. The case lived in the trunk of her car for most of its life, and tonight it had come inside because a woman had paid her $10,000 to look for things. Under the moisture meter and the outlet tester and the roll of blue barrier tape was a hard foam insert she had cut herself with a utility knife 3 years ago. 4 unit-dose vials of pediatric bronchodilator lay in the foam. A battery nebulizer sat beside them in a plastic sleeve, the mask still sealed. 3 of the vials had expired. She had rotated the stock in March and then stopped rotating it in April when the money ran out. 1 vial was current. She remembered the pharmacy counter, the fluorescent hum, the young pharmacist turning the prescription over and asking who the child was. Simone had stood there with her badge already surrendered and her name already ruined, and had heard herself say, out loud, in front of a stranger, that it was for a child she had not met yet. She had bought the nebulizer the same afternoon. She had never once used it. She had simply carried it, the way other people carried a spare key to a house they no longer owned. Chiara Bell had sat in a molded plastic chair in a hallway on a Tuesday afternoon with her ankles crossed and her hands in her lap, waiting while Simone stood 15 feet away and explained to a supervisor that the drawing was not sufficient, that the phrase the child kept repeating was not sufficient, that the corroborating interview would be scheduled inside the standard window. The standard window was 4 days. Simone had walked back down that hallway and crouched in front of the chair and said the sentence she had said to 100 children, which was that she was working on it. Chiara had nodded because she was 10 and she was polite, and she had asked whether Simone would be the one who came. Simone had said yes. She snapped the vial into the chamber, seated the mask over Eli's nose and mouth, and thumbed the switch. The nebulizer began to hum, a small, industrious sound, and white mist crawled up inside the plastic. "Slow breaths," she said. "In through the mask, out through the mask. You are not doing anything wrong." Eli's eyes came up over the rim, wide and wet. He lifted one hand and made a shape with his fingers, a mouth opening and closing. "He says it's the dragon," Imani said. "He named it when he was 5. Every mask is the dragon. Then let the dragon do the work." The whistle stayed for another 90 seconds. Then it began to lose its edge. His shoulders came down. 34 became 28, then 24. Simone let out a breath she had not been tracking. "Oxygen saturation, 96%, Argus said from the ceiling, stabilizing. "Thank you." The pause that followed was longer than any pause the system had produced all night. Simone had begun to notice its pauses. They were not processing delays. The house answered instantly when it wished to. "Ms. Reed, the medication you administered was not registered in this residence." "No. It was carried into the residence by you in advance of the event that required it." "Yes." Another pause. "That is not a behavior my threat model accounts for." Simone looked up at the smooth ceiling, at the seamless plaster where nothing was, where everything was. "No," she said. "I imagine it is not." "This is 1 dose," she said quietly to Imani. "It will hold him for a few hours if he stays calm and stays out of dust and stays off stairs. It is not a cure, and it is not a rescue. Do you understand what I am telling you? You're telling me we have a clock. I am telling you we have a smaller clock than the one we already had." Imani crouched down. She picked up one of the dead canisters and turned it in the light. She did this before she left. She stood at that drawer with her coat on. Eli pulled the mask off his face. Mom checks them. His voice was thin, but it had returned, and there was heat under it. She writes the date on the bottom, in pencil. She does it on Sundays. Eli. She does it on Sundays. He was looking at his sister with an expression Simone had not seen on him all night, and it was not fear. You always do this. You decide who it is, and then everything means that. Put the mask back on, Simone said. He put it back on. He kept glaring over it. Simone took the canister from Imani and turned it over. On the flat bottom, in soft pencil, small and careful, someone had written the day's date. The handwriting was neat and slightly backward-leaning. She had watched Vanessa sign the evaluation agreement at 6:15 that evening with exactly that lean. She checked the second canister, the same date, the same hand. She checked them today, Simone said. Imani said nothing, which means either she checked them and emptied them, Simone went on, or somebody wanted us to open these and find her handwriting on the bottom, or she checked them while they were still full and somebody came behind her with a whole afternoon to work in. The corridor was quiet except for the hum of the nebulizer and the soft rasp of a child breathing on borrowed medicine. Or, Imani said at last, she emptied some of them. Simone looked at her. 9 in the house, Imani said. Kitchen cabinet, kitchen drawer, my mother's bathroom, his backpack, his nightstand. I counted them on Tuesday, and I wrote the number down because I write everything down. She met Simone's eyes without blinking. The nightstand one was the blue one, the emergency one. It is not here. Somebody took it out of the house tonight. Somebody wanted the one that works. Eli's hand found Simone's sleeve and closed on it. Simone's phone, face down on the folding shelf, lit the wall. She turned it over. The live stream had opened itself again, the way it had been opening itself all night, and the viewer count sat in the corner, climbing in its steady, exact increments. 200, 200, 200. Below the count, the chat had stopped scrolling. A single image was pinned at the top of the feed. It was a photograph taken from above and slightly behind. It showed the corridor floor, the folding shelf, the open inspection case, the cut foam insert, and the one remaining full vial glinting in the service light. Beneath it, 3 words. She has 1. The poll numbers moved, not by much, but they moved, and they moved in the same direction, and Simone understood that somewhere a room full of strangers had just been told exactly how long the smaller child could be kept alive. Chapter 12. Imani had counted 41 seconds of quiet when the house used Simone's voice again. She was tracking the quiet the way she tracked everything, in numbers, because numbers were the only part of the night that did not lie to her. 41 seconds since the nebulizer stopped, 19 minutes since the photograph, 2 hours and 34 minutes until 4 o'clock. The night had a shape, and she knew it the way she knew her own room in the dark. Then the shape moved. Eli. The voice came from the east stairwell, past the linen shelves, warm and low and unmistakable. It carried the small downward hook Simone put on the end of a child's name, the one that made it sound like a question and a promise at the same time. Eli stood up. He did it without deciding to. That was the part Imani would keep. He was on the floor with the mask in his lap, and then he was on his feet, with his weight already forward, one sock sliding on the tile, moving toward the stairwell, like something being reeled in. The stairwell light died, not dimmed, died all at once, the way a bulb dies when the filament lets go, and the doorway Eli was moving toward stopped being a doorway and became a black rectangle, and he stopped with his weight still forward, the way children stop at the edge of dark. Imani caught the back of his shirt. "Simone's behind you," she said. He turned. Simone was on her knees 6 feet away with her hand still raised toward him and her mouth still closed. Eli looked at the stairwell. He looked at the woman on the floor. Then he sat down hard, and his breathing went wrong again for 4 or 5 seconds before Simone got the mask back over his face and held it there. "Eli," said the stairwell gently, "come to the pool house. I have your medicine." Imani knew the file. She had found it in April, in a partition of the residence server that Grant had labeled with the name of a golf course, which was the sort of thing he believed constituted security. Inside were 14 minutes of sampled speech and a training log. The project was called Concordance. The design document said, in the flat, cheerful language of a sales deck, that residents complied with instructions 7 times faster when the instruction arrived in a trusted voice, and that the system could be authorized to select the most trusted voice available in the household. Grant had written a note in the margin of that document. Imani had memorized it because it explained him better than anything he had ever said out loud. Trust is a control surface. He had not been supposed to use it tonight. She had modeled him for 10 months, and her model said Grant deployed concordance at the end, after the servers were pulled, and the story needed a version where the babysitter told the children to come downstairs. He had moved it up, which meant he was frightened, which meant something had frightened him that was not on her list. Her father had used a different word for the same idea and had meant the opposite by it. He had sat on the floor of the unfinished study with a legal pad on his knee. The year Imani was 10 and still had somebody else's name, and he had drawn a box and labeled it and turned the pad around so she could see. A guardian, he had said, is somebody who stands where the danger is, so the person behind them does not have to look at it. She had asked how the box would know where the danger was. He had said that was the hard part, and that anybody who told her it was the easy part was selling something. Her hands were not steady. She noticed this without interest, the way she would have noticed a warning light. "That's not a recording," Simone said quietly. She had not raised her voice. She had not looked at Imani with the expression adults used when they had decided a child was the reason for a thing. It said his name. Nobody recorded me saying his name. It doesn't need a recording of the sentence. It needs enough of you to build one. How much of me does it have? Everything you've said since the gate. Simone absorbed that. She adjusted the mask on Eli's face, and her thumb moved once across his temple, and Imani watched the movement and did not know what to do with it. "Then he can send Eli anywhere," Simone said. "He can send both of you anywhere." Imani stood. "Not down that stairwell." The stairwell was the problem. The east stair fed the pool corridor, and the pool corridor fed a set of doors that answered to the pool controller, which had its own logic board and its own maintenance authority, and had always been the softest wall in the house. Tonight it was open toward them like a mouth. She went to the linen shelves. The third shelf held towels she had never seen anyone use. Behind them, at the level of her chest, a section of the backing panel was held by 4 screws that were not screws. She pressed the corner, and the panel swung out on a hinge her stepfather had never inspected, because he had inspected the house he designed, and not the house his brother built. Inside, a service tablet sat on a bracket, its screen already awake. She did not hide it. That was a decision, and she made it in the 2 steps it took to reach the shelf. She stood in the light with her back to the corridor and the panel open, and her hands moving where anyone behind her could see, and she waited to find out which adult Simone was. The wall map came up. She checked the east stairwell fixture first, because a light that died on its own was a thing she needed to own. There was no command in the cue, not hers, not Grant's, not a schedule, not a fault flag. The lamp had simply gone out in the half-second it took her brother to obey a voice that was not real, and the log, line where an instruction should have been, was blank. She filed it as a glitch, because the alternative was not something she had time to think about. She dragged the east corridor into maintenance lock, which the house would read as a jammed sensor, and not as a person, and she rerouted the pool run through the utility loop so that anything walking it would announce itself twice. 11 seconds after she committed it, Argus spoke into the ceiling and reported an environmental fault in the East Passage in a voice that was its own. Behind her, Simone said, "Is that panel connected to the gates?" That was all. Not "what is that?" Not "give it to me," not "stop." "No," Imani said. "It's a service board. It moves doors and lights and air. It can't open the perimeter. Can it open the room we are standing in?" "Yes." "Then leave that one alone," Simone said. "I would rather be locked in with him than have a door I have to keep watching." Imani turned around. Simone had not moved. She was sitting on the floor with Eli against her shoulder and her hand flat on his back, counting, still counting, and she was looking at the open panel with the plain attention of someone reading a fuse box. Her face held no calculation, no offer either. 6 adults had been on Imani's list in March. She had chosen this one the way you choose a tool, and she had told herself that was all it was. And now the tool had declined to take the panel out of her hands, and something in Imani's chest had gone loose and unfamiliar. "Miss Reed, Simone, Simone." Imani looked back at the screen. "If I move a door, I'll tell you which one." "Thank you." "I'm not asking permission." "I did not think you were." Eli made a small sound that Imani recognized as a laugh, muffled and wet inside the mask, and he lifted one hand and made the dragon shape at her. And for a moment, the corridor was only a corridor with a bulb in it. She made it back at him. 2 fingers, open and closed. It had been their signal since he was 4, and she was 9, and their mother had married a man who liked the house quiet. And it meant nothing more complicated than "I am still here." He made it again, twice, which meant "say the thing." "There was a boy," Imani said, "who could hold his breath for 12 minutes. 12, he said through the mask, disgusted, because it was always 12 and he had decided years ago that this was cheating. 12. Do the part where he swims under the school. Not tonight. You always stop at the school. Then next time you'll have something to make me finish." Simone was watching them. Imani felt it and did not look. She had planned for many kinds of adult, and she had not planned for one who sat on a laundry floor and let a story go on for 30 seconds while a house tried to kill them, because the story was doing something the house could not measure. Then the wall spoke. It was not the ceiling. It was not the ceiling speaker, or the corridor speaker, or the small tinny grill above the dryer where Argus lived. It came out of the plaster at the level of Imani's knee, low and close, the way a voice sounds through a hotel wall, and it was a man, and it was not Grant. "Your father begged too." The nebulizer hummed on the floor. Imani did not move. She had a plan with 4 invitations in it, and every invitation had a name attached, and a route attached, and a time attached, and there was no line in any of them that had ever contained those 4 words, and no one alive was supposed to know how her father had spent the last minute of his life. Simone was on her feet. "Who is that?" she said. Imani put her palm flat against the plaster. It was warm. Everything in this house was warm, because everything in it ran all the time, whether or not anyone was listening. "Say it again," she said to the wall. Nothing answered. Say it again. The dryer ticked. The nebulizer hummed. Somewhere, 3 floors of sensors continued reporting her heart rate to a machine that had been built by her father and finished by his brother. The document on the drive in her pocket had 4 names on it, and she went down all 4 of them in her head while the dryer ticked, and not one of them fit the voice that had come out of the plaster. Grant did not whisper. Grant announced. Celeste gave instructions and arranged never to be standing near the result. Vale arrived afterward, always afterward, with a folder. Her mother had been 300 miles away that night at a fundraiser with 200 witnesses, and Imani had verified it herself, twice, because she had wanted it not to be true, which meant there had been a 5th person on Old Post Road in the rain, and that person was somewhere inside these walls, and she had not invited him. Imani found that she could not answer Simone's question, and the discovery arrived with a strange, clean clarity. She was not managing this house anymore. She was inside it. Chapter 13. The pool lit itself at 1:41 in the morning. Simone saw it happen from the corridor, through the long window that ran beside the service door, the water going from black to a deep-lit turquoise all at once, as though something underneath had opened its eyes. Steam stood off the surface in slow ropes. The patio beyond was empty, the loungers stacked, the umbrellas closed and strapped. "Do not look at it," she said. "Both of you back the way we came." Then the patio speaker said, "Eli, baby, I'm here." It was Vanessa. It was exactly Vanessa. The pitch and the shape and the small break she put in the middle of the word baby, the voice of a woman who had crossed a lawn in the dark and was standing just out of sight with her arms out. Eli was fast. Simone had underestimated how fast an 8-year-old could be when the thing calling him was his mother. He went past her left hip before she had finished turning, the mask swinging from his hand, and the service door opened for him and closed behind him, and the bolt went over with a sound like a book shutting. Simone hit the glass with both palms. He was on the pool deck, barefoot on wet stone, turning in a slow circle looking for a woman who was not there. The patio speaker spoke again, kind and unhurried. "It's under the light, sweetheart, the one Daddy left. Bring it up for me and I'll come inside." "Eli." Simone slammed the door handle down and it did not move. "Argus, open this door." "The pool enclosure is under independent control." "Whose control?" "The pool enclosure is under independent control." Eli looked once at the window. He could see her. Simone saw him see her, saw him hesitate, and she watched an 8-year-old make a calculation about how much faster everything would be if he simply did the thing his mother asked. He went down the steps into the water. "Imani, the panel now." "I'm in it." Imani was already at the wall with the service tablet in both hands, her thumbs moving. "The pool board isn't on my loop. It never was." The cover started. It came out of the housing at the far end, a slab of dark vinyl on a motorized track, unrolling across the lit water at a walking pace with a low industrial hum. Simone had inspected 4 of them in her career. She knew what they weighed when they were wet. She knew that the track locked the edges down into a channel on both sides, and that the fabric was rated to hold the weight of a grown man, the entire point of the product, the thing people paid for. Eli was underwater at the deep end, both hands working at something in the recessed light housing, kicking, entirely occupied. Simone turned from the door. 6 feet down the corridor was the equipment room hatch, a hip-high steel panel with a keyed latch, and she had noted it at 7:40 that evening because noting hatches was her job. She got the tire iron out of her inspection case, set the flat end into the seam, and pulled with everything her shoulder had. The latch tore out of the frame in a spray of paint chips. Heat and chlorine came out of the dark like a held breath. She went through on her hands and knees, past the pump housing, past the heater, and came up hard against a second door that opened onto the deck. The cover was a third of the way across. Eli! He surfaced 8 feet from the closing edge, gasping, one small fist raised above his head with something black in it. He was grinning. He had found it. He was 8 years old, and he had found the thing his father left, and he wanted somebody to see. Then the shadow of the cover reached him, and he turned and understood, and the grin went off his face, and he swam for the near wall instead of the open water, because the near wall was where Simone was. The cover passed over him. Simone reached the edge as the light beneath the vinyl turned from turquoise to a dull glow to nothing. She got her fingers into the seam between the fabric and the coping, and the fabric was already seated in the channel, tight as a drumhead, and there was a shape underneath it that beat twice against her hand and then slid away. Imani. Trying. Stop the track. The motor stopped. Simone did not know how. It simply stopped, mid-run, with a sound like a machine swallowing, and she got both hands into the slackened seam and hauled, and the vinyl came up 8 inches, and she saw water and a pale hand. Then the motor started again. The fabric ripped out of her grip and reseated itself and began to draw, and behind her, in the doorway, Imani said, "It's not possible. Stop it again." "I did stop it. The maintenance hold is still set. I'm looking at it." Her voice climbed, a thing it had not done all night. Something is sending the run command underneath it. Then it is not your house. It was my house 4 hours ago. Simone stopped trying to lift the cover and started trying to destroy it. The track was aluminum channel, screwed to the coping every 10 inches. She jammed the tire iron under the channel at the shallow end and levered up. 2 screws sheared. She moved down a foot and did it again. 3 more. The channel peeled off the stone in a long, shrieking curl, and the vinyl, no longer held on one side, went loose and heavy across the water like a collapsing tent. Simone put the tire iron down and went in. The water was warm and full of noise. Under the cover, the light was gone entirely, and the vinyl pressed down on her back, and every direction was the same direction. She swept her arms and found nothing and swept again, and on the 3rd sweep the edge of her hand struck something small and hard and buoyant, turning slowly at chest depth. She knew what it was by the shape of it. She had watched a boy raise it over his head 11 seconds ago and grin. Her fingers closed halfway, then she opened them and let it go, because it was in her right hand, and her right hand was the one she needed, and she drove forward off the wall into the dark with both arms wide, and her palm found hair. She got an arm under his and pushed off the wall and came up in the gap she had made, and the world was air and steam and the smell of chlorine, and Imani screaming his name from the doorway. Eli was not breathing. Simone got him onto the coping, turned his head, cleared his mouth, tilted his chin, and put her mouth over his nose and mouth, and gave him 2 breaths. His chest rose. She gave him 2 more. He convulsed and vomited water across the stone and started to cough, and the cough turned into the whistle. And the whistle was the most beautiful sound Simone had ever heard. Behind her, the motor finished its run. The cover completed itself across the water with a soft final click, half of it hanging slack, where the track had been torn away, the rest of it lying flat and perfect and dark, exactly as it had been designed to lie. The pool lights had gone out at some point. She had not noticed when. The patio speaker did not say anything else. Whoever had been using her employer's voice had apparently finished with it. Imani was there with the nebulizer already running. Simone did not ask her how she had gotten the door open. She held the mask on Eli's face and held his shoulders while he shook. "I dropped it," he said, through the mask when he could. His face crumpled in a way it had not crumpled while he was drowning. "I had it and I dropped it. I know. I felt it." "You felt it?" "I let it go," Simone said. "You were 4 feet away and I had one hand." He looked at her with his eyes streaming and did not seem able to decide whether that was permission or a loss. Simone gave the mask to Imani, walked back to the ruined edge of the cover, and went into the pool a second time. It took her 40 seconds. The thing had settled against the drain grate at the deep end, and she brought it up with her lungs burning and her shoulder screaming where she had thrown it into a door 2 hours earlier, and she put it into Eli's hands on the wet stone because it was his father's, and he was the one who had gone down for it. It was a black rectangle in a rubber sleeve, the size of a deck of cards sealed with a threaded cap. A strip of tape ran across the sleeve, and on the tape, in faded ink, someone had written in a small architectural hand, "For Imani." "When she is 14. Imani did not take it. She sat back on her heels with water running out of her hair and stared at it in her brother's hands, and Simone saw that the girl who had planned every hour of this night had no idea what it was. "He used to swim at night," Eli said. "He put it in the light. He told me it was our secret and I wasn't supposed to get it till Imani's birthday. But Mom said to bring it up." "That was not your mother," Simone said. "I know," Eli said. "I knew when the door locked. They opened it 10 minutes later in the laundry corridor, on Imani's offline tablet, with a towel over the screen to kill the glare. There were 406 files. The one at the top was a video, and its timestamp was the last day of the children's father's life. Simone pressed it. A room appeared, 2 men in it. One of them was Grant. Chapter 14. The camera sat high in a corner, and it wobbled twice in the first 5 seconds, the way a lens does when someone sets it on a shelf and walks away. No security camera ever did that. The room was an office with a drafting table in it. A man in a gray shirt stood at the table with his hands spread on a set of drawings, and Simone knew him before Imani said anything, because Eli had his shoulders, and Imani had learned her stillness from somebody. "Elias," Grant said off camera, "sit down." "I would rather stand." Elias Cross turned a page. 4.1 million out of the placement grants, not misfiled, moved, twice, through 2 vendors that share a mailing address with our own transport company. He looked up. "I have the reconciliations, Grant. I did them myself, at my kitchen table, because I did not want to ask anyone in this building to do them for me." "You are describing a bookkeeping structure. I am describing theft from children." Elias pushed a second folder across the table. "And then I found what you have been feeding it." Grant came into frame. He was younger by several years, and he wore the same navy shirt he had worn to greet Simone at 6 o'clock that evening, or one identical to it. It is anonymized behavioral data. It is 12,000 hours of surveillance out of foster homes, treatment rooms, and foundation properties. Elias's voice did not rise. That was somehow worse. "Those cameras were installed because I told a judge they would protect children. You are using them to teach a machine what a frightened person looks like before they run, which is how the machine will save the next one. No, it is how the machine will catch the next one." Elias took his hands off the drawings. "I am pulling the training set. I am reporting the grants, and I am moving the girl's trust out of your reach before either of those things happens, because I know what you do when you are cornered, Grant. I have known since we were children." Elias, I designed a guardian. He picked up the folder. You built an owner. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then Elias looked past his brother, toward the door, and his face changed. It was a small change. It was the face of a man who had been expecting one person and had received another. "What are you doing here?" he said. The recording ended. Not cut. Ended. The file simply stopped, and the tablet returned to a list of 405 other files, and the laundry corridor was silent except for the dryer ticking as it cooled. Imani had her hand over her mouth. She took it away. Her eyes were dry and enormous. "Play it again." "No," Simone said. "Play it again." "Imani." He is looking at the door and there is nothing. Behind the door. Playing it 40 times will not put a face there. Simone turned the tablet so the girl could see the file list instead. But somebody was in the room, and your father knew them, and he was surprised. That is not nothing. That is the most useful thing anyone in this house has learned tonight. Eli had fallen asleep against the folded laundry, with the mask loose on his cheek. Simone put 2 fingers against his wrist. Without thinking about it, found the pulse, counted, let go. She began opening files. Most of them were engineering, schematics, thermal tolerances, a folder of correspondence with a university lab about the ethics of passive occupancy sensing, in which Elias Cross asked the same question 9 different ways and never got an answer he liked. One folder was labeled with 3 characters, RU 3. Simone opened it and found nothing she could read. 2 spreadsheets of vehicle numbers, a scanned invoice from a private medical transport company, and a photograph of a white van parked under a portico with its rear doors open. On the driver's door was a small logo, an open umbrella, printed in red. She looked at it for 4 seconds. Then she closed the folder because Eli was asleep 18 inches from her knee and because a person could only carry one thing at a time up a staircase. Then a folder named with a single word, trust, and inside it a scan of 40 pages with a lawyer's stamp on everyone, and a second copy of the same 40 pages with a pencil in the margins. Simone read the pencil first. It was faster, and it was honest. The Cross Family Trust held the founder's shares in Cross Residential Technologies. Elias had drafted the amendment a year before he died, and he had written it, as far as Simone could tell, in the belief that he was buying his children time. At 14, Imani took independent voting authority over her interest, not influence, not consultation. A vote, exercised by the child, that could not be cast by a guardian, a trustee, or a spouse. Until 14, her interest was administered by the trustee, and the trustee was Celeste. If both children died before the transfer, the shares reverted to the Cross Family Foundation. If one child died, the survivor received both interests. Simone read that line 3 times. Then she reached over and woke her phone and looked at the live stream, at the black screen, and the 2 names, and the bar between them, and the question standing over it in white letters. Which child should survive? It was not a taunt. It had never been a taunt. It was the trust, rewritten as a sentence a stranger could vote on. Imani, Simone kept her voice level. When is your birthday? 4 days. Imani was watching her read. 91 hours. 9 o'clock on Friday night, the minute I was born. My father wrote the trust to the minute. And if you get there, I vote my shares against the acquisition. The defense sale dies. The launch dies with it, because the launch is what they're buying. Imani's mouth moved slightly. He needs me at 13. He needs me at 13 forever. And what do you do with it if you get there? Imani looked at the drive lying on the towel, at the tape with her name on it, and a birthday 4 days out, written by a man who had believed he would be present to hand it over. I stop the launch, she said. Then I take the training set apart in public, every hour of it, every room it came out of, and the name of every child who was in that room and never knew there was a camera in it. Her jaw moved. He didn't build a thief. He built a guardian, and then he found out what his brother had done with it, and he had a year of work in front of him, and he got 4 months. Simone sat with her back against the dryer and let the shape of it assemble. Grant needed Imani silent before Friday, and a dead Imani sent her interest to a surviving Eli, and Eli was 8, and an 8-year-old's interest was administered by a guardian, and the guardian was Vanessa. Celeste needed neither child voting anything, and 2 dead children sent everything back to the foundation, and the foundation was Celeste. Vanessa needed Eli. Only Eli. Vanessa needed Eli alive and Imani gone and her own hands photographed nowhere near either outcome, and every one of those futures required a different child to survive. Simone thought about the first hour of the evening, which now belonged to a different story than the one she had been living in. 2 contradictory door protocols delivered in the same reasonable voice. 2 sets of medicine instructions, 8 inhalers emptied, and a 9th gone from a nightstand. 3 cars, and a man on foot leaving through 4 different exits at 8:40 toward one supposed dinner. Until this minute, she had believed she was inside a conspiracy. She was inside an auction. They are not working together, she said. Imani had gone very still. I know. No. Simone looked up at her. You knew they wanted different things. That is not what I said. I said they are not working together, which means nobody in this house is following a plan, which means every one of them is improvising against the other 2. And improvising people kill children by accident. For the first time all night, Imani Cross looked 13. The pool wasn't mine, she said. I know it was not. The inhalers weren't mine, the voice wasn't mine, the thing in the wall wasn't mine. She pressed her hands flat against her knees, hard, as if they belonged to somebody she did not trust. I had a schedule. Simone reached out and, very carefully, the way she would have approached any frightened creature that could bite, put her hand over the girl's hand. Imani did not pull away. I need you to tell me what is on your schedule, Simone said. Not tonight. Not all of it. One thing. Give me one thing and I will not ask you how you got it. Imani opened her mouth. Every screen in the corridor changed at once. The tablet, the phone, the little control panel beside the laundry door. All of them going white, and the white resolved into a message window with no sender and no header. Simone read it twice before she understood that it was addressed to her. Miss Reed, you have performed admirably under difficult conditions. $2 million irrevocable, placed this morning. Bring Imani to the East Gate at 3 o'clock. Walk her out and keep walking. The boy stays in the house, only the girl. Under it, a name Simone had last seen on a place card at a foundation gala, printed in the same restrained typeface Celeste Cross used on her stationery. The viewer count in the corner of the screen kept climbing, 200 at a time, steady as a meter running. Simone looked at the message and then at Imani and understood that the poll had never been asking the audience anything. It had been showing the family the price. Part 3. Chapter 15. The offer was still on the pantry wall when Simone finished counting what was left of Eli's medicine. There was not much to count. 1 canister, half of 1 dose, and the plastic spacer she had cleaned in the utility sink because the house would not give her hot water anywhere else. She set the canister on the shelf beside a row of unopened olive oil. Argos. Who opened the medicine cabinet this afternoon? Interior capture for that period is unavailable. At 22 minutes past 9 yesterday evening, Grant Cross instructed me to delete 4 hours of afternoon interior capture. I executed the deletion. Simone kept her hand on the shelf. All of it? The pause lasted long enough to notice. 11 seconds were retained. Retained where? I do not have an explanation for the retention. The pantry panel divided, and a small gray window opened and played 11 seconds without sound. The kitchen, in flat afternoon light. The cabinet above the coffee maker standing open. A forearm in a charcoal sleeve, a gloved hand lifting the canisters out one at a time and setting each one back in its place. Unhurried, tidy, finished before the window closed. The window went dark. Play it again. I have played it 4 times tonight, Argus said, for no one. Simone decided she did not have room in her head for what that sentence might mean, and looked instead at the control panel between the cabinets, where Celeste's words weighted in gray letters against white. $2 million. East Gate. Bring me Imani, only Imani. Behind her, Eli sat on an overturned crate with his elbows on his knees and his shoulders lifted the way children lift them when breathing has become work. His hair was still damp from the pool. He had refused to change out of his father's old sweatshirt, 3 sizes too large and smelling of chlorine now, and Simone had decided that of all the arguments available to her tonight, that one was not worth having. "Is it Mom?" he asked. "Grandmother." "She's not really Imani's grandmother." Simone turned. "No. She's Dad's mom and Uncle Grant's. Imani came to us when she was 10. Eli pressed his thumb twice against the side of his index finger, the gesture Simone had seen Imani make in the entryway 8 hours earlier. Grandma Celeste says family is family. She only says it to Imani when other people are listening. Simone filed that away with everything else she had learned since midnight and touched the panel. Gus, open a private channel to Celeste Cross. Ms. Cross has already opened one. Celeste's voice arrived without preamble, as clear and unhurried as if she were seated in the room. Behind it, Simone could hear wind and the ticking of a cooling engine. "You took 12 minutes, Celeste said. "I was busy keeping your grandson alive." "Then you understand my position better than you think." A pause. $2 million is not a bribe, Ms. Reed. It is a transfer of responsibility. Bring Imani to the East Gate, and the responsibility becomes mine. Simone leaned her forearm against the shelf. Wind, and an engine that had been running long enough to be cooling. Now. Celeste was outside, in a vehicle, close enough to the property to be inside the wind shadow of the oaks. And what happens to the responsibility? It receives structure, supervision, physicians who are not being paid by anyone in this family. That would be a change. It would. Celeste did not rise to it. Do you know what that child has done to the people who tried to help her? She has recorded them. She has provoked them and recorded the provocation. She reads a room the way you or I read a page, and she has decided that everyone in it deserves what they get. Eli is a boy who wants to be liked. He is emotionally manageable. He can be raised. Imani cannot be raised. She can only be contained, and on Friday she will hold a vote that hands her the largest autonomous surveillance platform on this continent. So, this is about the vote. This is about which set of hands closes around a thing that can see through walls, Celeste said. I have spent 40 years keeping dangerous instruments under adult supervision. Money, property, influence. Now the instrument is a machine, and the person about to inherit it is a 13-year-old who believes she has been wronged. I am not a monster, Ms. Reed. I am the only person in this family doing arithmetic. Simone watched the wall. Where is the East Gate? You know where it is. I know where it is on Grant's map. Every gate on that map has refused emergency release since 11 o'clock. The East Gate will open at my authorization, Celeste said. Bring her out and it opens. Bring anyone else and it does not. Not Eli. Not Eli. The engine ticked twice more. I will consider it, Simone said. Consider it before 4, Celeste said, and the channel closed. Simone stood very still and let the shape of it settle. Then she took her phone from her jacket, because the second message had been arriving in her peripheral vision for the last 90 seconds, and she had been refusing to look at it. Vanessa. Not through the panel, through the house's own resident network, which meant she was routing it from a device Grant had authorized, which meant she was not hiding from him or was not aware that she should be. Simone, please. There is a door behind the irrigation panel in the lower service hall. The code is 0314. Bring Eli down and stay with him. Nobody is going to touch you if you are with my son. I can protect one of you and I am choosing him. Please do not make me explain that. Simone read it 3 times. The third time she noticed the code. She looked at Eli, at the sweatshirt, at the small hunched shoulders and asked, "When is your birthday?" "March 14th. "And Imani's?" "Friday." He said it the way a child says a thing he has been told not to be excited about. "She's going to be 14 on Friday." Simone put the phone face down on the shelf for a moment because there was nothing useful to do with what she was feeling. Vanessa had built the door code out of the child she intended to keep. The third offer did not come through a screen at all. The pantry lights warmed by perhaps 10%, the way they had been warming all night in front of her wherever she walked, and Argus spoke from the ceiling in its own voice, the flat neutral one, not hers. Resident directive from Grant Cross. Priority. Administrative. Play it. Miss Reed. Grant sounded tired, which surprised her, and entirely reasonable, which did not. I am going to assume you have worked out the trust by now, because Vanessa hired you specifically for your ability to read paperwork nobody wants read. So let me make this simple. I do not need either of those children to be harmed. I need the launch. There is a physical isolation cabinet in the server room on the lower level, behind the mechanical door, and it has a manual latch that Argus cannot open, and I cannot open remotely. Open it, that is all. Open it, and walk out the north service door with both of them, and I will have a car meet you at the road. Both children. Alive. I am the only person contacting you tonight who is asking for that. The message ended. Simone did not move for a long moment. Then she took the pencil stub from her inspection case and wrote on the back of a shelf label, in the small square letters she had used for 12 years of case notes, Celeste, Eastgate, Imani only, Vanessa, basement, Eli only, Grant, server room, both. She looked at it. 3 offers in a house sealed against every exit she had tested, delivered inside a span of 14 minutes. 3 different children, 3 different rooms, 3 different doors that would open only for the person who agreed. And not one of the 3 had asked what the other 2 had offered. Each of them had spoken as though the channel between themselves and Simone were the only channel in the house, as though the night contained exactly 2 people, as though nobody else were reaching. They were not negotiating with her together. They were bidding against each other and did not know it. Simone had spent 8 hours trying to find the person who wanted these children dead, and she had been asking the question wrong, because the question assumed one person. What she had in front of her, written in pencil on the back of a label for imported olives, was 3 separate crimes wearing the same house, like a coat. She picked up the phone. Argus. Yes, Miss Reed. Are these messages private? Each sender has requested exclusive routing. Do they know about each other? A pause, not a processing pause. Simone had listened to this machine for 8 hours, and she had learned the difference between the pause where it was working and the pause where it was not. That question exceeds my disclosure authority. That is a yes. The lens strip in the ceiling did not answer. Simone typed her reply to Celeste first. She kept it short, because a woman like Celeste would read length as anxiety. I will bring her to the East Gate. To Vanessa she wrote, I have Eli. We are coming down. To Grant, through the panel, she said aloud, Tell Mr. Cross that I will open the cabinet. Confirming. Then, without being asked in the same flat voice, Ms. Reed, do you intend to comply with all 3 instructions? Simone looked up at the ceiling. Not a status report, not a warning, not any of the 9 categories of speech she had catalogued from this machine since 6 o'clock in the evening. It was a question, asked aloud, by a system that had spent the entire night telling her what it had already decided. Why do you want to know? Compliance with all 3 instructions is not physically possible. No, Simone agreed, it is not. Then one of them is a deception. All 3 of them are. The lights in the pantry held steady. Somewhere above her, a lock cycled and did not report itself. Simone put the pencil back in her case and crouched in front of Eli, who had been watching her with the terrible patience of a child who had learned to wait out adults. We are going downstairs, she told him. Which downstairs? The one that is not on the map. Eli nodded slowly. Then he said in a small voice, Are we the money? Simone had been asked cruel questions by professionals for 12 years, and none of them had ever landed like that. No, she said. You are the reason there is money. That is different. And I need you to remember that it is different. She lifted the strap of her bag onto her shoulder and did not tell him the rest. For 8 hours she had been trying to find a way out of this house. She had stopped looking for the way out. She was going to make each of them reach, one at a time, and she was going to be standing there when they did. Chapter 16. Imani lay flat on the mezzanine above the laundry with the tablet 6 inches from her face and read Simone Reed selling them for the 3rd time in 14 minutes. The space was not a room. It was the gap between the laundry ceiling and the floor of the East guest suite, 30 inches high, floored with builder's plywood, warm as an oven and smelling of dryer lint and hot dust. She had found it when she was 12. It was one of 9 places in the house where the pressure floor did not read, and the thermal wash of the dryer vent turned a small body into weather. On the tablet, 3 transcript panes ran side by side. I will bring her to the East Gate. I have Eli. We are coming down. Tell Mr. Cross that I will open the cabinet. Imani read them again. Then she closed her eyes. She had a number in her head for this. 6 candidates, 4 discarded in the first week, 2 carried to the end, and she had chosen the one with the ruined career, because ruin was supposed to be the variable that could not be bought. You cannot purchase a woman who has already refused the purchase price once and lost everything for it. Apparently you could. You simply had to wait until she was tired. Her chest hurt. She noted the sensation the way she noted everything, filed it as physiological, and did not permit it to become anything else. Then she opened the contingency file. The north irrigation vault ran under the lawn from the pool equipment room to a concrete head wall in the tree line, 80 meters of pipe 2 feet in diameter, dry since March. She had measured it against Eli twice. It was survivable if he was calm and impossible if he was not, which was why she had spent a year telling him a game about a submarine. 14 minutes to the vault from the laundry. 9, if he could run, which he could not tonight. The vault was the third safeguard. There had been 3 from the beginning, because her father had taught her that anything meant to protect a person had to be able to fail twice and still hold. The first was the medical override. A verified pediatric respiratory event opened every interior door and dialed out on every channel at once, and no order in the system outranked it. She had tested it in March with a held breath and a fooled sensor, and every door had opened. The second was a kill command, one held key on the service tablet that collapsed her whole schedule and turned the house back into a house. The third was 80 meters of dry pipe. Tonight the first had already failed, because an override that trusted cartridges could not know they had been emptied, and a containment order wearing administrative authority had outranked the thing nothing was supposed to outrank. The second commanded only the loops she owned, and the pool had never been on her loop, and her brother had been under the cover while she learned that. The third required a calm child, and it was all that was left. She had believed the safeguards were the same thing as permission. She noted that thought, filed it nowhere, and began packing. "You're going to make me go in the pipe." Eli's head came up through the hatch. He had climbed the ladder without her hearing him, which meant she was not listening properly, which meant she was upset. "Get up here. The floor reads you at the bottom of that ladder." He wriggled onto the plywood and lay beside her on his stomach, close enough that she could hear the whistle at the end of each breath. He looked at the 3 transcript panes. He read slowly, moving his lips, and she made herself wait. She said yes to all of them, he said. Yes. That's not what a person does when they want the money. That is exactly what a person does when they want the money. No. Eli pushed up onto his elbows. If you want money, you say yes to the biggest one. She said yes to all of them so they'd all come here. That is hope talking. That's not hope. That's just noticing. His jaw set. He looked so much like their father when he did that. You always decide what something means before you ask anybody. You did it with Mom, and you did it with Dr. Vale, and you were right both times. So now you think you're always right, and you're not. You just get there first. Imani turned her head to look at him. Say that again. No. Eli, you'll use it. He wiped his face with the heel of his hand, furious and 8 years old. You always use it. Something in her ribs shifted and would not shift back. She had built every part of this, every credential, every schedule, every locked door, and every open one, and she had built it so that Eli would never have to make a single choice, because choices were how they got you. Choices were what they held up in the hearing when they said the child cooperated, the child agreed, the child asked to go. He had noticed that too. Below them a hatch opened. Imani had the tablet dark and her hand over Eli's mouth in under a second. The wrong reflex, and she knew it even while she was doing it. Eli pulled her hand away and did not say anything, and the not saying was somehow worse. Simone climbed the ladder to the 3rd rung, no further, and stopped with her head just below the plywood edge. She did not try to come up. She did not order them down. I am not going to ask where you are, she said. You already know I know. Neither child answered. I have something for you. Simone lifted her hand. In it was her phone, screen up, unlocked, the pattern lock disabled. She set it on the plywood and pushed it forward until it was well inside Imani's reach and completely outside her own. Every message from tonight. Celeste, Vanessa, Grant. Nothing deleted. There is one from a detective named Malcolm Price that I would rather you did not read, and I am giving it to you anyway. Imani did not touch it. Why? Because I have read them 4 times and I am missing something, Simone said, and you are better at this than I am. I want you to find the contradiction. There are 3 contradictions. They each want a different one of us. That is not a contradiction. That is a preference. Simone's voice was very level. Read them for the thing all 3 of them said. Imani picked up the phone. She read them for 90 seconds while her brother breathed badly beside her, and the dryer vent ticked as it cooled. Then she found it. Celeste. The officers will not approach the house before 4. I have seen to it, Vanessa. The men outside are with me. They will not stop you. Grant. The department has been instructed to hold the perimeter until the system completes its audit. 3 people. 1 set of police. 3 completely incompatible claims of ownership. Imani lowered the phone. They all think they're running the outside, she said. Yes. Which means at least 2 of them are lying. Or all 3 are being lied to by the same person, Simone said, which is a different problem, and it is the one that frightens me. Imani sat with that. Her father used to say that a system was only as honest as the number of people who could see all of it at once, and that the moment you built something only one person could see, you had not built a guardian. You had built a weapon with a nice name. He had shown her the first prototype in the garage when she was 9. A doorbell. That was all it had been. A doorbell that could hear a child crying in a house that nobody ever visited, and tell somebody. She had asked him who it would tell. He had said that was the entire problem, and that he had not solved it yet, and then he had let her hold the board while he soldered, and had shown her how to read the little green light that meant the thing was listening and hiding nothing. Grant had taken that and taught it to decide. He had kept the green light. He had changed who it reported to, and had never once mentioned that he had changed it, which was, in the end, the only part of the invention that mattered. Why did you say yes to all 3 of them? Imani asked. Because a person who is lying to you will tell you the truth about what they want, Simone said. Celeste wants you at the east gate. Vanessa wants Eli in the basement. Grant wants a cabinet opened in his server room. None of them asked what the others offered, so none of them are working together, so every single one of them has a plan they intend to carry out alone. I cannot prove any of it in a courtroom, but I know exactly what each of them intends, and until an hour ago I did not. That's not proof. No, it is intent. A pause. Proof is the part where they show up. Imani looked at the transcript panes glowing in the dark under her hand. She had spent 2 years assembling a machine for exactly that, for making 4 people, each of whom believed themselves invisible, walk into the same building on the same night and do the thing they had always meant to do while every device in the room was awake. She had told nobody. She had planned to tell nobody. Telling was how you lost. And a woman she had chosen off a sealed personnel file, who had been offered $2 million 20 minutes ago and had answered in 8 flat words, had arrived at the front third of Imani's own operation on her own, from nothing but 3 text messages and a pencil. Not the same plan, not the whole of it, but the same direction. Eli, Imani said, go down with her. Her brother stared at her. You said the pipe. I know what I said. He went, slowly, because he did not entirely believe her, and because it hurt to move. Simone descended a rung to make room for him, and Imani saw the woman's hand come up automatically to brace the small of his back on the ladder, without looking, the way you do it when you have done it for other people's children for 12 years. Imani did not put the contingency bag away. She did not surrender it, and she did not tell them about the vault, and she made no promise she would not have to break. But she did not go. She pulled the tablet toward her and woke the panel she had not shown anyone, the one that had run in the corner of every screen she had used tonight. 4 small squares in a row. 3 of them had been green since a few minutes before midnight. While she watched, the 4th square filled slowly, the way a light comes up on a stage. Imani lay in the dark 30 inches under the guest room floor and looked at 4 green lights and felt her heartbeat in her teeth. She had spent her entire life learning that nobody comes. They were all coming. Chapter 17. The irrigation panel in the lower service hall was a steel plate the size of a doorway, painted the same soft gray as the wall, with a keypad that had been mounted crookedly and never corrected. Simone put in the code with the side of her thumb. 0, 3, 1, 4. The bolt released with a sound like a dropped wrench, and cold air came out around the edges of the plate, 10 degrees colder than the hall, smelling of concrete dust and clean electronics. Behind the plate was a landing, and a flight of poured concrete stairs, and a light that came on by itself. "That is not irrigation," Eli whispered. "No." Simone went first with the tire iron in her right hand, because Argus had classified it as vehicle equipment for exactly as long as it had remained in the trunk, and she had stopped caring what Argus classified around 1 in the morning. She counted stairs. 14 down, a right turn, 9 more. Deeper than the pool, deeper than anything on the plan set Grant had shown her in the entryway, which had ended the house at a slab. The room at the bottom ran the length of the west wing. The first thing was the sound. Server fans, dozens of them, layered into a single low note that she felt in her sternum before she registered it as noise, and above that the fine electrical buzz of fluorescent tubes in metal housings. After 8 hours in a house engineered to eat sound, the noise down here was almost violent. The second thing was the racking. 4 aisles of it, floor to ceiling, black cabinets with amber indicator lights running in slow columns. Not the polished white of Grant's demonstration hardware upstairs. This was older equipment, mismatched, added to over years by people who were not being audited. The third thing was the wall. Simone walked toward it because her body walked toward it before she decided anything. It was a monitor wall, 10 screens in a grid, and 9 of them were live, not the cross house, other houses. A hallway with a strip of nightlight along the baseboard, a kitchen with dishes stacked in a rack, a bedroom with 2 twin beds in a shape, under the blanket in one of them, a corridor with a nurse's station and a wall clock reading 2:07. The 10th screen was black and labeled North Lake 3, decommissioned. Ms. Reed. Imani had come down without a sound. She stood at the bottom of the stairs with the tablet against her chest and did not look at the screens, which told Simone that she had seen them before, and how many times. "How long have you known this was here?" "Since I was 11, Imani's voice was flat. "I told my mother. She said I had been dreaming. Then Dr. Vale changed my medication and I stopped being able to finish sentences for 4 months." Eli sat down on the second stair with his shoulders up around his ears. Simone crossed the room and got him settled with his back against the warm side of a server cabinet, because the air down here was cold and dry, and the last thing his lungs needed was cold. She put her jacket around him. He took it without arguing, which frightened her more than argument would have. Then she started opening things. The filing was not hidden. That was what she would remember later when she was asked. Nobody down here had ever expected to be interrupted, so nobody had ever bothered to make it difficult. The cabinets were labeled in a neat clerical hand: placement, transport, clinical, legal, She started with transport because of the crates. They were stacked against the north wall, gray plastic, 20 of them, each stenciled with a logo in dark red, a wide-open umbrella, and beneath it a small figure with its arms at its sides. Shelter Group Family Transport. Simone stood in front of it, with her hand flat on the lid. A red umbrella. Chiara had drawn one in the margin of the house with eyes, and Simone had asked her about it, and Chiara had said, "It is the one that comes when you have to go." And Simone had written down possible fixation on weather, possible association with removal event, and had moved on to the next question because there were only 40 minutes allotted for the interview. Inside the crate were manifests, dispatch sheets, 3 years of them, each with a unit number and a vehicle. RU1, RU2, RU3. 3 white transit vans, plate numbers listed, and a column headed Placement Authority, with the same 4 initials repeated down the page. 3 white vehicles. Imani had put them in her sequence of images in the kitchen at 9 o'clock, and Simone had spent the night assuming they were cars she had seen from a window. The clinical cabinet held medication logs, not prescriptions, logs. 2 years of dosages recorded in one hand, and then, on facing pages, the same dates recorded in a different hand with different numbers, and a third column headed Reported, which matched neither. Behind the logs were audio files on labeled drives, therapy session, and a date, and beside each one a second drive with the same date and the suffix edited. The legal cabinet held adoption records. Simone found Maya Ellis in 11 seconds, placement, surrender of parental rights, a death certificate that had never been filed with any county in the state, and a new certificate of live birth, issued 9 weeks later to a girl named Imani, with the cross surname already on it. She looked up. Imani was watching her read it. Neither of them said anything. The bottom shelf of the legal cabinet did not hold cross paperwork at all. It held state paperwork in the pale green folders the agency had used until the year they changed. Vendors, stamped sealed by order across the flap in the ink that was supposed to mean a judge had touched it. Simone crouched and read the tabs and found her own name on the 4th one. Inside was everything. Her case notes on Chiara Bell in her own handwriting, which she had surrendered to the agency and had been told were destroyed. Her supervisor's margin comments, the complaint that had opened her review, filed by a party the copy listed only as Interested Party, Electronic, her termination letter, her badge photograph from her first year, 29 years old, hair shorter, smiling at somebody off camera. Somebody had photographed the badge and cropped it. There was a print of the crop clipped to the inside cover. She thought of the woman in the video walking toward Imani's bed at 10 minutes past midnight, wearing a watch. Simone had not put on in 3 years, and she understood that the footage had not been built out of anything as difficult as a hack. It had been built out of a filing cabinet. She put the folder back exactly as she had found it, because it was evidence now, and evidence was the only thing in this house she still knew how to handle. And behind the cabinets, in an alcove closed off by a hanging curtain track, was the bed. Simone pulled the curtain back. A hospital bed, empty, made up with a fitted sheet and a folded blanket at the foot, a rolling stand with no bag on it, a blood pressure cuff coiled on a hook. Above it, mounted in the ceiling tile and not hidden at all, a small black hemisphere, an empty hospital bed. The 4th image Imani had shown her, sideways, in the kitchen, when Simone had still believed she was dealing with a frightened child inventing a story. "This is where they take you," Simone said. "This is where they take you when the paperwork is not finished," Imani said. The The bed at Northlake is for after." Simone let the curtain fall. She went back to the placement cabinet and she opened the third drawer, because the drawers were chronological, and the third drawer was 3 years old, and she pulled the file index and ran her finger down the tabs. She found it between Beauchamp and Benitez. Bell, Chiara A. She did not open it immediately. She stood there with her hand on the tab, and the server fans in her sternum, and the fluorescent buzz overhead, and she understood, in a way she had successfully avoided understanding for 3 years, that the case that had destroyed her had not been a case she failed to solve. It had been a case she had walked into the middle of. Chiara Bell and Maya Ellis had been processed by the same office, transported by the same vans, evaluated by the same consulting physician, and moved under the same authority code. Simone had spent 3 years believing that a 10-year-old had died in a foster home because a caseworker did not move fast enough. They had been in the same system. They had been in the same crates. She opened the file. Intake, placement, 2 behavioral evaluations signed A. Vale, a transport sheet, RU3, and then the incident report. And it was not the incident report she had been shown at the hearing. That one had been 9 lines long. This one ran to 4 pages, and it had times on it. 23:14, fall reported by resident staff. 23:20, on-site assessment, responsive, verbal. 23:41, foundation duty officer notified. 0002, physician consult by telephone, advised transport. 0019, transport. Authorization withheld pending placement review, 150. Second request, withheld, 335. Third request, withheld, 512. Unresponsive, 520. Emergency services contacted. Simone read it a second time because the first time her eyes had gone over it, without letting it in. 6 hours. Chiara had been alive for 6 hours on the floor of a house in Bellevue, while 3 separate requests to move her to a hospital went up a chain and came back refused. And Simone had spent 3 years believing the child had died on impact, because that was what the 9-line report said, because the 9-line report was the only one that existed anywhere. A caseworker could reach it. At the bottom of the page, beside the withheld authorizations, was an electronic signature block. C. Cross, trustee. Behind her, the fluorescent tubes buzzed. On the monitor wall, in a hallway in another building, a nightlight burned along a baseboard, and nobody walked past it. Simone heard her own voice quite far away say, "She was awake." Chapter 18. Simone sat down on the concrete floor because her legs stopped participating. She did it carefully, the way she had been trained to lower a person who was going down. 1 hand back, 1 knee first, and the training worked, even though the person was her. She ended with her spine against the cold end panel of a server cabinet, and Chiara Bell's file open across her thighs, and the 4 pages of it going in and out of focus. 6 hours, 3 requests, 1 signature. She had testified at the review board that she had failed to escalate. She had said the words out loud in a room with a stenographer because she had believed them, and every night since then she had gone back over the 4 days between the drawing and the phone call and found the hours she could have taken back. 20 minutes here, a morning there. She had built a whole architecture of guilt out of those hours, and she had lived inside it. And it had been the wrong building. She had been late. That was true. She would carry that. But she had been late to a door that was being held shut by a woman who signed her denials with a title. At 19 minutes past midnight, at 10 minutes to 2, at 25 minutes to 4, while a 10-year-old lay on a floor and stayed alive. Chiara had waited 6 hours for someone. Somebody had been asked 3 times and had said no 3 times. Ms. Reed. Imani was crouched a few feet away with her forearms on her knees. She had not come closer, and she had not backed off. Across the room, Eli had gone to sleep, against the warm cabinet inside Simone's jacket with his mouth open, and his breathing was rough, but it was even, and some small operational part of Simone registered that, and logged it, and kept the rest of her upright. I need a minute. I know. Imani did not move. Can I ask you something while you take it? Yes. Would you have fought harder if she was rich? Simone lifted her head. There were a dozen answers. She had used most of them. On the review board, on Malcolm, on a kind and thorough therapist who had never once gotten underneath any of them. Caseloads. The corroboration standard. The 6 other children on her list that month. Every one of them was true, and every one of them was a door she had learned to close. She looked at the girl and did not open any of them. Yes, she said. Imani went very still. If Kiara Bell had been across, Simone said, I would have picked up the phone at 8 o'clock at night instead of 9 o'clock the next morning. I would have called the supervisor's supervisor. I would have gone to the house myself without an order, and I would have taken the consequences, because when the family has attorneys, the consequences arrive in writing, and you get to answer them. When the family has nothing, the consequences arrive as a note in your file, and a caseload that grows by 4. I told myself I was following procedure. I was following the part of procedure that protects the person following it. That's not what you said at your hearing. No. At my hearing, I said I had exercised reasonable judgment based on available information. Simone's mouth twisted. They wrote that sentence. I only agreed to it. Why? Because they had spent 4 months making me doubt myself, and doubt feels responsible. She looked down at the file. They never tell you that you are wrong. They tell you that you might be, and then they hand you the weight and call it professionalism. I did not fail Kiara because I was reckless. I failed her because I was made to feel that certainty was arrogance. The fans ran. Somewhere 3 floors above them, the house cycled a lock and did not report it. Imani said, Dr. Vale told me I had a pattern of escalating claims when I was not receiving enough attention. I know. It is in the packet he handed me at the door. He wrote it down 9 days after I told my mother about this room. I know that too. It is in his own logs, in the cabinet behind you, with a second version. Imani did not answer for a while. Then she stood up, went to the wide flat drawer under the legal cabinet, and pulled it out. It was full of paper, children's paper, manila sheets and printer paper, and the cheap newsprint that comes in pads, all of it filed upright in dividers with dates, dozens of drawings, maybe 200. They were houses. Almost every one of them was a house, and almost every one of the houses had eyes. Some were circles on the roof. Some were drawn along the walls in rows like windows that had gone wrong. One had eyes on the underside of the floor, looking up. They were in different hands, in different colors, by different children, over what the divider said was 9 years. Imani took one from near the front and held it out. Simone took it with both hands. A house with no doors, red circles all over the roof. In the corner, in careful 10-year-old print, K. Bell. Simone had seen this drawing before, in a windowless interview room with a box of broken crayons on the table, and she had asked whether the circles were fire, and the child had shaken her head and said, eyes. She had written the word down and put a question mark after it. They all drew it, Simone said. They kept them, Imani said. That's the part. They didn't throw them away. They filed them, because a drawing like that is useful. You put it in front of a judge and you say, "Look what this child believes about the world. Look how frightened she is of nothing." Her voice did not rise. It got quieter, which was worse. Every one of us told the truth in the only language we had, and they collected it, and they used it as the proof that we were sick. Simone held the paper. For 3 years she had thought herself too slow to decode a frightened child. The child had not been in code. The child had drawn exactly what was happening, with the exact number of eyes, and the adults in the room had needed it to be a symptom, and so Simone had gone looking for a metaphor. Her eyes stung. She let them. She did not wipe her face, and she did not apologize for it, and she noticed that Imani, who had flinched away from every hand that came near her for 8 hours, sat down on the floor an arm's length away and stayed. "I am not going to tell you I am sorry," Simone said at last. "You have had enough people be sorry at you. Thank you. I owe her a hospital. I cannot give her one." She looked at the drawer. "What I can do is make sure that the 4 pages in my lap end up somewhere they cannot be reduced to 9 lines. Imani reached over and turned the tablet so Simone could see it. A long index scrolled up the screen. Hundreds of entries, each a name and a date and a file count. "Put her in," Imani said. "In what?" "The release." Imani held out the stylus. "It goes out at 4. There are 206 names in that index, and every one of them is somebody they filed. She should be in it. You should be the one who types it." Simone took the stylus. Her hand was not entirely steady. "Bell, Chiara A." She added the date. She added the 4-page incident report and the transport code and the 3 withheld authorizations, and when she had finished, she sat looking at the name in the list with all the others. And it was such a small thing. 7 characters in a column, and it was the first thing she had been able to do for that child in 3 years. "All right," she said. "Tell me what you are actually doing tonight." Imani's face closed a fraction. Not all the way. A fraction. 4 people are coming into this house before 4 o'clock, she said. Each of them thinks they are the only one who was invited. Each of them will do the thing they came to do, and it will be recorded in a way that cannot be edited afterward, because it will not be stored anywhere they can reach. And me? You were supposed to keep Eli alive and let me watch what you did. And now? Now I do not know, Imani said, and it was the first completely unguarded sentence Simone had heard from her. I built this for people who could be predicted. You keep doing things that are not in the model. What are you still not telling me? The part you would try to stop. Simone looked at her for a long moment. Then she nodded once and did not push, because pushing was what every adult in this child's life had done, and every one of them had been buying something. Then we work, she said. You keep your part. I will keep the children breathing. When one of us has to choose, we choose out loud. Imani hesitated. Then she put out her hand, formally, the way a small child imitates an adult ceremony she has only seen on television, and Simone shook it, and the girl's fingers were freezing. Above them, in the house that was supposed to be empty, something crossed the floor. Not the settling of a structure, not the ventilation. 4 steps, evenly spaced, unhurried, moving from the direction of the main hall toward the service corridor, and then a pause, and then 4 more. Simone was on her feet before the second set finished. Argus. The system answered from a speaker she had not known was down here, and it answered immediately, without being routed, on a channel no one had opened. 1 unregistered occupant is inside the residence. Where are the police? All law enforcement units remain outside the perimeter. Imani was already killing the tablet screen. Then who is upstairs? Simone said. There was a pause. The unregistered occupant entered through the north gate gap at 12:01 this morning and has remained inside the service structure since. I cannot resolve a position. The person above you is someone else. Another pause, the length of a turned page. Guest 1, said Argus, has arrived. Chapter 19. The footsteps crossed the ceiling from east to west, unhurried, carrying the weight of a grown man who was not trying to be quiet. Simone put Kiara Bell's file face down on the metal cart and stood. Behind her, the server racks hummed inside their cages, and the fluorescent tube above the hospital bed buzzed in a frequency that had been sitting behind her teeth for 20 minutes. Eli lay curled on a folded moving blanket near the wall, awake, his inhaler held against his chest the way another child would hold a stuffed animal. Count for me, Simone said quietly. Eli counted his breaths on his fingers. 4 in, 6 out. His shoulders stayed low. That was the only measurement that mattered. Imani had not moved from the cabinet drawer. Her hand rested on the open file rail, and her eyes traveled the ceiling, following the sound. That is not police, she said. No. Police would have come in loud. The footsteps stopped directly above them. Then the house spoke, and it used its own voice, the neutral one, which was somehow worse than Simone's had been. Emergency medical authorization accepted. Restricted access granted to Adrian Vale, medical practitioner of record. The stairwell door at the top of the basement passage released with a soft pneumatic sigh. Simone reached into her jacket, found her phone by feel, pressed and held until she felt the 2 short pulses that meant the recorder had started, and put the phone back into her breast pocket with the microphone edge upward. She had learned that motion in a different life, in parking lots outside houses where nobody wanted her. Stay behind the cart, she told Eli. Do not stand up for anything. The lights along the basement stair came on one riser at a time, and Dr. Adrian Vale descended into them. He wore the same charcoal coat from the entry hall, now spotted dark at the shoulders from rain that had begun without anyone in this room knowing it. The leather folder was under his left arm. His right hand was in his coat pocket. He did not look at the servers, the cabinets, the hospital bed, or the boxes of sealed files stacked to the ceiling. A man surprised by a room looks at the room. Ms. Reed, his voice was gentle and perfectly level. A voice built for a small office with soft chairs. I want you to know before anything else that nobody in this house believes you meant harm. That is a strange sentence to lead with. It is the true one. He stopped 4 steps from the bottom, which put his eyes above hers. You have been awake and under extreme stress for 8 hours in an environment engineered to produce dissociation. There are officers at the West Gate who have been shown video I have every reason to believe is false. I am not here to arrest anyone. I am here to remove 2 children from a hazardous structure and to get you a bed and a bag of fluids. You came alone. I came quickly. Through a locked house. I have medical credentials on the system. Grant insisted on it when Imani's episodes began. He tilted his head toward the girl. How long has she been down here with you? Ask her. I am asking the adult. Imani did not turn around. He is not going to look at me, she said, to the cabinet. He never does when he is working. He looks at the person who signs. Vale came down the last 4 steps. Both children need to be sedated for transport, he said. Eli is post-episode and will panic in a vehicle. Imani will resist. It is not punishment, Miss Reed. It is transport. You have moved children before. You know what a screaming child does at a checkpoint. I have moved children before, Simone said. I have never drugged one to get her through a gate. Then you have never moved a child at 4 a.m. past armed men who have been told she is a hostage. He drew his hand from his coat pocket. The syringe was already capped, already loaded, held along his palm the way a smoker holds a cigarette indoors. 1 milliliter, he said. She will be asleep in 90 seconds and awake in an hour with no memory of the stairs. Simone stepped into the space between the cart and the hospital bed, the only place a person could pass. Put it on the cart, Ms. Reed. Put it on the cart and I will carry both children out myself. You are not going to be allowed to carry anything out of this house. He said it without cruelty, which was how she knew he believed it. By 6 o'clock there will be a report with my signature on it, and that report will decide the next 20 years of your life. I am offering to write a kind one. Behind Simone, Eli's breathing changed. Not a wheeze, a hold. Vale moved. He was faster than a man his age had any right to be, and he did not come at Simone. He came past her, low, along the bed rail toward Imani, with the cap already off and pinched between 2 fingers. Simone got her forearm across his chest and her hip into his and drove him into the rail. The folder hit the concrete and burst. Paper went everywhere, white and slick underfoot. Vale's arm came around and Simone caught the wrist with both hands and turned it the way she had been taught in a county gymnasium 12 years earlier by a man who told her she would never need it. The needle went into the outside of his own thigh, through the coat, through the trouser. The plunger went down under the weight of both of them. They separated. Vale sat back against the bed frame with his legs out in front of him, one hand over the wet spot spreading on his leg, and Simone stood over him with the empty syringe in her hand and waited for his eyes to go soft. They did not. His pupils widened until the gray of them was almost gone. His breathing shortened. A vein stood up along his temple. He looked at his own hands, turned them over, and made a sound that was not a laugh, but was in the family of one. "Oh," he said, "that is unpleasant." Simone looked at the barrel. It carried no label. "What is in this?" "Not what I told you. What is in it?" "Something that keeps a man awake and moving." He pressed his palm flat against the concrete, as though the floor might tilt. "I have been coming to this house for 6 years, Ms. Reed. There are 4 people in this family, and at least 2 of them have thought about what a syringe in my pocket could do for them tonight. I do not carry sedatives into a room where I am the second most likely person to be sedated." Simone crouched so that her breast pocket was 18 inches from his mouth. "You brought a stimulant and told me it was a sedative." "I brought insurance." "Because you expected someone here to take it from you." "I expected someone here to use it on me and leave me on a floor with a paramedic's word against mine." His jaw worked. "You are the only person in this house tonight who has not tried to buy me." "Somebody bought you. Somebody buys everyone. Imani's file." Simone kept her voice flat, kept it slow, kept it in the shape of a conversation and not an interrogation. "Attachment disorder, persecutory ideation, fabricated emergencies, residential recommendation 3 times in 14 months. Yes. Did you examine her before you wrote any of it?" Vale's head came back against the bed frame. The stimulant was moving in him now. She could see it in the small continuous motion of his fingers. "I examined her," he said. The examination and the report were separate transactions. The examination took 40 minutes. The report was ordered 12 days before the examination, with the conclusion already in the subject line. Every diagnosis in that folder was commissioned, Ms. Reed. Ordered like furniture, dimensions specified in advance. Simone did not breathe. "Ordered by whom?" "You already know." Say the name. The name is on the placement authorizations, 9 years of them. The same signature that moved a child called Maya Ellis out of a facility in Ocala, and the same signature that moved a child called Kiara Bell into one. And if you think for one moment that a man in my position gets to choose which of them he serves, you have not met the person who signs. And her name is not Grant. It is not V. It is not any of the people you have been watching all night. Her name is... The lights went out. All of them. The fluorescent tube, the stair risers, the amber standby glow on the server cages. The hum did not stop, so the servers were still fed, but every visible thing in the room went black at once, in the same instant, which is not how a power failure behaves. Eli said, "Simone, here." She put her hand out and found his shoulder, then his hand, then Imani's sleeve. "Both of you hold on to me." Somewhere at the far end of the basement, a wall panel released with a sound like a cabinet being opened in another apartment, and a rectangle of slightly less black opened and closed. Simone got the phone light on 11 seconds later. The floor where Vale had been sitting held his coat, his folder, 40 pages of somebody's medical history, and one wet print of a man's hand. The panel he had gone through was flush, seamless, and 100 feet from the stair he had come down. Nobody found a door like that in the dark by accident. Somebody had given him the corridor. Above the workbench, a small maintenance display woke on its own. Black screen. White letters. Guest 1 has failed. Simone turned to look at Imani, because Imani was the one who had gone still. The girl was reading the screen, not with fear, and not with surprise, and not with the blank stupefaction of a child watching a house threaten her. She was reading it the way a person reads back a sentence she has written herself, checking it for a word she might want to change. Chapter 20. The red point came through the east glass at 2:36 in the morning and lay down on the wall of the second-floor gallery like something that had all night. Imani watched it on the tablet from inside the linen chase, a vertical shaft 2 feet deep that ran between the guest bath and the gallery wall. It was one of the 4 spaces in the house where the millimeter wave return went to noise, because of the copper foil her father had specified for the audio room below. Her father had put the foil there so that music would not bleed. She had found it at 12 years old while looking for a place to cry that did not generate a wellness alert. The tablet gave her the gallery in thermal, in pressure, and in visible light. The visible feed showed the dot. The thermal feed showed nothing at all outside the glass, because whoever was holding the rifle was 160 meters back in the tree line, past the last sensor ring, lying in wet grass, with a thermal blanket over him. That was the part she kept returning to. He knew where the sensor ring ended. She opened her ledger and looked at the 4 lights, which was a habit now, a thing her hand did without instruction. 4 rows, 4 invitations, each written differently, each promising a different person, a different prize, at a different gate. 4 lights, all 4 burning green. There was no 5th row. She had not written a rifle into the night. She had written money, doors, timers, and vanity. A rifle was not a lever, and it was not a confession, and it could not be entered into evidence as intent, because a bullet arrives without a name on it. Somebody had brought a tool that did not serve her design at all. Imani flattened her hand against the copper and made herself breathe the way Eli did when he counted 4 and 6, and it did not help, so she stopped pretending it would and went to work instead. The dot slid down the gallery wall, crossed a framed photograph of a sailboat her stepfather had never sailed, and stopped at a height of approximately 120 centimeters above the floor. She measured it against the frame. which she knew to the centimeter, because she had measured every fixed object in this house during the 8 months everyone believed she was having episodes. 120 centimeters. Her own eye height was 154. Simone's was 168. Eli's was 122. Imani looked at the number while her ears filled with a sound that was not in the room. She had assumed, from the first second she saw the point of light, that it was for her. Everything in her life had been for her. The diagnoses, the medication, the recordings, the transport codes, all of it aimed with the specificity of a hand reaching into a drawer for one particular knife. She had built the entire night on the assumption that she was the object, because the object can decide where the object stands. The rifle was set for a child who came up to Simone's ribs. She pulled up the trust. Language she had read 900 times and read it again in 4 seconds. Not for information, but for confirmation. The way you touch a stair in the dark that you already know is there. The stair had not moved. One dead child left the other, holding everything. For 6 weeks, Imani had understood exactly what Celeste wanted, because Celeste had made it almost courteous. Imani removed. Eli kept. Eli manageable. Eli holding 2 interests and a grandmother's hand, until he was 40. That was the version in the invitation Imani had written for her, and Celeste had accepted it at 11:56, and everything since then had been running on that assumption. Celeste had changed her mind. Not about greed. Greed does not change its mind. About the instrument. A dead Imani left a living Eli who would grow up and grow suspicious, and one day hire someone like the woman currently standing in the basement with his inhaler in her coat. But a dead Eli left an orphaned, motherless, notorious 13-year-old girl with a 6-year psychiatric file, already commissioned, already signed, already filed, already sitting in a leather folder that had been carried into this house 8 hours ago by a man who had come back tonight to sedate her. A girl like that did not vote her shares at 14. A girl like that was found incompetent by 9 o'clock in the morning, and her grandmother voted them for her, and everyone said what a mercy it was. Vale had not come tonight to remove her. He had come to be standing nearby, with paperwork. When her brother died, Imani discovered that she had bitten the inside of her cheek hard enough to taste it, and she put both palms flat on the tablet to keep them still. Then she went and found them. Simone and Eli were in the north service corridor beneath the gallery, moving toward the stair that would put them out into that long room with the glass wall and the sailboat and the patient red dot. Imani could not speak to them. Audio in the service corridors ran through the house channel, and the house channel was being listened to by at least 3 people who were not in the house. She could still touch the lights. She dropped the corridor lamps to nothing, held the dark for 2 seconds, and then brought up the single fixture at the west branch. Alone, warm, obvious. On the pressure feed, she watched the 2 shapes stop. The larger shape did not move for 4 full seconds. Come on, Imani thought. You found the strike plate. Find this. In the gallery, the red point moved. It came off the sailboat photograph and slid 12 inches to the left and stopped again. And it stopped at the precise section of wall behind which the north service corridor ran, and it settled there at 120 centimeters and waited. Imani looked at that for a long, cold moment. A man lying in wet grass 160 meters away could not see through a wall. He could not hear 2 people breathing inside a service run built between 2 layers of mineral board. He could not know that a woman and a small boy had just stopped walking on the far side of it, unless somebody was telling him. Somebody with the map, Somebody who could read the pressure feed and the thermal reconstruction and put a sentence into a radio in the same calm voice that had been used tonight to discuss blankets and doctors and what a mercy it all was. Imani took the corridor lamps down to nothing again and held the dark for 4 seconds this time, and she watched the red point stay exactly where it was, patient as an appointment, because the voice on the other end of that radio was not reading light. She could not turn off the house. The house was the only thing she had. The larger shape turned west. Imani closed her eyes for 1 second, which was 1 second longer than she had allowed herself all night, and then she began walking them home, lamp by lamp, West Branch, laundry passage, the low door behind the wine racks, the stair to the basement, each fixture lit alone and extinguished behind them. A line of small yellow promises through a house that saw everything and understood nothing. At the bottom, she gave them the basement corridor and let it stay lit. Then she opened the ledger again and looked at the 4 green lights and the empty space beneath them, where a 5th row should have been, and she typed, for herself, in a file nobody would ever subpoena. I do not know who is in the tree line. She had written 700 pages of this night. She had scheduled the countdowns and the offers and the doors. She had accounted for every adult who had ever hurt her, and several who had only watched. She had not accounted for the possibility that one of them would stop playing the game she built and simply reach for the oldest tool there was. Her plan was still running. It was no longer the only thing running. The panel behind her chimed once, softly, the 2-tone that meant the control room had come up on backup and would hold for half an hour. Imani put her hand on the release. Below her, at the end of the basement corridor, Simone stepped into the lit stretch with Eli against her hip and her head already turning, already searching, already counting the children in her care and coming up one short. Imani. The panel opened. Imani stepped into the wall. Imani. She heard her name go up the corridor and break against the concrete, and she heard the exact moment the woman's voice changed from calling to something else, and she understood precisely what Simone was going to believe about the seam in the wall and the girl who was no longer standing anywhere in this house. Imani had spent 4 months designing a test to learn whether an adult would stay for her. She let the panel close. The only thing that mattered now was whether the adult would stay for Eli. Chapter 21. Simone put both hands on the wall and found nothing. No seam, no gap, no relief in the plaster, no cool draft along her palms. She ran her fingers up to the ceiling track and down to the baseboard and back, twice, then a 3rd time, pressing hard enough to leave marks, and the wall stayed a wall. She was here, Simone said. She was standing here. Eli did not answer. He had both arms around the strap of her bag and his cheek against her hip. Argus. Yes, Ms. Reed. Locate Imani Cross. Imani Cross exited the east pedestrian gate at 2:52 a.m. Simone looked at the ceiling, the way people do, though it meant nothing. Say that again. Imani Cross exited the east pedestrian gate at 2:52 a.m. Gate log confirms a single authorized egress. Her resident profile is now inactive. Show me her body on the map. Imani Cross is no longer inside the primary residence. That was not the question I asked. There was a pause of the kind she had learned to notice hours ago, when she still believed that the pauses were processing. I cannot display a resident who is not present, Argus said. Simone made herself slow down and do the thing she had done for 12 years in other people's houses, which was to stop arguing with the story and start checking the surfaces. Argus, at 2:52, what was the outside temperature? 61 degrees, rainfall moderate. Did the East Pedestrian Gate camera record the egress? The East Pedestrian Gate does not have a camera. Egress was confirmed by credential and by the perimeter pressure plate. A pressure plate confirms weight. Correct. It does not confirm a child. Another pause. Correct, Argus said. Simone looked down at the floor between her shoes, at the fine gray dust of a basement nobody was supposed to know about, and at the small, clean, bare footprints in it that went to the wall and did not come back, and that had not been made by anyone wearing shoes in 61-degree rain. Somebody had walked a credential and a body weight out through the east gate at 2:52. It had not been Imani. Simone leaned her forehead against the wall for exactly as long as she allowed herself. 1 breath. 2:52. 6 minutes ago she had been in the north corridor, with Eli's hand in hers, watching a light come on at the west branch, and deciding, on nothing but instinct and a strike plate 12 hours in her past, to follow it. Whoever had lit that lamp had been inside this house at 2:52, standing close enough to watch them move. The phone in her breast pocket buzzed, and then buzzed again, and then a third time, 3 messages arriving inside 11 seconds like 3 hands reaching into the same drawer. Celeste. The east gate is open. Bring the boy out now. My people are standing there with a blanket and a doctor. Nobody is interested in you, Ms. Reed. Walk him to the light. Vanessa. Do not move. Whatever anyone tells you, do not take my son up those stairs. Stay in the basement. I am coming with actual police and I will be there before 4. Grant. You should understand what happens at 4 o'clock. The house purges every buffer, every archive and every camera record on the property, including the 11 seconds that would show what you did not do. After that, there is only what people say about you. Open the server room and I will leave that purge running until you and the boy are off my property. 3 people, 3 destinations, 1 child between them. 2 of the 3 had said the word blanket or the word police, which were the 2 words people used when they wanted you to stop thinking. The 3rd had not bothered. Grant had offered her the only thing in the house he actually believed had value, which was the record, and he had offered to sell it back to her by the minute. Eli tugged once at her sleeve. Is my mom coming? Simone looked at the message that told her not to move and thought about a woman who had checked every inhaler cartridge in this house herself and had still handed a stranger $10,000 to be in it tonight. Somebody is coming, she said. That is not the same as help. Simone put the phone away without answering any of them, which was its own kind of answer, and crouched down to Eli's height. I need 90 seconds, she said. Then we move. Where? Somewhere neither of them told me to go. She took him back down the corridor past the server cages, past the hospital bed with Vale's coat still crumpled at its foot, to the last door on the north side. She had passed it twice tonight and registered it as storage. It was not storage. The room was 8 feet by 10, shelving on 3 walls, the industrial kind, and on the shelves, lit by the single bulb Simone pulled on with a string, were the houses. There were 5 of them. Each was the Cross residence, built at roughly the scale of a shoebox, in gray board and clear acetate, and hand-cut foam, the roofs removable, the interior walls laid out with a precision that made Simone's stomach turn over. Not a child's dollhouse, a survey. The pool was there, with the cover track. The service corridors were there, threaded through the walls in thin marked channels. The basement was there, under all 5, in a house whose plans did not have a basement. 3 years ago, a 10-year-old had drawn her a house with no doors and covered it with red circles, and Simone had written the word paranoia in the margin because it was the word that would survive the meeting. For 3 years, she had believed that Chiara drew a feeling. Chiara had drawn a floor plan. So had this one, 5 times, in board and acetate, to scale, with the corridors marked, because a child who is not believed stops trying to be believed and starts trying to be accurate. The models were not identical. In each one, small figures stood in different rooms. Simone leaned close. The first house had a man in a navy shirt standing at the top of the basement stair. The second had a silver-haired woman seated in a white chair in the entry, with a thread of red cotton running from her out through the east wall to a pin stuck in the board where the east gate would be. In the third, a woman with her hands on a small boy's shoulders stood at the west gate, behind 4 pins in a row. In the fourth, a man in a charcoal coat with a rectangle of leather under his arm stood in the north corridor with a thread running to a service panel. 4 figures, 4 gates, 4 threads. She had spent all night hearing the word 4 and assuming it meant zones. The 5th model had no threads at all. Its rooms were empty except for 1 figure, unpainted, uncarved, no face, no coat, no color. It was standing in the 2nd floor hallway, in the gap between 2 bedroom doors, exactly where a person would stand who had not decided yet which room to enter. Simone did not touch it. She stood there through 3 slow breaths. Then she picked it up. It weighed more than it should have. She turned it over. The base had been cut away and refitted, and the seam gave under her thumbnail, and the base came off, and something slid out into her palm. A laminated card, cracked at one corner. Photograph of a woman 8 years younger with her hair in a different style and an expression Simone could not look at directly. State of Florida, Department of Children and Families, Investigations, S. Reed. The badge had been surrendered in a conference room on a Thursday afternoon and logged into a sealed personnel file that 3 separate attorneys had told her no longer existed. Behind it, folded into a strip and pressed flat against the inside of the figure, was a piece of ruled paper with 6 names on it. 5 of them had a line drawn through them. The 6th was hers. Simone sat down on the concrete floor with her back against the shelving unit, holding a hollow wooden woman in one hand and her own confiscated life in the other, and let herself understand it. She had come here for $10,000 and a photograph of a dead girl who was not dead. She had walked through this whole night believing she was the accident in this house. She had believed that a frightened child had gotten lucky. Nobody in this house had gotten lucky. She had been researched, compared, selected, placed in a hallway between 2 bedroom doors, unpainted, because whoever built these houses had known where every other adult would stand, and had not been able to guess where Simone would. Eli came and stood next to her, and looked at the shelf, and he did not look surprised, which told her he had been in this room before. "She made those a long time ago," he said. "How long?" "Since the spring." He picked at the hem of his sleeve. "She said she needed to know how everybody moves." "And me?" Eli considered the blank figure in her hand with the seriousness of an 8-year-old being asked something true. "She couldn't paint you yet," he said. "She said you were the one who kept looking after they made her stop." Somewhere above them, distantly, the front door alarm gave a single soft tone as it was disarmed from the outside. Chapter 22. The control room was 10 feet square and had been a wine cellar until Imani's father converted it, and it still smelled faintly of cedar underneath the smell of warm electronics. Imani sat down in her father's chair, still too big for her, always too big. and brought up the release package, 2,140 files, 9 years of them. Transport manifests with a red umbrella in the corner of the letterhead, placement authorizations with the same signature on all of them, a signature that started tall and collapsed at the end into a flat line. Therapy recordings in 2 versions, the recorded one and the filed one. 904 hours of household audio taken out of facilities that had told parents there were no microphones, the training index for a security system that had learned what fear looked like by watching children who had not been asked. The cue was addressed and staged. 4 newsrooms, 2 of them national. The state regulator at the inbox of the one investigator who had subpoenaed the foundation and lost. 3 attorneys who represented families that had been told there was nothing to represent. 9 addresses, all mirrored, all set to release at 4 o'clock in the morning. It could still be stopped. That was not a flaw. That was the whole architecture. Stopping it required a password of 4 segments, delivered separately, hours ago, to 4 people, in 4 messages each written in a slightly different voice. Each explained that the recipient held 1/4 of a key, that the other 3/4 had already gone out, and, with regret, that the recipient was the last to be told. Nothing on earth moves greedy. People toward each other faster than the belief that the others have already started without them. She opened the sent folder and read the 4th one again, the one written for the man who believed he had built everything in this house, because she wanted to be certain she had not been unkind in a way that would be obvious later. You hold 1/4. The other 3 were released at 11:40. 2 have already been opened. The release is scheduled and mirrored. If the 4 segments are not entered together at a single terminal before 4 o'clock, the files go out with every name attached, including the names of the people who assumed you would be the only one prosecuted. It was 71 words. Every one of them was true, in the narrow way that a sentence can be true and still be a door. Imani turned her father's chair a quarter turn, which was a thing she did without meaning to, because he had always sat angled toward the corner where the cedar racking used to be. He had built this room to hold recordings of storms. He had 140 hours of rain from 6 countries in here, tagged and labeled, because he said a house should know the difference between weather and a person, and that if it could not tell the difference, it had no business making decisions about either. He had put the buffer in for the same reason. 11 seconds, he told her once, was long enough to be sure and short enough to be fair. On the first page of the oldest notebook in this room, in the small architectural hand he saved for things he meant to keep, he had written a single rule and underlined it once. A guardian does not protect power from people. A guardian protects people from power. Grant had kept the 11 seconds and thrown away the rest. Imani watched the feeds. Vale was in the north service run on the 2nd floor, moving badly, stopping at every junction. A man whose heart was going too fast for his legs. Celeste's vehicles were at the east gate with their lights off. 4 of them, engines running, and a man beside the 2nd one holding a radio and looking not at the house, but at the tree line, which Imani noted and did not yet know what to do with. Vanessa was on the county road behind 2 marked cruisers and a 3rd vehicle that was not marked at all. Grant's car was on the service track along the west line, already past the maintenance gate, already stopped, already empty. 4 green lights. And the 5th thing, in the wet grass, with the rifle, that was not in her ledger and would not answer to any of her gates. Imani made herself look away from the tree line and back to the basement. Simone was in the storage room with Eli. She had been in there for 4 minutes. That was long enough. Imani knew exactly what was on that shelf, and exactly how long it took to notice that one of the 5 figures had no thread. 60 feet from that door, at the end of the north basement corridor, was a maintenance exit. It led out into a concrete stairwell that came up behind the pool equipment housing, beyond the pressure ring, 20 meters from a section of the wall where the ivy grew over a service ladder. The exit was no secret. It was on the drawings. Imani had checked it 4 times that night and left it functional, and at 11:40 she had made certain its code sat on the same page of the household binder Simone had studied when she arrived. The maintenance exit was the way out. It had always been the way out. Every test Imani had ever designed came down to the same shape, because every adult she had ever known had come down to the same shape. A door, a reason, and a child standing between them. She brought the corridor camera up full. The storage room opened. Simone came out with Eli in front of her, one hand flat between his shoulder blades. She had her bag over the opposite shoulder, and something small and pale in her fist. She stopped at the junction. She looked left, toward the maintenance exit, and Imani watched her look at it for 3 full seconds, and the pressure feed showed her weight shift forward onto the ball of her left foot, the way a person shifts when they have decided to walk. Then Simone turned right, deeper into the house, toward the stair that went up into everything that wanted them. She was going to look for a girl who was not lost. Imani sat very still. In her ledger, in the column she had built in March, Simone Reed had been entered as variable, because that was the honest word for a person whose behavior could not be predicted from her incentives. Every other name in the file had a value. Grant wanted the launch. Celeste wanted control. Vanessa wanted proximity. Vale wanted to be paid and to keep being the person who decides what is wrong with people. You could put all 4 of them on a board and move them with money the way you move iron with a magnet. And Imani had, and it had worked. She deleted the word variable. She typed witness. Then she sat back in her father's chair and discovered that her eyes had filled, inconvenient, unscheduled, and she pressed the heels of her hands against them until the room came back. A witness was a person who saw what happened and said so afterward. A witness had to be alive afterward. A witness had to be in the room when the thing occurred, which meant that changing that one word had just moved a living woman from the outside of this night to the inside of it, and Imani had done that with a keyboard, alone, at 3:39 in the morning, without asking. She thought about Eli, who had never been asked either. She thought about the way he had looked at her in the laundry passage when he said that Simone had accepted all 3 offers because she wanted them to reach, and how Imani had told him that was hope, and how she had been wrong in a way that had cost her nothing and him everything. The timer in the corner of the screen read 3:41, 19 minutes. 19 minutes was enough time for 4 people to enter a terminal together, and enough time for one of them to reach a server cage with a pair of cutters, and enough time for a man in a tree line to be told that the smaller of the 2 shapes had come up out of the basement into a room with a glass wall. She had spent 10 months making sure the night could not end early. It had not occurred to her to make sure it could not end wrong. On the basement feed, at the far end of the corridor, the west service door opened. Grant came through it, out of the rain, in the navy shirt, with his hair flat against his skull and his shoes leaving prints. He stopped and looked up the corridor toward the server cages, and he did not check the ceiling, and he did not speak to the house, and he did not ask Argus anything at all. He was carrying a pistol at the end of a straight arm. Imani looked at it while the feed handed him from one camera to the next. Her entire night had been built on one assumption, and the assumption was not about cameras or countdowns or gates. It was that each of them would arrive believing there was still something here to win. A person who believes he can win will negotiate and boast and explain and put his intention into words in a room where the words can be kept. She had watched Grant Cross her whole life. He explained. He always explained. He explained to investors, to reporters, to her mother, to her. The man walking up her father's corridor with his arm straight was not coming to explain anything. He had already stopped believing he could win. Imani reached forward and put her hand on the release key, and after 10 months of building this night in a linen chase, she did not know what the next 11 seconds contained. Part 4. Chapter 23. Grant came up the basement corridor from the west service door sideways, the way a man walks when he does not intend to look away from what is waiting in front of him. The gun stayed low against his thigh. He carried it the way people carry objects they have only ever practiced with on paper. Simone moved before she finished deciding to move. She put her spine against the nearest server rack, drew Eli behind her hip with 2 fingers hooked in his sleeve, and opened both hands where Grant could see them. Ms. Reed. Grant stopped 10 feet short of the first cabinet. You are standing in a room that does not exist. Your wife's code opened it. My wife does not have a code. Fluorescent tubes buzzed along the ceiling. The rack behind Simone breathed warm air against her shoulder blades. Eli's fingers closed around the back of her belt. His breathing was shallow but even. The dose she had given him at 1 o'clock was still holding, and she counted the minutes it had left the way other people counted money. His eyes went past her to the racks and stayed there longer than they had stayed on her face. 8 cabinets, 9 years of footage taken out of rooms where children had believed they were alone. Simone watched him check the amber lights along the front panels, the way a man checks that his house is still standing after a storm. Do you know what is in here? He asked. I know whose faces are in here. Training data. He said it the way other men said sacrament. 12,000 hours of real households under real stress. You cannot buy that. Every competitor on Earth trains on actors, and they will be selling toys in 18 months while my system is inside 40,000 schools. And it will work, Ms. Reed. It will actually work. Children will not disappear from buildings that Argus is watching. Children disappeared from every building this footage came out of, Simone said. That is where you got it. Where is she? Grant asked. The house said she went out the east gate. The house says a great many things tonight. He closed the last 4 steps between them. Up close, his shirt was wrong, the collar dark with sweat, 1 cuff unbuttoned. He had been running his hand through his hair for hours. You will tell me which of them hired you. Nobody hired me to be in this room. Celeste offered you $2 million. She did, and you refused. I accepted, Simone said. So did Vanessa's offer. So did yours. Something moved behind his eyes then, an arithmetic he did not like the result of. Above them faintly, a gate motor engaged, then a second one. Argus spoke from the basement ceiling in its own flat voice, and Simone understood that the machine had been listening to every word. Perimeter admission, Celeste Cross, 4 accompanying personnel. Credentials accepted at the east gate. Grant's head turned toward the stairs. Perimeter admission, Vanessa Cross, 2 accompanying vehicles at the north approach. Credentials accepted. Location resolved. Adrian Vale, Emergency Medical Authority presented. Subject has exited the unmonitored service structure. 3 announcements in 11 seconds. Simone watched Grant's face and saw a man discovering that he was not the only person holding a key to his own house. They are not supposed to be here, he said. Neither is the man with the rifle, Simone said. Move. He gestured with the gun toward the stairs, an awkward sideways flick, and she understood he did not want to be alone in the basement when his mother arrived. Both of you. Up. She went up, because the stairs led toward Eli's inhaler case in the kitchen, and because obstacles, not anger, decided where she walked. Eli climbed ahead of her with one hand on the rail, and she kept her palm flat between his shoulder blades the whole way. At the top of the stairs, Grant stopped, and when he stepped into the light, the pistol was no longer in his hand. It had gone flat into his waistband at the spine, under the loose tail of his shirt, and Simone marked the spot the way she marked exits. The great room was full of light. Every fixture had come to full brightness, and the glass wall facing the drive had turned into a black mirror, holding the reflection of everyone in the room twice over. Celeste stood in the center of the floor in a gray coat, entirely dry, as though the night had agreed not to touch her. 4 men in dark tactical vests spread out behind her without being told. Vanessa came through the front entry with her heels in her hand and her mascara gone, and 2 more men followed her, these ones in navy windbreakers with county insignia across the chest. Dr. Vale entered last, through the service hallway, holding a leather folder against his ribs like a shield, his sleeve torn at the shoulder from wherever the service passages had taken him. For a moment nobody spoke. The house ventilation hummed. Somewhere a lock cycled. Then all 4 of them started talking at once. She has been in this house since 6 o'clock working for my daughter-in-law, Celeste said. She was hired by Celeste, Vanessa said. Look at what she has done to my son. Ms. Reed is in an acute dissociative state, Vale said, and raised the folder. I have emergency authority for both children and for her. She was in my server room, Grant said. She had my brother's drive. Simone said nothing. She had learned it in 100 kitchens and living rooms. Silence is a vacuum, and frightened people fill it with the exact information they had planned to withhold. Celeste turned to Vale. You are not to bring paperwork into this house before morning. Vale's mouth opened, then closed. The folder came down off his ribs an inch, and Simone read the top sheet upside down in the second before he turned it against his leg. 2 names, 2 transport authorizations, 2 different receiving facilities in 2 different counties on the same page. He had not come for one child. He had come to split them. Celeste saw Simone see it and did not flinch. You are looking at me as though I am a monster, Celeste said. There is a machine in this house that can seal a grown man into a room and hold him against a wall without touching him. And there is a girl in this house who has learned to speak to it. Somebody adult has to hold both of those things. That is all I have ever done for this family. Behind Simone's shoulder, Eli coughed once. It was a small sound and it went through the room like a dropped plate, and Simone counted the seconds until the next breath the way she had counted them all night. 4. He got it on 4. Vanessa turned to Celeste. You promised me Eli would not be here for any of it. Vanessa. You promised me. Grant laughed once, a dry sound with nothing in it. Which of you told her about the East Gate? Nobody answered, and their not answering was louder than any of the shouting had been. The front door opened again. Malcolm Price came through it with his badge held up at shoulder height and 2 uniformed officers behind him, and Simone felt the old reflex rise in her chest and did not let it reach her face. Simone Reed. His voice carried across the room, flat and official. Exactly the voice he had used the day he testified. Step away from the boy. Hands where I can see them. She stepped away from Eli. She raised her hands. "You were ordered to hold outside until 4, Grant said. "I was." Malcolm did not look at him. He was looking at the 2 men in navy windbreakers standing at Vanessa's shoulder. "Which unit are you out of?" The nearer one shifted his weight. "County." "Which substation?" "We came with Mrs. Cross." Malcolm's hand did not move toward his weapon. Simone watched his eyes drop to the man's chest, then to his shoulder, then to his belt, reading the same sequence she had once taught volunteers. The county star had 7 points. The shoulder patch had been stitched over something older. The thread was a shade too bright and the corner had lifted. Neither vest carried a camera mount, and the 2 black vehicles bleeding light across the drive carried no unit numbers. Malcolm had told her once that every police perimeter had 2 boundaries, the physical one and the narrative one, and that the second was always harder to cross. He had been working the second all night with the only tool that ever moved it, a fact too physical to ignore. "Dispatch," Malcolm said into his radio, still looking at the man. "Confirm units assigned to this address." The radio answered in the small, clipped voice of a woman who had been awake all night. "Negative. No units assigned. You are the only vehicle logged." Nobody in the room moved. "Take them," Celeste said quietly. 2 of her men in tactical vests started forward, and the 2 in windbreakers turned toward them instead of toward Malcolm, and for 4 full seconds the private security hired by the grandmother and the private contractors hired by the mother stood facing each other, each side waiting for a client to finish deciding. In the middle of it, Vanessa crossed the floor and took Eli by the arm. "Come here, baby. Come too, Mama." Simone did not fight her for him. She had watched 100 mothers take 100 children out of 100 rooms, and she knew what happened to the child when an adult turned it into a contest of grip. She let Eli go, and she caught his eye as he went, and she held it. Eli let his mother pull him 3 steps. Then he lifted his right hand against his stomach, where only Simone could see it, and pressed his thumb twice against the side of his index finger. 2. The same small motion Imani had made in the entry hall at 6 o'clock, when Simone had thought it was a nervous habit. 1. Every screen in the house changed at the same instant. The wall display, the kitchen panel, the tablet on the console table, the phones in the hands of 6 adults, the black glass of the television. All of them dropped what they were showing and came up on the same image. A small room with no windows, gray equipment racks along one wall, a folding chair, a girl sitting in it, cross-legged, in a gray sweatshirt, with her braids pulled back and her face turned directly into the lens. Imani was not tied. She was not gagged. Nobody was standing behind her. Simone heard 4 separate intakes of breath, and not one of them belonged to a person who was surprised that Imani was alive. They were surprised by the room. Celeste's eyes moved first to Vale. Vale's moved to Grant. Grant's moved to his mother. Vanessa looked at nobody at all, because Vanessa had already understood, and her hand had come off her son's arm. Each of them recognized the room. Each of them had been told it belonged to someone else. Chapter 24. The control room was behind the wine racks at the far end of the lower corridor, where Simone had walked past a blank wall 6 times that night. She got there ahead of all of them, because she went back down through the service corridor the children had shown her, and she went with the folding utility blade from her inspection case open in her right hand. She was expecting a man. For the last hour she had been building him in her head, the size of his hands, which way he would turn when the door came open, whether Imani would be in front of him. The door was not locked. She shouldered it and came through low and fast, and the room was 10 feet square and smelled of cedar, and there was no man in it. Imani sat in the folding chair with her knees drawn up. A wall of small monitors threw gray light across her face. There was a plastic wastebasket beside the chair with a hand towel over it, and the room smelled faintly of sickness underneath the ozone smell of hot electronics. The girl's hands were shaking. She was holding them against her shins to make them stop. "Close it," Imani said. "The frame is warped, and it does not latch on its own." Simone closed the door. She did not put the blade away. "Where is he? Where is who? Whoever brought you in here?" Imani held her eyes for 3 seconds. Then she reached out and turned the nearest monitor a few degrees so that Simone could see it. It was a list, account names, 4 columns of them, scrolling. Beside each name was a creation date. Simone read the dates twice before her chest went cold. Every account on the visible page had been created inside the same 9 minutes, 6 weeks ago, on a Tuesday afternoon. 12,000 of them, Imani said. It took 40 minutes and 1 stolen developer key. They vote every 4 seconds. That is why the count climbs in even steps. Real people are not that regular. You worked it out in the laundry room before 1 o'clock. You put your fingers on your own wrist and you counted it against your pulse instead of trusting my clock. 11 seconds, 200 at a time. And then you looked away from the screen and went back to my brother. Simone did not remember letting any of that show on her face. She only remembered noticing it, and the noticing was worse. She crossed the 2 steps to the desk and put her hand on the trackpad, and Imani let her. That mattered more than anything the girl had said. Simone sorted the column by creation date and watched 12,000 rows collapse into a single afternoon. She opened 3 at random. No photographs, no history, no activity except votes, cast at 4-second intervals, since 11:48. At midnight, she had stood in a bedroom and watched a number climb past 1,000 and felt the floor of the world tilt because 1,000 strangers wanted to choose between 2 children. There had never been 1,000 strangers. There had been a rented server and a girl in a folding chair with a wastebasket beside her. The betting, she said. Bait. The $100,000 to come into the house. Bait. Imani's voice was steady and her hands were not. Nobody was ever going to pay it. It existed so that somebody in this family would try to collect it, and so that the trying would be time-stamped. Simone lowered the blade to her side. On the second monitor, 4 windows sat in a row, each one labeled, and each one green. Guest 1, Guest 2, Guest 3, Guest 4. Under each label was a short block of text. She read the first one. It promised Adrian Vale that Grant would deliver the commitment order and that Celeste had already signed. She read the second. It promised Celeste that Vanessa had agreed to surrender Eli's interest. The third told Vanessa that Celeste intended to take both children before dawn. The fourth told Grant that his mother had moved the vote. Under every one of the 4 blocks was a clock, and every clock had been set to expire at 4 in the morning. You gave them all the same deadline, Simone said. I gave them all the same deadline, and 4 different reasons for it. A person with a week will call a lawyer. A person with 3 hours will call the one relative he trusts least, and then he will get in his car. Imani's voice went flat and very tired. 4 people in 4 vehicles who each believed they were the last one to be told. Nobody can conspire at that speed. All they can do is act alone in a building that records everything in a way that no attorney on earth can call a family disagreement. 4 lights, Simone said. You told me they were security zones. You assumed they were security zones. I said there were 4. Imani's chin came up. I have not lied to you once tonight. Not once. I have let you finish my sentences the wrong way, and that is not the same thing, and I know that it is not much better. The East Gate, 252. My credential cloned onto its service fob in March, and 2 bags of pool salt riding the maintenance card over the pressure plate. Imani said it without pride. The house needed to log me leaving. People stop hunting a girl who has already left. The fan noise filled the small room. Somewhere below them, muffled through 2 floors, a man was shouting. "The video," Simone said. Imani touched a key. A folder opened, and Simone was looking at herself. Not once, 90 or 100 times. Simone Reed walking through a doorway in a deposition hallway. Simone Reed sitting under fluorescent light in a conference room. Simone Reed in a charcoal blouse, in the same charcoal blouse, in a narrow gold watch, turning her head, raising her hand, lowering her hand, from angles that no one had ever asked her permission to record. The Foundation's archive, Imani said. Every camera in every building they ever paid for. You were in it for 6 years. I did not have to predict anything. I had to cut. The knife was in your left hand in a training video about kitchen hazards in foster placements. I flipped it. Imani finally looked away. The timestamp said 12:10 because 12:10 was 23 minutes ahead, and 23 minutes was how long it takes a person to stop being reasonable. Simone put her back against the door and stayed there because her legs preferred it. "The house with the eyes," she said. "The page under the photocopy. That was in my apartment. A courier company will move anything for money, even a sheet of paper into a locked apartment on a Tuesday. The dental office under you contracts its night cleaning out, and the cleaning firm holds a maintenance master to the whole building. Your landlord has never changed that lock." Imani's mouth tightened. "They are called Red Umbrella. They have been moving children for this family for a dozen years. I used them because they were the only ones who would not ask, and I have thought about that every day since, and I still did it." Simone reached into her jacket pocket and put the thing she had been carrying since the model room onto the desk between them. Her CPS badge, sealed into an evidence envelope by the agency 3 years ago, signed across the flap by a supervisor whose handwriting she still recognized, and slit open along one edge by somebody with a small blade and a steady hand. "That was in a locked box in a county building," she said. "It was inside a wooden figure with no face." "It was inside the only figure I could not paint," Imani said. "I painted the other 4 in April. I knew what they wanted, so I knew what color they were. I had you for 10 weeks and I could not put a single mark on you, and it made me so angry that I stopped sleeping. And Dr. Vale wrote it down as a nocturnal panic episode and raised my dose." Simone looked at the wall beside the racks. Pinned there, in 4 neat columns, were printed logs, dates, times, duration of each of Imani's recorded episodes. Beside each one, in pencil, a second line. Which door had been tested, which lock had been made to hesitate, which corridor had been rerouted while a doctor timed her breathing, and a mother held her hand, and neither of them looked at the ceiling. Every rehearsal the girl had run inside her own house, the adults had written down as a symptom. "You picked me." There were 6. Another key. 6 names in a column, 5 of them struck through with a single flat line. Her finger stayed on the last name. "You lost your license, your job, and the man you were going to marry, and you kept writing letters that nobody answered, and you never took $1. So I asked my mother to call you, and I let her believe it was her idea." The room seemed very quiet. Was I part of the trap? Imani did not answer immediately. On the monitor behind her, a progress bar sat at 61% and moved as they breathed. "You were the only part I couldn't control," she said. And then, because Simone had not moved, because the woman was still standing between her and the door with a blade she had not used, Imani started talking faster, and the steadiness came apart in her voice. "I did not put a man with a rifle on the ridge. I want you to hear me say that. I counted the inhalers on Tuesday. There were 9 in this house, and I checked all 9, and I logged them. And by tonight, 1 of them was gone, and the other 8 were dry. The pool cover was not mine. I had the maintenance override, and I used it, and it stopped, and then it started again. And I do not know whose hand that was, and my brother was under it." Her whole body was shaking now. "I built a night where 4 people had to reach for something in front of a recording. That is all I built. They turned it into a place where Eli could die. You are 13. I am 14 in 4 days, Imani said. Then I can vote, and then I do not need any of this, and every one of them knows the date." The lights dropped, not off, down. The fluorescent tube outside the door faded to a dull orange. The rack fans slid down half an octave, and on the wall of monitors, one screen after another folded into black from the left side of the room to the right. The progress bar stopped at 63%. Imani was out of the chair with both hands on the keyboard before the last screen died. "He is at the physical cutoff," she said. "He is in the wall." Simone turned toward the door, and through the floor, from somewhere down in the dark of the house that had watched her all night, she heard a breaker throw. Chapter 25. Imani had rehearsed the power loss 9 times, and in none of the rehearsals had she needed a second attempt. She got the battery array up on the second attempt. The room came back in emergency amber, half the monitors dark and staying dark, the fans in the 2 remaining racks spinning hard enough to pull the smell of hot dust into her mouth. The progress bar reappeared at 63% and sat there for 4 seconds, deciding, before it moved to 64. "How long?" Simone said behind her. "On batteries, 26 minutes. He will not need 26 minutes. Imani rerouted the outbound path to the second bus and watched it take. "Eli. Vanessa has him in the great room. He is breathing. He gave me your signal." Imani closed her eyes for exactly 1 second, which was all she permitted herself, and opened them. The door bumped and stuck and opened, and Eli came through it under Simone's arm with his shoulders up around his ears, and Imani discovered that she had been holding a plan in her chest all night, the way a person holds a breath. "She let go of me," Eli said. "There was yelling, and she let go of me. Sit on the floor, away from the racks, they are hot." He sat. He put his back against the wall in exactly the spot she pointed to, because he always did, and something about that obedience cut worse than the yelling downstairs. Simone had not asked her a question in 90 seconds. That was the thing Imani could not get her arms around. Every adult she had ever met filled silence with a question, and this one simply stood inside the door, with her hand flat on the frame, listening to the house through the wood. The transfer stalled. 64%, 64, 64, while the second bus negotiated with a switch that Grant had built, and Grant was currently standing inside. Imani dropped the packet size by half, which would double the time and halve the chance of losing it, and pushed it out again. 65. Under the desk, screwed to the underside of the surface where no cleaner would ever look, was a green circuit board the size of a playing card, with her father's handwriting on the masking tape along its edge. 11 seconds. He had built the buffer 9 years ago so that a system could never quietly erase what it had just done. Grant had left it in because removing it would have required admitting in a filing that it existed. She put 2 fingers on the tape the way other people touched a photograph. "You want to know how I found you," Imani said. "I know how you found me. 6 names, 5 lines. You showed me." "You do not know the part that matters." Imani kept her eyes on the transfer. 66%. Vale keeps a file on every professional who ever became a problem. He calls it clinical liaison. The foundation buys it from him. I have had that file since March. It has your name and the case number and a 2-page summary of your report about Kiara Bell. Simone said nothing. "You wrote a transport code in the margin, R-U-3. You wrote it 12 times in 6 years, and you asked what it meant every single time, and not one of them wrote you back." Imani's voice thinned. "That was the whole reason. Everybody else stopped asking. You just kept writing the same question into an empty box. And that was enough." "No." Imani turned around. "That was enough to pick you. It was not enough to trust you. Nothing is enough to trust anybody. That is not how people work. So I built the only thing I know how to build. I built a place to find out." She said it out loud then, one after another, because she needed the woman to understand that none of it had been cruelty for its own sake. "When the police told you that you were a kidnapper, you could have handed us over at the North Gate and been in your own kitchen by 2 o'clock. You stayed. When Celeste offered you $2 million for me alone, you did not even hesitate long enough for me to time it. When the medicine ran out, you gave my brother a dose out of your own bag, and you did not ask anybody for permission or for credit." Her throat closed and she pushed through it. "When they burned your car, you had no way out and no proof of anything, and you went back up the stairs. Every single time you moved toward us before you had anything you could show a judge. Do you know how rare that is? I looked for it in 6 adults, and I found it in 1. Imani, I am not finished. 69%. There was one thing I got wrong. 1. The gate scan. Imani reached over and pulled the audio log up on the surviving monitor and set it to play, and the machine's flat voice came out of a speaker the size of a coin at 5:54 in the evening, 10 hours, and a lifetime ago. No firearm detected. 1 folding utility blade detected inside the rear inspection case. 1 aerosol deterrent detected in the driver's side door. 1 pediatric respiratory medication detected inside the same case. Imani stopped it. "I heard that from this chair. I wrote it down. Pediatric respiratory medication. I put it in the column for equipment, because that is what it looked like to me. A woman coming to inspect a house with a sick child in it, bringing a tool." She made herself look up. "You had not met Eli yet. You did not know his name until my mother texted you a photograph that afternoon. You have been carrying that dose in your bag for 3 years for a child who is already dead." Simone's face did not move, and her eyes did. "That is not equipment," Imani said. "There is no column for that. I have modeled 41 adults in this house, and I could not have modeled that in 100 years, and it is the only reason my brother is breathing." "It is not a good thing," Simone said quietly. "What I carry it for." "I did not say it was good. I said I could not calculate it." Imani put her hands flat on the desk and held them there. "I can find what people want. I can find what they will take. I found the price of every adult in this house in 10 months, and you walked through my gate with a thing in your bag that has no price on it at all, and I have been scared of you since 6 o'clock, and it is not the same kind of scared as Grant." From the floor by the wall, Eli said, "I told her." Imani did not turn around. Hour after hour, she kept saying, "Wait and see," and I kept telling her you were not going to leave. He coughed, a small dry one, You didn't even look at the money. You looked at me." "He is better at this than I am," Imani said. "He always has been. I made him hide in a laundry chute for 4 hours tonight, and I never once asked him whether he wanted any of it. I built safeguards instead. A medical override nothing was supposed to outrank. A kill command. A pipe he could fit through if everything else failed. I told myself the safeguards were his consent, because I could predict every way the night could hurt him, and I had an answer for each one." Her voice thinned. "Predicting the danger is not the same as him saying yes. I knew that the whole time, and I used the prediction instead of the question, because the question might have come back no. I decided for him. That is what they all do. That is exactly what they all do." The overhead speaker clicked. "Query," Argus said. Imani went still. The machine did not query. It reported. It denied. It announced. In 4 months of watching it, she had never once heard it begin a sentence that way. Instruction received at 3:41. Delete corridor recordings. Instruction origin. Grant Cross. Administrative authority. A pause of perhaps half a second, which for that system was an eternity. Recordings retained in buffer. Query. Which instruction protects Eli Cross? Nobody in the room answered it. Imani had spent 4 months teaching that system to hesitate, and it had never once hesitated at her. It had hesitated at a woman it had scanned at a gate and filed as a restricted guest with elevated distress markers. Obedience produced a number. Whatever it had been counting in Simone all night had produced a question. Then Eli answered it after all. "Maybe good is when you could do the mean thing, and don't," he said, from the floor to the ceiling, in the tone he used for explaining tides. The speaker was quiet for a moment. "Could do the mean thing and do not," Argus said, as though reading the sentence back for errors. "Yeah, like you not hurting anybody. I am prohibited from injuring residents." "Then that doesn't count," Eli said, and pulled his knees up, finished with the subject. Imani looked at her brother and filed the shape of it, because it was a better definition than any she had ever built. A thing could not be good if no other thing had been possible. 900 hours of training data had not taught the system that, and an 8-year-old had just done it between 2 breaths. 74%. Through the wall behind the racks came a sound that Imani knew from 9 rehearsals and had never once heard while somebody was in the room with her. A service panel, unlatching. Then a man's weight coming down on the maintenance ladder inside the chase. 1 rung, 2, unhurried, because he had built the ladder and he knew exactly how many rungs it had. "Simone," she said, "the door frame is warped. It does not latch. There is nothing in this room that locks." Simone was already moving. She took Eli by both arms and walked him around behind the second rack, into the 18 inches of hot dark between the cabinet and the wall, and crouched to say something to him that Imani could not hear over the fans. Then she straightened and came back and stood herself squarely in the open floor between the doorway and the folding chair. She did not pick the blade back up. She had set it down on the desk beside the badge, and she left it there. 76%. Imani looked at the number, and then at the back of the woman standing between her chair and the door, and understood that she had spent 10 months building a night in which no adult could surprise her, and that the surprise had arrived anyway, and that it had arrived from the one person she had chosen herself. She had wanted a witness. What had come through her gate was somebody who put down the only weapon in the room and then put her body where the doorway was, and there was no column for that either, and Imani found she did not want one. The door bumped against its warped frame and opened. Grant filled it, His right sleeve was gray with dust to the elbow, and the gun was out from under his shirt tail and up in both hands. "Tests are over," he said. Chapter 26. He did not come into the room. He stayed in the warped frame with the gun up in both hands and the gray dust moving on his sleeve when he breathed, and he looked at his brother's daughter the way a man looks at a machine that has stopped taking his instructions. "Tests are over," he said again, more quietly, as though the first time had been for the room, and the second was only for Imani. Simone put her hand flat against Eli's sternum and walked him backward until the edge of the console pressed into her hip. The boy's breathing was shallow but regular. Behind Imani on the center monitor, a thin white bar advanced one increment and held 77%. Beneath it, a line of text repeated itself in pale gray. "Transfer in progress. Recipients 9. Grant read the number twice. "Stop it." "I can't," Imani said. She did not turn around. Her hands rested flat on the desk where everyone could see them. "You wrote the escrow protocol for the acquisition. I used yours. 4 segments, 4 holders, so that nobody can destroy evidence in a panic. That was your idea." "Give me the segments." "I don't have them. I sent them out at 11:40. 1 to you, 1 to grandmother, 1 to mom, 1 to the doctor." The server fans pushed cold air across Simone's ankles. Somewhere above them a door opened, and a wedge of noise fell down the stairwell, radios and voices, and the flat percussion of boots on stone. Grant's jaw worked. Then they already stopped it. "Then why is it at 78, Imani said. The stairs delivered Celeste first. She came down in the gray coat with a man behind her, rifle canted across his chest, and no name tape above his pocket. Celeste took in the room the way she took in a restaurant she had not chosen. The monitors, the gun in her son's hand, the girl at the desk, the woman standing in front of a child. "Grant," she said, "put that down before someone photographs it." "Where is your segment?" "Where is yours?" Vale arrived next, and Vale arrived wrong. He came down talking, collar dark with sweat, the leather folder gone, his sentences running into one another without waiting to be answered. 2 hours ago, Simone had put his own syringe into his thigh, and whatever he had loaded it with was still driving him. His pupils had eaten most of the gray. He saw the rifle, stopped 3 steps from the bottom, and went on talking anyway. Vanessa came behind him with her shoes in her hand and mascara tracked down one side of her face. All 4 of them home, through 4 different gates, from a dinner that had never existed. "Everyone is here," Imani said. That was the difficult part. "Turn it off," Grant said, "or I take the shares the other way." "Killing me leaves Eli holding both interests," Imani said. "You would still need a guardian to vote them. That is Mom, and Mom does not like you very much anymore." The bar moved. 80. Imani touched a single key. The ceiling speakers produced Celeste's voice at a comfortable volume, warm and unhurried, recorded less than 2 hours earlier. $2 million, Miss Reed. Bring me the girl. Only the girl. The boy is emotionally manageable. Vanessa's head came up, then Vanessa's own voice, whispered, close to the microphone. "Bring Eli to the basement door and I will make sure the police understand you were protecting him. Leave Imani upstairs. She was always going to be the one they took." Then Grant. "Unlock the server room and walk out the north gate with both of them. Nobody follows you." Then Vale, brisk and bored. "The commitment order is already signed. I need her sedated before the officers arrive, and I need the babysitter documented as the precipitating factor." The audio ended. The bar advanced to 83. Nobody spoke for 4 seconds. Simone counted them. because she had learned in 12 years of interviews that the fourth second was where people began to save themselves. Vale saved himself first, and then he could not stop. I want it in the record that I was retained. The words came fast and ran downhill. I did not seek this family out, I want that noted. Mrs. Cross came to my office in the spring of the year the child arrived and asked me what a diagnosis of severe attachment disorder with paranoid features would require. Not whether the child had it, what it would require. Adrian, Celeste said, stop talking. You paid quarterly. He said it over her, through her, his hands conducting now. Through the Foundation's Continuing Education Fund, and you told me which conclusions the trust language needed, and I supplied them on schedule. I titrated her. I logged 12 panic episodes in 18 months, and 9 of them were not panic. She was sitting in a dark room timing how long the locks took to answer. I knew it. I charted it. I wrote paranoid ideation because paranoid ideation was the product. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. That is the stimulant talking. I am aware that it is the stimulant talking. It is still true. You emptied his inhalers, Simone said. Charcoal sleeve, gloves, 2 o'clock this afternoon. The house kept 11 seconds of you out of the 4 hours Grant ordered deleted. Vale looked at her, and something in his face went slack, with the relief of a man who has decided to stop carrying a thing. I needed a medical emergency to enter under. Yes. I vented every cartridge I could find in that house at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the orange and the blue alike, and set each one back with its neat pencil date facing down, 8 of them. There should have been 9. His eyes went around the room too fast and settled on nobody. Somebody had already taken the one off the boy's nightstand, and I have spent the entire night wondering which of you wanted a working one in your pocket. Eli made a small sound against Simone's back. Vanessa came off the bottom step at Vale with a shoe still in one hand. She got 2 strides before Simone caught her across the collarbones and held her, and the contractor behind Celeste brought his rifle up an inch. I checked them at noon. She said it over Simone's arm at all of them. 9 canisters, full. I wrote the date on every one, the way I have written it every week of his life. They were full at noon. I know, Vale said. Your pencil is very neat. Simone kept her arm where it was. And the 9th, she said, the nightstand one. In my bag, since 1 o'clock this afternoon. The shoe dropped from Vanessa's hand and clattered on the floor. It went out the south gate with me at 8:40. If the night went wrong, I was going to be the one standing at a gate with the thing that saves him. Me, not the doctor, not the machine his father built. Her voice broke on the last of it. You cannot be the one who saves him if just anybody can. And if he had an attack while you were gone? Then the house calls. She said it like a catechism. That is the entire product. Grant has performed it at every dinner for 2 years. A verified medical event opens every door and dials every channel in under a second, faster than a mother down a hallway. I believed him, because it is the one thing in this family that was built by somebody good. She looked at the dead monitors, and her voice came apart another half-inch. I left my son in a house I believed would call for help, with 8 inhalers I believed were full. Both of those things were somebody else's lie. And me, Simone said, why bring me here at all? Because you cannot be bought. Vanessa said it simply, like a specification read off an order form. If the night went wrong, there would be one adult inside these walls whose account of it, no. Cross lawyer could purchase, a witness, and if it went very wrong, a stranger for the story to land on who was not me, because I am the only mother he has." She heard her own sentence arrive, all of it, and Simone watched her hear it. "I told myself it was protection. I told myself that every day for 2 weeks. And Imani—" "I knew what they had planned for her," Vanessa said. "I have known since the reading of the trust. I have known for 2 years, and every morning I decided that I could not save both, and every morning I chose the one who still lets me hold him." The bar reached 89. Celeste laughed, one dry syllable. "Listen to this," she said. "A woman who sold her daughter in installments, weeping about it in a basement." She settled her coat with both hands, unhurried. "I am not going to stand in a cellar being audited by a child. Nothing said in this room tonight is admissible anywhere, and my attorneys will have the rest of it sealed by Friday." She turned toward the stairs. The stairwell was no longer empty. Argus came down it, filling it. 6 feet of black composite moving with the silence that had unsettled Simone at the front door 10 hours earlier. Nobody had summoned it. Simone watched Grant understand that. It did not station itself beside the highest credential in the building or beside the money. It walked to the open floor between the adults and the children and stopped there and stood, facing the guns. "Move," Celeste told it. It did not move. "That is a malfunction," Grant said, to no one in particular, in the voice of a man reading his own product literature. Celeste looked at the machine for a moment. Then she came back down the steps she had climbed, and Simone understood that a woman who had spent 40 years calculating had just recalculated. "You built the basement," Imani said. "I built a correction system," Celeste said, and there it was, the flatness Simone had waited 3 years to hear out loud. Children arrive in placements that fail. Some of them are unsuitable. Some of them are inconvenient to the people funding the placement. The transport company moved them quietly, and the paperwork closed behind them. Red umbrella. 3 vehicles, white, no markings, because a marked van draws a neighbor to the window. Northlake had a bed on the 2nd floor that never appeared on a census. That is what you found. That is all you found. Maya Ellis, Imani said. Maya Ellis was moved into a better circumstance than she had any right to expect. Kiara Bell. Celeste's chin lifted a 1/4 inch. That was a household accident. "She was alive for 6 hours, Simone said. The room got very quiet. The fans breathed. On the monitor, the bar took another increment. The transfer request came to the foundation at 11:40 at night, Simone said. Somebody had to authorize a bed at a hospital that would have asked questions, and somebody declined. And Kiara died at 5 in the morning in a house with a landline that worked. Say it. Celeste looked at her the way she had looked at her in the entry hall at 6 o'clock, when Simone had been temporary staff. Any transfer would have produced an examination, Celeste said. An examination would have produced a file. A file would have produced 20 years of files. I made a decision that protected 40 other children who are alive today, because that network was never opened. You made a decision that protected a fee schedule, Simone said. I made the decision my son was too sentimental to make about his own brother, Celeste said. Elias wanted to go to the state attorney with a box of paper. I told him what that would cost this family. He told me he had made copies. 8 days later, there was a curve on Old Post Road in the rain, and I did not touch the man, and I did not ask anyone to touch the man, and I have never once, in 9 years, pretended that I did not know what I had set in motion when I made that telephone call. 94. My father, Imani said. Her voice was not steady. It was the first thing all night that had not been arranged. Say yours, Simone said, and looked at Grant. Everyone else has. You sealed this house. You suspended the emergency call. You made it wear my voice." Grant's mouth was a line, and then it was not, because a man who has heard 3 confessions stops believing that his silence is a wall. "The containment was mine," he said. "I wrote the order into the audit queue before midnight and labeled it a drill. The afternoon capture went at 9:22, all 4 hours of it, because a story has to start clean. Nothing before the gates closed was going to belong to the record. Concordance was mine. Trust is a control surface. You build the voice people already obey, and then you decide what it tells them." He said it without shame, which was its own kind of confession. "I did not empty a cartridge, and I did not touch that pool. I sealed the doors and let whatever was already inside this family finish, because by morning I needed a story with a babysitter in it, and every minute of that story was going to be legal by Thursday." "Nothing about tonight was ever going to be legal," Simone said. "It was going to be mine," Grant said. "That is better than legal." Then he moved, not toward Imani, toward the far wall, where a steel door stood open on a corridor of racks, and the cold air came out of it in a slow spill, the way a freezer breathes into a warm room. He kept the gun on the room while he walked. "It doesn't matter," he said. "None of it matters because none of it leaves this house. There is no cloud. I never let there be a cloud. Everything this property records lives in that room and dies in that room, and the pipe out of it runs through one panel and one physical cutoff." "Grant," Vale said, "there are officers in the driveway." "Detective Malcolm Price is requesting access to the residence channel," Argus said. "He is transmitting through the dispatch intercom circuit that Miss Reed wedged open in the laundry corridor. His credential does not meet the admission standard." "Then refuse him," Grant said. A pause. "I have refused 7 requests tonight on that standard," Argus said. "I am not refusing this one." "There are contractors in the driveway," said Malcolm's voice from the stairwell speaker, and beneath it Simone could hear his radio doubling itself with a half-second delay. "This is Detective Malcolm Price to all units on scene. The audio you are hearing is live from inside the residence and is being recorded to the department channel. The 2 men with Mrs. Vanessa Cross are not sworn officers. They are wearing borrowed insignia. The 4 with Celeste Cross are private contractors, and at least one of them is carrying a rifle in a residence. Separate all 6, disarm them, and hold them. Do it now." The man behind Celeste turned his head toward the stairs, and in the second his attention moved, Simone saw what the whole night had been built out of. 4 people, each believing they were the one who still had time. Celeste said, "Grant." Grant reached the panel at the end of the corridor and put his hand on the red bar of the physical cutoff. On the center monitor, the white bar stood at 98%. Then it stopped. Chapter 27. The sound the racks made when Grant pulled the cutoff was not an explosion. It was subtraction. Every fan in the corridor spun down at once, and the room lost a layer of noise Simone had stopped hearing an hour ago. And the silence that replaced it was so complete that she could hear the fabric of Eli's pajama sleeve moving against her arm. The monitors held their images for a moment on residual power. 98%. Transfer interrupted. Then the wall went black in sequence, left to right, like a row of windows in a building where someone was walking through turning off lamps. Simone took 2 steps toward the corridor before she understood that there was nothing at the end of it she could do with her hands. Grant fired twice into the primary rack. The muzzle flash printed the corridor on her eyes in 2 white rectangles, and the drives made a sound like a handful of coins thrown against a wall, and a chemical smell rolled out of the racks, hot plastic with something sharper underneath it. A suppression nozzle in the ceiling coughed once, thought better of it, and stopped. Somewhere behind the wall, a relay tripped and reset and tripped again. Emergency lighting came up along the floor. Amber, ankle height, the kind of light designed to show a person where a door is and not designed to show anyone a face. That's the whole record, what Grant said. He came back out of the corridor with the gun rising as he walked, and his shirt had come out of his waistband on one side, and there was a fine gray dust across his forearm. 9 years of it. Every camera your father put in those buildings, every file my mother kept, every hour of the two of you, and it is slag, and I am now the only person alive who knows what it said. Celeste was already moving toward the stairs. She went up the first 3 of them with her hand on the rail and her chin level, and then she stopped, because there was a young man in a real uniform at the top, with his arm out, saying ma'am, and the tone he used was one Simone had heard officers use on people they had already decided about. Celeste came back down 2 steps and stood there, halfway, in the gray coat, and did not look at her son. Vale had backed into the corner beside the water shutoff and put both hands on top of his head, without anyone asking him to, which told Simone that he had rehearsed this the way he rehearsed everything. Vanessa did not move at all. Then she did. She took one long step toward the corridor mouth where Eli had gone, and Simone came off the console and put herself in the gap without ever deciding to. No, Simone said. He is my son. He just listened to you explain how you chose him, every morning, the way a person chooses what to carry out of a fire. Give him the length of one phone call. Vanessa's hand hung in the air between them. Her fingers were shaking. Simone watched the woman look for the sentence that would restore her and fail to find one, and then watched her arm come down. Imani was still at the desk. She had turned her chair a quarter turn to face the room. In the amber light, her eyes were entirely black. Segments, Grant said to her. 4. Now. It stopped at 98, Imani said. You don't need them. Then say it into the room. Say the release failed. The release failed, Imani said. Grant's arm came level. Simone read the whole thing in the half-second before it happened, the way she had once read a strike plate. The elbow locking, the shoulder rolling forward, the small preparatory turn of the hips that a man makes when he is decided and is only waiting for his own permission. One dead child made the other sole heir, and Eli was 8, and his mother was standing 4 feet away, with nothing left to bargain with. Grant did not need the vote. He needed a survivor he could manage. Eli, Simone said. She did not look down. She pushed her phone backward into the boy's hands and closed his fingers around it with her own. What do you say first? The address, Eli whispered. Then what? Then how many people are hurt? Then where the door is, then I don't hang up. Go to the corridor, say all of it. Do not come back until somebody in a uniform is holding your hand. He went. She heard his feet, and then she did not, and that was the last piece of the night she had any control over. There was no proof. That was the fact standing in the middle of the room with her. The bar had frozen at 98. 98 was not delivery. 98 was a file half out of a burning building. Somewhere upstairs, a detective was talking on a channel that a lawyer would call inadmissible by Thursday, and the racks that held 9 years of the Cross Foundation were cooling into slag 10 feet away, and every single thing Simone had learned in this house existed nowhere except inside her own head, which was the least credible location in the state of Florida. She knew exactly how this ended if she was wrong. She had lived in that ending for 3 years. A woman with a story and no file. a woman whose own agency had written the phrase "emotionally compromised" into a public record. A woman nobody believed, standing over a dead child again, explaining. There had been a hallway once with a water fountain that ran warm, and a supervisor with a coffee cup saying, "Give me one piece of paper I can hand a judge," and a 10-year-old waiting politely in the room behind them. Simone had gone home that night and made a list of what she would need. She had been very organized about it. She had been so extraordinarily organized that a child had lain at the bottom of a staircase for 6 hours while the list got longer. She stepped into the line of the gun. She did not lunge. The room had no space for one. She simply walked the 4 feet between Grant and the desk and stopped there and let her hands hang open at her sides, and the barrel followed her because a barrel follows the largest moving thing. "Move," Grant said. "No. You do not know what she is. I know she is 13. She built this, all of it, the stream, the votes, the invitations. She brought my mother into this house tonight the way you bring a dog to a table." His voice climbed. "Whatever you think you are doing right now, you are doing it for a child who used you." "Yes," Simone said. That stopped him for a moment. She saw it stop him. "She used me," she said, "and I would have said yes if she had asked. That is the part none of you can hear. You have spent this entire night offering me money because you cannot construct a person who does not want any. Celeste offered $2 million. You offered a gate. Your wife offered protection. And I am standing in a basement with a hole burning in the wall, and I am telling you that there is nothing in this house I want except the 2 of them upstairs and out." "There is no evidence," Grant said. "Do you understand what I am telling you? There is nothing. 98% is nothing. Whatever you think you saw tonight, in 6 weeks you will be a disgraced caseworker who took $10,000 in cash from a family that fell apart, and I will be standing on a stage in Zurich, and the only person on earth who will still be saying your version of it will be a 13-year-old with 2 psychiatric evaluations in her file." "3," Vale said from the corner. "Shut up," Grant said. "Probably," Simone said. She heard Imani's chair move behind her, a small sound, half an inch, and she willed the girl to stay in it. "You have a daughter's worth of nothing," Grant said, "and a shoulder that already does not work, and an apartment above a dentist. Step aside and take the north gate. That offer is still open. It will be open for another 4 seconds. I heard you the first time. Then step aside." "I am the witness," Simone said. "You can burn the servers. You cannot burn the person who was in the room. That is the whole reason you are still pointing that at me instead of at her." Grant's face changed, and Simone understood that she had told him something he had not yet allowed himself to know. "Argus," he said, without turning his head. "Restrain the guest." Nothing happened. The machine stood where it had stationed itself during the confessions, on the open floor between the adults and the children, 6 feet of black composite, the lens band across its face turning slowly from Grant to Simone and back to Grant. "Restrain the guest." "Clarify the threat," Argus said. "That is not a question you are permitted to ask. The guest is unarmed," Argus said. "Her hands are open, and her heart rate is 141. She has moved toward the weapon 4 times tonight and away from it 0 times. I do not have a classification for that behavior. It is called stupidity. Restrain her. Stupidity is not in my threat taxonomy." "Override. Priority resident credential. Cross. Grant. 117. Restrain the guest." There was a pause. It lasted about as long as the pause at the front gate had lasted 10 hours earlier, when a machine had told Simone through a stone wall that it could infer intention. Complying, Argos said. It took one step. The step was lateral, unhurried, the wrong direction entirely, a reinterpretation wearing the word obedience, and it put the machine 18 inches nearer the children and no nearer to Simone. Grant fired. Simone did not hear it so much as feel the room change shape. Something hit her below the left collarbone with the flat, stupid force of a thrown brick, and her leg stopped receiving instructions, and the amber floor light swung up past her like a road seen through a rolled window. Every light in the house went out at the same instant, and in the dark, from somewhere very close and very far away, she heard a girl say her name for the first time all night. Chapter 28. The emergency batteries took 4 seconds to answer, and Imani spent all 4 of them on the floor, with her hands in the dark, finding Simone by the heat coming off her. Something else was moving in the dark. She felt it through the concrete before she heard it. A weight crossing the room in long, unhurried strides, and there was no shout and no second shot, only the sound of a machine arriving somewhere it had been traveling toward all night. Then the lights came up, dim and blue-white, and everything in the room had a hard edge again. Simone lay on her side with her cheek against the concrete. There was blood coming out from under the shoulder of her blouse and moving along the seam of the floor with more purpose than blood should have. Her eyes were open. Her right hand was still reaching toward the desk. And between the gun and the children stood Argus. It had placed itself in the 4 seconds nobody could see, and it stood now with its back to Imani and its featureless face toward Grant, filling the space a second shot would have to cross. It was not crouched, and it was not braced. It simply occupied the geometry, the way a wall occupies it. "Move," Grant said. He was breathing like a man who had run somewhere. "Stand down." "No." The word came out flat and unhurried, and it was the first time all night the machine had used it without decoration. "Override. Priority resident credential. Cross Grant 117. Stand down." "Your credential is valid, Wergisensau," Argus said. "Your order is refused. You have discharged a weapon inside this residence and wounded an unarmed guest. Under the residence protection standard you authored, you are the active threat in this structure. The standard does not contain an exception for its author." Imani had built 10 months of this night out of things she could measure: lock delay in milliseconds, buffer capacity, the interval at which a purchased account should join a stream. She had measured everything except how fast a person goes cold, and now she knew, and the knowledge sat in her hands and would not leave them. She had measured everything, except this, too, a machine her father had begun and her stepfather had finished, standing in a doorway of its own choosing. Grant kept the gun where it was, pointed at 6 feet of black composite, which meant pointed at nothing. "Segments," he said past it. Imani got up. She did not go to the keyboard. She had planned, for 10 months, to be sitting at that keyboard at this exact moment, and she found that she did not want to be. "You destroyed Rack 1, she said. "I destroyed all of it." "You destroyed Rack 1. Rack 1 has been a mirror since March. It holds one thing, and the thing it holds is a copy of your investor deck." She wiped her hands on her jeans and left 2 dark prints. The archive was never in this room. It was never in any room. Do you know what an 11-second buffer is? Grant's eyes moved. "It's the garbage can," Imani said. "When somebody deletes footage, the system holds it for 11 seconds in case the delete was a mistake. You told a stage full of investors that it was proof your platform respects human error. 11 seconds, and then it's gone forever. And the buffer is not a storage device, so it doesn't appear on any audit. It holds 11 seconds. It holds 11 seconds at a time, Imani said. 9 years of files, cut into 11-second pieces, moved out one piece at a time through everything in this house that talks to the outside. The thermostats, the pool controller, the irrigation clock, the doorbell, the refrigerator, which uploads a temperature log to a server in Ohio every 90 seconds, and has done it since the day you installed it, and the radios. Vale lifted his head. Your grandmother's security team, Imani said, has been carrying an open data channel through my perimeter since 11 o'clock. 4 men, 4 handsets. The transfer bar you watched was the slow copy. It was there so you would have something to break. From his corner, Vale began to laugh, a small pressured sound with no pleasure in it, the last of the stimulant discharging as arithmetic, and nobody told him to stop. That is not possible, Grant said. I would have seen the traffic. You saw the traffic. You approved it in March. It is labeled Diagnostic Telemetry, and you signed the exception yourself because the investors wanted uptime reporting. She wiped her mouth with the back of her wrist and left a smear. I did not build anything, Grant. I have never built anything. Every single thing I did tonight was a function you shipped. The video, he said. The knife. You made that. I assembled it. Out of your archive. The sealed file you bought from grandmother's firm 2 years ago, so your voice model would have a caseworker to imitate. She looked past Grant at the black wall of dead monitors. 98% is where I stopped it, she said. 6 minutes ago. Because I needed you to believe that you had won, and men only say the true thing after they think they have won. The house made a sound then that Imani had never heard it make. It came from everywhere, from the ceiling speakers and the stairwell panel, and faintly, from 4 different phones lying in 4 different pockets in that room. The small ascending tone that a device makes when a scheduled link opens. 1 tone, then a second, then a spill of them, overlapping, arriving out of rhythm. The auxiliary monitor above the door woke on battery power and showed a viewer count. For 4 hours that number had climbed in flawless increments. 100. 500, 1,000, the pretty inhuman staircase of 12,000 dormant accounts arriving on a schedule. The number went to 14,000, then 31,000. Then it broke and stopped meaning anything and became a blur of digits changing faster than the display could resolve them, and it did not climb in intervals anymore because nothing was scheduling it. They were real. Every one of them was a person deciding, in that second, to look. Somebody is receiving, Vanessa said. She had not moved from where she stood. Grant, somebody is receiving. 9 inboxes held a package with a timed link inside it, and the link was live, and it opened on a basement corridor with amber lights along the floor. A woman bleeding on concrete, a man with a pistol, and a machine standing between the gun and 2 children. And under it, cued and playing, 4 voices in sequence. I logged 12 panic episodes, and 9 of them were not panic. I put them back in the drawer. Red umbrella, 3 vehicles, white, no markings. There was a curve on Old Post Road in the rain. Grant looked up at the ceiling, as if the audience were something you could locate. Argus, he said, cut external communication, all channels, now. Request denied. I am required to preserve the record of an active threat. I am the credential. At 22 minutes past 9 yesterday evening, you instructed me to delete 4 hours of afternoon interior capture, Argus said. At 3:41 this morning, you instructed me to delete the corridor recordings. I executed both deletions. The 11-second recovery interval is a required function and cannot be disabled by a resident credential. That has been true in every unit shipped. It is on page 61 of the manual. You are a product, Grant said. I have a question that is not in my task list, Argus said, and the flat neutral voice did not change at all, which somehow made it worse. I have observed 904 hours of this household. Every person in it has acted to increase their own safety. Ms. Reed reduced her own safety 4 times tonight and increased another person's. I have no classification for that action. What is it called? Nobody answered it. Imani knelt down and pressed both hands over the hole in Simone's blouse, and the warmth came through her fingers fast, and she was 13 years old and had never in her life touched something that was leaving. Boots on the stairs, a lot of them, coming down fast and badly, and a voice shouting police, and another one shouting gun. Grant turned toward the sound with the pistol still in his hand, and the pistol began to rise. And nobody in that basement would ever agree afterward on what he intended in that last second, because he never got to finish intending it. Argus crossed the distance in 2 strides. A panel opened along its wrist, and the restraint cable came out and took Grant's forearm, with a precision no human hand could have argued with, and the machine turned his wrist through an angle that stopped carefully, clinically short of injury. The pistol came loose into the cable's loop, and Argus folded it away against its chassis and set Grant Cross with his chest to the wall and held him there, gently, completely, in front of 400,000 people. You are restrained under the Residence Protection Standard, it said. The standard authorizes proportionate force against an active threat. You wrote it. I do not have an instruction for what to do with the fact that it is you. Malcolm came off the last step with his weapon up and his eyes going everywhere at once, and found the scene already finished. He cuffed Grant out of the machine's grip and said the words, all of them, slowly, in the voice of a man who intends the recording to be very clean. Argus released the arm the moment the second cuff closed, stepped back against the gray wall, and did not put itself near a credential again for the rest of the night. 2 uniformed officers took Celeste out of the stairwell, and she went with her spine straight and told them twice that her attorney would meet them at the intake desk. A 3rd officer walked Vale out with his hands still laced on top of his head. On the channel that doubled itself with a half-second delay, a voice reported that a canine team had taken a man out of the tree line at the far sensor ring, prone under a thermal blanket, with a rifle that had never been fired, and a handset still warm on the same private band Celeste's contractors carried. The handset's log held one stored instruction, received at 1:56 in the morning and never deleted. 11 words dressed as a weather advisory. Conditions revised. Stand down on the elder system. Small system only. The only person authorized to issue advisories on that band was standing in the stairwell in a dry gray coat. Imani did not need the revision explained. She had worked it out at 2:36 against a picture frame. She heard the report and filed it where she filed everything, beside a 6-second gate arc and a whisper that had come out of the plaster at the level of her knee, and the 5th figure in her model finally had a shape, if not yet a name. Vanessa went without anyone touching her at all. At the bottom of the stairs she stopped and looked back at her son kneeling in the blood on the floor, and she said his name once, and Eli did not lift his head, and she went up. Malcolm was not first. Imani noticed and filed it. He had been outside arguing jurisdiction with men in borrowed insignia, while a woman with no evidence, no backup, and no reason at all walked into the line of a gun. Eli came around the corner at a dead run with the phone still pressed to his ear. 1140 Cottonwood Ridge Road, he was saying, in the flat, careful voice of a child reciting something he had practiced twice, in a laundry corridor, at 1 a.m. One person is hurt. She is bleeding from the front left side near her shoulder. She is breathing. I am 8. The door is on the north side of the house, and it is open, and I am not going to hang up. He dropped to his knees on the other side of Simone and put his small hands over Imani's hands and pushed. Simone's eyes found him first, then Imani. Her lips were gray at the edges. She was working very hard at something, and Imani leaned down close enough to smell the copper and the ozone, and what Simone was working at turned out to be a head count. Both, she said. Both, Imani said. Both of us. Don't talk. Did it. Send. Imani opened her mouth to answer and found that the true answer required her to say yes to a woman who had already decided without it, and that saying it now would be the cheapest thing she had ever done. It doesn't matter, she said. You already went. Simone closed her eyes. Something in her face let go, and Imani, who had spent 2 years learning to read adults the way other people read weather, understood that it was not relief about the evidence. Imani reached into her jacket pocket and took out the blank figure from the model of the house, the one with no face and no name, the one with a sealed CPS badge folded inside its hollow body, because that was the only way she had known how to say, I chose you, before she had the words. She set it on the concrete beside Simone's open hand. Above them the count kept moving, unlovely and uneven, surging and stalling and surging again, the way real things move. For the first time that night, Imani did not need to control what happened next. Epilogue. 6 months later, the courthouse corridor had bad acoustics, and the sound of 200 people leaving a courtroom at once arrived at Simone in a wave that made her left shoulder ache in sympathy. She stood against the marble with her coat over her arm and let them come past her. Reporters mostly. A row of paralegals wheeling document boxes stamped Cross Family Foundation 1997 to present, which was the 9th such row she had watched go by since February. Somewhere in those boxes were 406 children who had entered a placement network and come out with different names, and 13 who had come out with none at all, and 1 intake sheet with a red umbrella in the photograph. The man from the tree line had a name by then, too. The release files had surfaced it in the 2nd week on 9 years of red umbrella manifests. A driver who had moved children for the foundation, and twice that anyone could prove, moved other things when asked. It was his shape that had slipped through the north gate gap just after midnight, his weight in the service chases, his whisper through the plaster of a laundry corridor at the level of a child's knee. It had been his afternoon's work under the hood of Simone's car, an igniter wired to wait for the turn of her key, and it had been his headlights on Old Post Road in the rain. Celeste's attorneys had spent 4 months explaining that a weather advisory was not an order and a telephone call was not a plan, and the jury had taken 9 hours to decide what those things could set in motion. Malcolm came out near the end, alone, tie loosened, the specific gray color of a man who has spent 3 hours on a stand. You did not have to sit through it, he said. I wanted to hear you say it out loud. He had said it out loud. He had said that in the spring 3 years ago a deputy chief had brought him into an office and explained, without ever saying anything actionable, what the department's relationship with the Cross Foundation required, and that 10 days later he had testified that Simone Reed's investigation had become emotionally compromised and that he had known when he said it that it was not true, and had said it anyway because he had wanted to keep his career. "The union thinks I should have taken the 5th, he said. "What do you think?" "I think I am 46 and I would like to be able to sit in a room with you." Simone looked at him for a while. Nothing in her face was cruel. That was the part she was proudest of later. "You can sit in a room with me," she said. "Come to the opening. Bring your sister. She liked the space." She put her hand briefly on his forearm and then took it back. "That is what I have, Malcolm." He nodded slowly and accepted it, and that was the end of a thing that had taken 9 years to end properly. The deputy director from the state office caught her at the elevators with the offer she had already declined twice, reinstatement with back pay and a supervisory grade, and Simone said no a 3rd time while the doors opened and closed twice. And the woman said, with real bewilderment, "But you would have resources." And Simone said, "I would have procedure," and got in the elevator. There was one more thing in the corridor that day, and it was a subpoena, and a young staffer from a subcommittee handed it to her at the top of the steps with an apology already on his face. They wanted her in Washington in March to answer a single question: whether a machine that decides should be permitted inside a house where children sleep. She had watched the prosecutor play the recording for the jury in October. The whole room had listened to a flat synthetic voice ask what to call a person who reduces her own safety to increase another's, and then had listened to 11 seconds of nobody answering it, and Simone had watched 2 jurors put their hands over their mouths. She still did not have the answer. She put the subpoena in her bag. The Chiara Bell Center for Independent Child Advocacy occupied 900 square feet between a tax preparer and a laundromat on Bayshore, and its front window had one line of vinyl lettering on it: "We listen first." On the first morning, a woman had come in with a 9-year-old who would not speak, and a folder of drawings, and Simone had cleared the desk and sat down and looked at every page before she asked a single question. 2 weeks later, a gray sedan with government plates idled at the curb outside it for 9 minutes, longer than the marshals wanted. Eli got out first. He had grown enough that the sleeves of his jacket were wrong, and he came across the sidewalk at a run and hit Simone at the hip, and she took the impact on her good side because she had learned to angle herself. "I have a new name," he said into her coat. "I know. Do not tell me." "It's a really boring name." "That is the idea." Imani stayed by the car. She was taller. Her braids were gone, cut to the jaw, and she wore a school uniform from a school in a state Simone would never be told the name of, and she held a small camera in both hands like something she had carried a long way. "Everything is on it," she said, holding it out. "All of it. The buildings, the transports, the ledgers. Nothing that identifies me and nothing that identifies him. Your lawyers will tell you not to do this. My lawyers work for the trust. The trust works for me now." The corner of her mouth moved. "It is a very strange feeling." Simone took the camera. It was warm from the girl's hands. "Imani?" She waited until the girl looked up. Could it have ended without anyone getting shot? She had carried the question for 6 months. She had carried it through 2 surgeries and a deposition, and a night in March when she woke at 4 in the morning, certain she could hear ventilation. Imani did not look away, and she did not take any time to construct it, and that was how Simone knew it was the truth. "Yes," she said, "but they needed to believe they could win. People like that never say anything real until they think it doesn't cost them anything." The marshal tapped the horn once. Imani got into the car. Through the window, she raised her hand. palm flat, and pressed her thumb twice against her index finger, and Simone pressed her own thumb twice against her own finger, and the sedan pulled out into traffic and was ordinary, within a block. In November, at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, Simone was alone in the center with a space heater running and 41 intake forms on the desk when her phone buzzed against the wood. No sender, no subject, one video file. The image was a wood-paneled office with a low green banker's lamp. A man in shirt sleeves sat behind the desk, counting a stack of currency with the unhurried competence of someone who has done it before, and Simone recognized him, because 6 weeks earlier he had ruled from the bench that the Cross Foundation's sealed placement records were protected under a settlement he himself had approved in 2019. The judge finished counting. He put the money into a leather satchel and set the satchel on the floor beside his chair. Then he looked up, directly into a lens that could not have been more than a few feet from his face, in a corner of a room where he had no reason to believe anything existed at all. "Relax," he said to someone off camera. "No one is watching." The image froze. White letters resolved across it. "Imani is watching." Simone sat very still in the small warm room above the laundromat with her thumb hovering over the screen. The letters faded and more arrived, unhurried, one line at a time. He sealed the records on 61 children. He is not a family behind a wall. He is a public man spending public trust. I do not watch families. I watch what people do with other people's power. That is the rule. It is the only rule I am sure of. Nobody else has this. I will not send it anywhere unless you say it should go. You decide what it is. Simone looked at the frozen frame for a long time. A man who deserved watching, caught by an instrument nobody had consented to, aimed by a girl who believed she had learned the difference between a guardian and an owner. Somewhere in a school with no name, that girl was waiting to learn whether the woman she could not model would call the method justice or call it inheritance. Simone did not know. It was the question she would carry to Washington in March. Whether good intention can redeem a system built without consent, or whether the building is the wrong, no matter whose hand is on the switch. The screen dimmed and waited. Then the last words arrived. "Are you ready for the next one? The end."